just Russell. He didn't just flip. He still has it. This BS that he hit a wall, shoot, they couldn't get a play in. They were 29th in the league in pre-snap penalties on both sides of the ball. You saw that from the very first game of this season.
Yeah. But you can use a lot of those stats without saying, some of what he said, one of the worst coaching jobs in the history of the NFL. Mm-hmm. And obviously we know that Nathaniel Hackett was relieved of duty in Denver. He's now the offensive coordinator with the New York Jets. Their quarterback, Aaron Rodgers, was a large part of, why they brought him in. They were trying to entice Aaron Rodgers. The relationship between Rodgers and Hackett has been well documented and talked about. But their head coach, Robert Saleh, was asked about the comments of Sean Payton, and here's was his response.
Coach Saleh, PETA on line one, something to do with crows dying?
They're pecking at his neck. Got to swat him away. And the Jets, just talking about them, new quarterback, new offensive system with Nathaniel Hackett coming in. Obviously, those two know each other, but it's the rest of the roster is going to be new to both. How do they start this year? Because it's not an easy start. They begin Monday night against the Bills. They go to Dallas. They've got the Patriots, the Chiefs, the Broncos, who, it's week 5 instead of week 4, like, Robert Saleh alluded to, and then the Eagles. So their first 6 games are going to be it's a tough road to run through.
Yes.
Aren't you guys surprised that just how far Peyton went with this?
Oh.
Like, this kind of came out of nowhere.
I know.
It was almost like there was a intent behind it, I think it was
to pump up his quarterback.
Yeah, and the team in general. And
his fan base.
But to throw that direct of a dart at another team, it's pretty unprecedented in this league in a preseason, too.
Right. It was.
And I thought if I was Saleh, I just would have said, well, I guess I'll have to put a bounty on that game. I kind of didn't like what Saleh said. Like, Saleh seemed, I thought, a little bothered by it.
He was butthurt.
Yeah, a little.
This is
gamesmanship, baby, in August. They're not even August, July.
By the way, I know when Hard Knocks first airs, I saw a little bit of a trailer. It's going to be one of the greatest things about watching Hard Knocks this year.
What?
Is the one-on-one battle in practice between Garrett Wilson and Chauncey Gardner. Not Chauncey.
Sauce Gardner.
Sauce Gardner.
Yeah.
Chauncey's on our team. Phillips. Because they were going at each other. They would say good defense. I mean, they love competing against each other.
Yeah, that will be a lot of fun to watch, and it'll be fun to listen to. A couple of guys that could talk some good trash. So, I don't have any problem with Saleh's response. And quite honestly, it's okay to have a little bit of this going on. I am surprised that I heard it from Sean Payton, but I'm not disappointed.
I've never been a huge Sean Payton guy. He's kind of one of the something about him guys.
Yeah.
There's just something about him, the way he looks.
I think it's the onside kick in the Super Bowl, even though it worked. I think that bothered me.
It's collective. I mean, the whole Bounty Gate thing and all that stuff. But I love this. Like, I wish sports had more of this. Especially this time of year when we're just starving for something.
Well, and not only that, okay, so you read this, and I don't know Denver's schedule. I don't know the Jets' schedule, maybe a little bit more simply because I'm hoping for Aaron Rodgers to fall flat on his face and the Jets along with him. I hate it for Robert Saleh, but I instantly, when I heard this, I went to their schedule. I'm like, okay, when do these guys play? Do they play? And certainly they do. Week 5. And that's going to be one of those, the week leading up to it. What does Sean Payton talk about? Does he back off of his comments at all? He'll be asked about it, especially that week. Robert Saleh, how does he handle that week? And then obviously the game in Denver. That's going to be a lot of fun to tune in for.
Well, you mentioned the their schedule, and you mentioned that the fact that the Jets have to play the Cowboys. They shouldn't even show up, the Jets, because they're going to lose, because Micah Parsons says the Cowboys are the best team in the NFC.
Oh, boy.
I'm more surprised that Sean Payton said what he said than I am about Micah Parsons saying that.
I know. I'm torn. I love Micah Parsons, but he's a Cowboy.
Well, he went Cowboy, though. That's a Cowboys thing to say.
Yeah.
It's kind of like what the Lions used to do back. Like, I think it was when you were on the team, and Kevin Smith said of his 0-16 team that he was coming off of that they were going to the playoffs. You don't even know what it's like to win a game. It's like with Micah Parsons is turning into a Cowboy. He is. Cowboys say stuff like this. You ever hear this coming out of the Eagles' mouth?
No.
Only T.O.
Certain organization, Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
You ever hear the Steelers? Like,
you said when you had somebody say something stupid, they got rid of him. It was Antonio Brown.
Exactly. It's just the Cowboy way.
Yeah, but it's also a guy that's, again, I'm not surprised. I didn't even see it as he's going all Cowboy. I just looked at it as, hey, they got one of the best defenses in the NFL. I'm not a Dak Prescott fan, but they've done a lot of things to give Dak Prescott weapons.
Yeah.
And so they could be. I think they're as good as the Eagles? No. And do I hope the Lions, because they have to play Dallas, can compete with them? Yeah. But I'm not going to sit here and say that, the Lions are better than the Cowboys.
No, I think the Cowboys, one of these years, they're going to fulfill what every Cowboy fan thinks they should be all the time. I just hope it's, not this year.
Yeah, you're going to every year thinking, I hope it's not this year.
Yeah, but eventually, they do have a lot of talent. Now they have obviously, I'm sure he'll be back, but you never know. There's Zach Martin holdout right now, and he's not even in training camp. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see the Tigers take on the Tampa Bay Rays on Saturday, August 4th. That's a week from tomorrow. It's a 4-pack. Ticket information, call 866-66-TIGER or visit tigers.com. When you hear our compadre, Heather Park, say, hot, sweaty body, be the third caller at 248-539-9797, and you can win those Tiger tickets to see the Tampa Bay Rays, to see Randy Arozarena.
Oh, I can't wait to hear.
And his hot, sweaty body.
Yes. It's got to be said by Heather Park, not by Mike Stone.
Exactly. All right. Coming up next, there was something that took place at Comerica Park yesterday that could be one of the greatest, if not the greatest day a person had in baseball history. I say it wasn't, but it was certainly damn close. We'll talk about that coming up next. 97.1 The Ticket. The great folks at Sarah Whalen Chevrolet are at it again. That's right. They do an amazing job, and you can get Silverados right now, a brand new one from Sarah Whalen Chevrolet with features like advanced towing technology, the most functional bed of any pickup, Silverado, a dream truck. And because Sarah Whalen is the #1 volume Chevy dealer in the country for new and certified pre-owned vehicles, they have a huge inventory of brand new Silverados as well as other new and certified pre-owned vehicles arriving daily. Sarah Whalen Chevrolet, 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Darren Euler, great sales guy. Ben Brown, his staff. The sales department, obviously. The service department, they're great. Call 800-WHALEN-1 or go to sarahwhalen.com. Find new roads.
Did a roll solo again today?
Yesterday at Comerica Park, the Tigers were swept by Shohei Ohtani. Oh, yes, and the Angels.
The rest of the Angels.
Yes. Ohtani was the starting pitcher in Game 1. Of course, he also hit. He went 0 for 5 in Game 1 as a hitter. But as a pitcher, he gave up 1 hit. He faced 29 batters, 3 walks, couple double plays, and because he went the distance, it was a complete game shutout. Right, Dan Dickerson? Damn right it was. Then there was this thing called the nightcap, the second game. He didn't pitch, but he was the designated hitter. And in the second inning versus Matt Manning, he went oppo. But he was not done. We go to the fourth inning now. All right, so for the afternoon, Ohtani pitched a complete game, 1-hit shutout, and he hit 2 home runs and drove in 5. Not too shabby of a day. There are some who say it's the greatest performance in an individual day in baseball history by one player. 248-539-9797. Question number A, or letter A, is, was it the best day in baseball history? Number 2, question B, very simple. What's performance against a Detroit team do you think was the best you've ever seen? Because obviously yesterday ranks with both of them.
And the hard part about the greatest day in Major League Baseball history is you have the opportunity to have some one-offs. Like this is a one-off for Shohei because it's his first complete game. Mm-hmm. And it was an opportunity to have a doubleheader in the same game. It wasn't the same game. It was 2 separate games. But to be able to do what he did against the Tigers, and the fact that he is having an historic year also plays a part in that. I know you've got an example of a guy that had a better single day, but I think against the Detroit Tigers, this to me is the single greatest performance. Now, there's not a lot at stake here. It's just a day in late July against a team that has no offense, very limited offense, and has no real aspirations for postseason play versus a team that does.
To answer my questions, I will say definitely this was not the greatest day by an individual in baseball history. Because what he did was unbelievable. Unbelievable. But he needed 2 games to do it. As opposed to 1971, when Rick Wise of the Philadelphia Phillies threw a no-hitter and also hit 2 home runs, but he did it in the same game. And as great as Ohtani is and what he did yesterday, Ohtani's complete game 1-hitter was against McKinstry, Green, Torkelson, Carpenter, Vierling, Baez, Baddoo, Short, and Haas, where Rick Wise's no-hitter was against, I don't know, Pete Rose, George Foster, Lee May, Johnny Bench, Tony Perez, Hal McRae, Dave Concepcion, and others. All right? So to me, what he did was more impressive with the one home run. And also, he didn't strike out as many as Ohtani, but he only walked one guy either.
Yeah.
So to me,
again, it's a one-off.
It's one game. Ohtani's was 2 games. You're basically, picking stuff away. You're nitpicking, as I like to do. But
Weiss got 3 outs though against pitchers.
True.
And Ohtani didn't. He had to face a DH. Who was the Tigers' DH yesterday?
Probably Carpenter.
Who got the hit?
Was it Carpenter?
Yeah.
Carpenter. Yeah, but you know what? I don't care. He was
that lineup. The Tigers lineup does not compare.
I know. Even I'd rather face the Tiger lineup with a DH than the Reds lineup with a pitcher.
He did get 3 free outs, though, sort of. Well, he wasn't a free out.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm just picking at you.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, and look, to me, it's basically it's one game versus 2 games. That's it. That's the argument. Now, as far as versus Detroit, I still think, look, we've seen historic performances before against our teams in playoffs. But what LeBron did against the Pistons at the Palace in Game 5, when not only did he just score 48 points, he scored 25 in a row. And basically made it so the Pistons would not go to the NBA Finals because the series was tied. Cleveland wins. It's 3-2. They go to Cleveland and they win in 6 games. We'll never know, but I'm convinced that if the Pistons win that game, they probably win Game 6, and if they don't, at Game 7 at the Palace, they win and go to the NBA Finals.
Well, yeah, we'll never know,
right?
And you still run into, not to take anything away from that performance.
Right.
I mean, LeBron took over that game.
Right.
Again, the difference is this is 2 games versus 1. Right. Ohtani took over the game in the first game with his arm.
Right.
He took over the game in the second game with his bat.
Right.
And what we're seeing 48 from LeBron in a playoff game, it's been done before.
Yeah, it's true.
Right?
Absolutely.
Seeing what Ohtani did, especially in today's day and age, and we're talking about the DH, we're talking about the athletes and just the way the game is unbelievable. It's just absolutely unbelievable. It's remarkable.
It is. What's the best performance against a Detroit team that you've ever seen? And I do think that playoffs, when the stakes are up there, that does move it up a notch.
Sure. You can we talk about nitpicking. You can nitpick a lot of different things.
Yes.
But I'll go back to, I know you brought up Rick Wise. I didn't see that.
I know.
Didn't have the opportunity. But I did see LeBron's.
Mm-hmm.
I've also seen other guys do what LeBron did.
I think Bernard King had an unbelievable game against the Pistons in the playoffs at Joe Louis Arena.
In LeBron's defense, one of the great regarded individual performances for our teams is Isaiah in the third quarter in Game 6 of the 80.
He had 25 points.
Final. Yeah,
they lost that game.
And the sprained ankle and all that, and they did lose that game. I mean, basically, LeBron did what Isaiah did.
Yes.
And it was the passing of the torch. It was over for the Pistons.
Yes, it was. Even though they made it to the Final Four.
I mean, come on. Yesterday, what happened? He's doing things that that American baseball isn't even teaching. Okay.
Correct.
No, you don't even have the opportunity.
Right.
As soon as you show a certain aptitude for pitching, they take the bat out of your hands.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's really sinking in. Like, Ohtani he's a legend. Like I know earlier, I think it's not 2 different sports, but it is like Bo Jackson, man. This is crazy what we're watching.
I know. Let's go to Columbus. Corin, you're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Good. How are you?
Good. So I was thinking, I know you guys are talking about, but the question was not the best statistical day, but what was the best performance And I think you got to, I mean, the best performer in all of sports was Deion Sanders prime time. So when he played for the Braves, he played for Atlanta, the Falcons in the day, and then played for the Braves at night. I think as far as performances, that has to be one of the greatest, baseball, football performances of all time, especially something that we've never seen before. And then you guys hit it on the head when I said LeBron James, 25 points in the playoffs against the Pistons is probably the best performance against the Detroit or against another Detroit team. I was trying to think of something against the Lions or even like, I don't know if you guys are going to count Michigan or Michigan State, but I just can't think of something where somebody really went off and like just killed our heart.
Well, okay, for Michigan, I can give you Rocket Ismail. I can give you Kenneth Walker, the third. If you're a Michigan State guy, I can give you Braylon Edwards. And for the Lions, you got Matt Flynn, the game against the Pack.
Second half.
6 touchdowns. That's right. Yeah.
And also Peyton Manning on Thanksgiving was incredible. And I know John will scoff at this. Justin Tucker, when are you going to see a 66-yard field goal again?
Jeez, that was ridiculous, man.
I know.
Should have seen it in person.
All right, guys. Thanks, man.
Thanks, Gordon. I appreciate the call. All right, 248-539-9797. All right, coming up next, another member of the Angels had a contribution to the game yesterday, and he's got a great last name. So we're going to ask you, who is on your all-time sports food team? 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Let's go to Bob in Ortonville. You're 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, good morning, fellas. What Ohtani did yesterday was amazing. I agree. But against the Tigers, I think the single best individual performance has to be Roger Clemens' 20 strikeout game.
Yeah, that was cool to be at. I was at the last 2 innings of that game.
I know there was a lot of hype and people were trying to get into the stadium to see it at that time. Unfortunately, I wasn't there, but I do know what Ohtani did yesterday was awesome. I mean, complete game. If Carpenter doesn't, shoot that one out there, he'll have a no-hitter. He was dealing yesterday.
Absolutely. All right, thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Thanks, fellas.
Yep. Thank you. Have a great weekend. Let's get some texts before we get to the next topic. Best performance against the Detroit team goes to Matt Flynn. The Lions made him look like a superstar, gave him the bag in Seattle. Mm-hmm. Mentioned him. Hate to say it, but when LeBron took over in the fourth quarter of the playoffs against the Pistons. Bernard King versus Kelly Tripucka at Joe Louis. Isaiah I believe in that same game had like 11 points in like 90 seconds or something crazy like that. Of course, Stoney mentions a Philly performance, Rick Wise. Well, whatever. I mean, it is
what it is.
There's only been, I think, 2 where the guy pitched a no-hitter and had 2 home runs. It was Sonny Siebert was the other one, I believe. Lawrence Taylor, Thanksgiving game. That's the one. Is that the one where he picked off Danielson and returned it for a touchdown?
Yeah, that was kind of, for me, LT's coming on the scene game. Yes. I'm like, oh, my goodness, who's this guy?
LeBron against the Pistons in the Eastern Conference Finals. What he did in the fourth quarter and overtime was absolutely ridiculous. Stoney, you're old. That's all. Different game back then. Got to give it to Shohei. That was pure dominance. And to do it in today's game it's more impressive. If it was all in one game, it would be Shohei because of that. But because he did it in one game, and Shohei actually, even though he completes the complete game one-hitter, he was 0 for 5 at the plate in that game. My greatest performance against Detroit team, Walter Payton Thanksgiving and O.J. Simpson on Thanksgiving. He had like 200 and some yards or something. Against Michigan, the ones that I remember, Donovan McNabb came into the big house and ripped my heart apart. I think John knows that game pretty well.
Yeah.
Back on the LeBron thing, the one thing that the LeBron thing did do, I know you said you've seen it, John, but did you watch that game live?
No.
Okay. It shook the world.
Oh, yeah.
Like the next day I'm doing this job, it was kind of like, oh, blank.
Against that team and that defense.
It was his arrival.
Yep.
It really was his arrival. That I know you're not the biggest supporter of him, but you don't deny,
he's
an all-time great.
Right.
And it's like, all right, he is going to be the next all-time great. It was the confirmation.
Yep, no doubt. And Whitmer also says Vince Young tore us apart being Michigan.
Yes, he did.
Donovan McNabb won. I have so many stories about that game where I was just screaming at Syracuse's coach, take him out of the game. He's got a Heisman Trophy candidate, and they were up big in the fourth quarter. What the hell's he doing in the game?
It's your
my
phobia.
Typical pet peeve.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. My mayonnaise on turkey sandwiches.
Yes.
All right. There was another member of the Angels who did something somewhat significant yesterday. He drove in some runs. That's right. Here it is, Dan Dickerson. And the person who drove in those runs has the last name Cabbage.
Trey Cabbage. So, to end our Friday with a fun note, your all-time sports food guys, food names. All right, I'll give mine first. And I have so many of them off the top of my head that I'm sure I'm missing somebody. First one that came to my mind was former Detroit Lion quarterback Milt Plum. Okay.
NBA,
it came to no one else's mind.
Where did he play? Again, this is the third thing today before me and John were born.
Uh-huh.
No. NBA player Jeremy Lamb.
Mm-hmm.
Former Ohio State and current cornerback Eli Apple.
Yep, Eli Apple's a good one.
Current Chicago White Sox player. He actually hit a home run yesterday, I think. Jake Berger, former tennis star. He's actually on the celebrity golf tour now. Marty Fish.
Yes, yep.
And, of course, they have to be coached by somebody, and that would be Don Cherry. And then I have one who's really, really old, so I'll leave that away.
But might as well go for it. Why stop now?
Zach Wheat. Played for the Dodgers, the Brooklyn Dodgers.
All right.
And former Maryland basketball player Herman Veal. If Dan Miller's listening, or Greg Canner, Channel 2, they're getting a chuckle out of that.
Yes. To bring us back into
modern
times. I'll probably go with the.
Oh, that's a good one.
Jack Ham is on my list.
Jack Ham's
I'm
a great one.
not going to go right now with him, but let's start with Coco Crisp.
Yes, absolutely. It has to be Coco.
Yeah, you got one there. You also have, this goes back a little bit, but it's still, in my lifetime, Jerry Rice.
Oh, absolutely.
One of the all-time.
There's like all kinds of Rices.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
Yes.
Former North Carolina guard and current coach of Monmouth, King Rice.
Yes.
Simeon Rice.
Simeon
Name that
Rice,
Rice.
Yes. Let's go with, how about Julius Peppers?
Oh, yes. Very good.
Yes.
And his cousin Jabril.
Yes.
But that would be Pippers.
Well, you can argue, or is pepper a food?
Yeah.
I mean, you eat it, but it's a condiment. It is.
No,
okay?
pepper's the
Green
green
peppers,
vegetable.
yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking pepper.
No, yeah.
Oh, the shit.
Yeah.
No,
You still eat it, so it technically is a food.
It's like Sauce Gardner.
Sauce.
Yes,
Yes, absolutely.
A guy that we talked about a couple of weeks ago, Butterbean, the fighter.
And then we'd have general manager Billy Bean.
Yeah, well, I do have Billy Bean on here. Yes, you've got, and I'm very reserved at saying this one because I know it's going to bring up yet again for the probably sixth time in the last 16 hours. The sandwiches that were at the Jared Mayo.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you were talking.
OJ Mayo.
I thought you were talking
His
about
nickname's Jared Stoney Hates Mayo.
Yes.
I thought you were talking about the former the manager of the '68 World Series team, Mayo Smith.
No, I was not. No. Again, -8.
The Tigers, though. You have to know who the manager of that team was, right?
So I already mentioned Coco Crisp.
What about Chet Lemon?
Chet Lemon is definitely there. What we had buffalo meat yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Former college football player.
But Rob Deere.
Rob Deere, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not venison, but yes, Rob Deere. A guy that we know for the Lions. I spent just a cup of coffee. That would be Corn Elder.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Corn Elder.
Wow.
You got Spud Webb.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see who else I got. Mike Trout. Can't go without Mike Trout.
Oh, yes.
As a recent guy. I'm surprised. There's a guy. I'm sure that Gov will have this guy, so I'm not going to say this one. Gov, you got any other ones that we haven't yet touched on? There's a bunch of them out there.
Well, my childhood, Chili Davis.
Okay, I got Chili Davis on here.
How about Steve Breston? He goes on 2 different teams.
Yeah, he's on that team.
That team as well. Yes.
But
I got brothers, I think. Antrell and Samari Roll. Were they brothers?
I don't know if they're brothers or not. They do share the same spelling of the same last name.
Yeah.
Yes. The spelling would disqualify it, but it sounds good enough.
Uh-huh.
There was one on the one.
The one I thought Gov would say immediately would be Paul Coffey.
Oh. Yeah.
No.
It's a drink.
Yes. Well,
it's
you still
food.
partake of it, yes.
Well, if you want to go that way,
Tom beer.
are you going to go by what it sounds like
Rowdy
or what
beers.
it's spelled like?
Let's go with what it sounds like.
Mr. T.
I did not. I didn't think that.
Although he's not really in sports. Well, technically, is he technically in sports? How about this one?
Well, I guess you have to say Clubber Lang.
They actually named a drink after him, Arnold Palmer.
There you go. Yeah.
Bubba Franks.
Bubba Franks.
Yes.
Yeah. Catfish Hunter, going back to your time.
Oh, Oh, yes.
He played against Rick Weiss, didn't he?
Yeah.
And it was coached by Mayo Smith.
Hall of Famer, yeah.
There's a lot of good ones out there.
Yeah, absolutely. 248-539-9797.
Hey, I do want to tell you before we get to some more of these calls, when we come back, when I've got a question about my finances, I turn to my bank. That's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and they work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, not just as a number, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. And you can count on that, since First Merchants is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community. They know it's their community as well, and we all have to work together to help our communities prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them and learn more at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com, member FDIC.
Congratulations to Chris in Warren. He heard Heather Park say hot, sweaty body.
Mm-hmm.
He was the correct caller, so he wins a 4-pack of tickets to the Tigers. Take on the Tampa Bay Rays August the 4th. That's a week from today. For ticket information, call 866-66-TIGER or visit tigers.com.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we have some more names for our all-food team.
Yeah, we get some on Twitch as well.
Okay. Hi, Twitchers. Go ahead. Who's on Twitch?
Stingray 1222 has Snacks Harrison.
Okay.
Snacks. You
yeah.
eat snacks, yes. And then Loretta 657 has Babe Ruth. Baby Ruth. Named a whole candy bar after her.
That's well, you could say that about Reggie Jackson, the Reggie Bar, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. Here's some ones on the ticket text. Tight end at Valley Christian, Rowdy Beers. Great food name, and he's probably a blast to party with.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And he is the tight end from FAU on the all-name team.
Mm-hmm. We forgot about current Los Angeles Laker head coach and former Detroit Piston, Darvin Ham.
Got Mia, too.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
A lot of hams.
John Grubb. I like that. Chris Fry.
There you go.
All right. Come on, Phil Koch.
Yeah, as you would know.
Well, it's not really a food. It's kind of a food depressant, actually, if you think about it. This is a good one. I'm surprised we didn't come up with this one.
Take your word for it.
Former Michigan player, Taco Charlton.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah. Taco, yeah.
Now, this one is technically wrong because it's actually H-A-N, not H-A-M, but everybody thought he had the name. Former Washington Redskin linebacker Chris Hanburger, not Hamburger.
Oh, yeah.
Did I tell you the story about him? He used to do weekend sports. He'd fill in every once in a while I was there. And in between the early and the late news, he would just fall asleep. He would just sleep in the edit room floor for like we'd have to wake him up like 15 minutes before airtime.
Just like he's used to training camp.
What'd you say?
Just used to training camp.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, in between practices, in between drills, may take a nap.
Kobe Bryant.
Kobe, yeah.
Kobe beef. Ty Cobb.
Yes.
Alfredo Simon.
Okay.
Fettuccine Alfredo. And he was also called the Big Pasta because of that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Frosty Rucker.
Frosty Rucker.
Frosty Rucker is a good pull.
Yes. What about, speaking of that type of beverage, former Philadelphia 76er Shake Milton.
Yeah.
And what about, wasn't there a guy who played for the Lions, went to Wayne State, Tom Beer?
Yeah.
Yeah, plenty of good options. We had one caller that we didn't get to before they left us. That was Daryl Strawberry.
Oh, very obvious. Yes,
Mm-hmm.
we
should have had that one.
We should have gotten that. Yeah.
Did you say Cornbread Maxwell?
No, I did not say.
Is he with the Celtics?
Yes, he was. He's still one of their broadcasters.
Oh.
Cedric Maxwell, known by the nickname Cornbread.
Yeah, and just to be able to repurpose our all-name team, we had Fish McWilliams. Fish.
Who's Fish McWilliams?
Fish McWilliams, a defensive lineman from, I think it is UAB.
Okay.
I think so. The Dragons. We also had Pig Cage. Absolutely.
What about, well, it was his
ham.
nickname, but he kind of went with him. Former Michigan State basketball player Pig Miller, Anthony Pig Miller.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But when you go out to eat, you don't order pig, even though technically it's a food.
Maybe have a little swine.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but you're
the pig roast.
Yeah.
Okay, you're right. I was thinking more like you're ordering pork or ham, or are there pig products? Obviously,
our reporter covering the team would be John Bacon, right?
Oh, of course, yes. He'd be writing books about it.
Especially if Taco Charlton's on it. He covered him.
Coy Bacon, former Redskin and Ram.
Who was the dude on Michigan? Cheeseman?
Oh, Cameron Cheeseman. yes, of course.
He was
long snapper.
Long snapper, right?
Yeah.
Didn't he win that? Did he win that award or no? That was the holder. Who won one of them won that holding award that I can't believe they actually made an award for.
I believe both of them have won both. Garrett Moores won the holder of the year, and Cam Cheeseman, I believe, has won the long snapper of the year award.
Wasn't it Garrett Moores that was the one that created that one award?
He created that award for himself?
Yeah, gave it to himself.
I'm not sure, but you can listen to all of that on my Conquering Heroes podcast. No, I'm sorry. That's your podcast. Sorry, John.
Yes. We're mentioning Wolverines here, but have we mentioned any Spartans?
I did. I mentioned Pig Miller.
Yeah.
Well, that's Michigan State basketball, so that
exactly.
Let's see. I'm trying to think of Spartan. Nothing really coming to mind. They're welcome to text in.
Yeah. I'm trying to. No, I'm not.
I'm not drawing a blank. Yeah.
Yeah. I am drawing a blank. Exactly. What about now?
No, I don't. None that come to mind.
No. I know there's something you serve food on a tray Mosley, but that doesn't count.
I wish I wouldn't have brought this up.
Oh yeah, you can eat snow too. You got Percy Snow.
That's right, snow cones. What are you talking?
Snow cones. Yeah. Or,
you're right. You can eat it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just don't
make
eat.
Sure it's
just
not
don't
yellow.
eat yellow. Exactly.
Maze.
Mr.
Killing us.
Lordy. All right, what do you have planned for the weekend, Sean?
Let's see. This weekend, it's going to be kind of a slow weekend. Just going to have. We may actually be having a dry run at.
Dry runs are painful.
At just making sure everything is working and ready for the tailgate.
We're still in July.
It's football season. It's time to get ready for football season.
So where are you going to go? You're going to go to...
No. We'll just be in the driveway. We'll get the tents out.
I thought you were going to go to your usual spot.
My usual parking spot. Yeah. No. We're going to get the tents out, get the grills out, make sure everything is fully operational. See if there's anything we want to add. Still got time to make some additions before the season starts, and now would be a great time to do it. Depends on the weather, because it's supposed to be a little bit stormy all weekend, including today. So how about you? What's on tap?
Going out to Ann Arbor for lunch today, meeting old friends.
Slice of pizza?
After Zingerman's? It's possible. It's
are you going to the Roadhouse, or are you going to Zingerman's Deli?
No, we're going to Zingerman's Deli.
Oh, what's the order?
I haven't been there in a while. I'll probably get the Brooklyn Reuben, which is a Reuben with pastrami instead of corned beef.
Sure.
That's my guess, but you never know. Then I might do pizza for dessert on the way home.
Now that I put it in your mind.
Yes.
You can't stop thinking about it.
Absolutely. And we have the big golf tournament tomorrow, even though our leader will be in a cart. He's not playing. That would be Pete Kowalski. And I'm looking forward to the foursome of myself, Jimmy Powers, the Birchie Kid, and Gator. We're going to have a good time tomorrow, Gator.
That's right. Powerhouse.
We're going to have a great time tomorrow.
It's going to be a great time.
Yeah, it's always a good time. It's at the beautiful Oakhurst Country Club.
I love that we do this every year in honor of Steve Stryker and also now Jamie Samuelson as well, sadly. But it's just a great time to get everybody from the station out there and play, and it's a lot of fun.
Yes, and one of the highlights is usually a late performance, a late appearance by Wojo, who actually tries to compete in the putting contest at the end, which is very humorous.
Dangerous for him after he's had 18 gin and tonics.
Yes, exactly, as the sun sets. You should come by tomorrow. Not to play. I mean, there's an extra spot now.
Where are you guys playing?
Oakhurst.
Okay.
Near Clarkston.
Okay. Yeah, maybe. Probably not.
You got no shot. Don't even say maybe. You got no shot.
You want to come to my house and watch the dog?
No.
Why not?
No.
Good girl. I got a nice house. I got a nice bar. You can, fuel up, watch TV, whatever you want to do. Just, leave the back door open for the dog to run around.
What would I do in Gator's house?
You can play the guitar.
Yeah, you want a guitar? Got 20-something of them. You can play guitar.
Put on the big screen. Watch the rest of Inside the Den.
Yeah,
I
watched that last night.
So did I.
Last night
on
the big
lengthy
screen.
edition. Yeah.
So did I. I watched it.
I'm watching on my. I started on my phone because I was going through Twitter last night and I saw that it was. I'm like, oh yeah, this thing. Okay, I'll watch that, and I get it on my phone and then I realize it's YouTube. Why am I?
Right.
Just go to the TV. There we go. And it was. I mean,
it was pretty good.
It's such a great special every year that they do. I love that they do this.
Did you get the impression, even though they didn't mention anybody by name that if Weatherspoon would have been there, they would have taken him at 6.
I mean, I don't think they gave off that impression, but I mean, that's my takeaway when the draft happened.
Right.
When they traded out of that spot, I think that was like kind of painfully obvious that was what was going to happen.
I'd love to see one of those shows where, guys that they want get picked before and their reaction to that.
Yeah, look, this is edited nicely.
Yes.
In nice, neat package. But I do
fascinating.
believe that they believe that they got 4 of the top 14 players in the draft.
Right.
I think they really feel that way. And Hendon Hooker, somewhere on the outside of that. I mean,
yes.
I think that it was genuine, the reactions to what was going on. I love watching the behind-the-scenes stuff, how excited they get when they're making deals, wheeling and dealing. I love to see that stuff.
And they love themselves some Broderick Martin.
They do like some Broderick Martin. They like everybody on that team,
I know.
There's a lot of coolness to talk.
Yes.
We're going to talk about that because I thought it was really cool. And I don't know how many people watched it last night, but I imagine that people will get a chance to watch it this weekend if they didn't watch it last night because it's worth watching. Worth watching. We'll talk about it. Obviously, the Shohei Ohtani performance yesterday, the doubleheader. I mean, it's I don't know what you can say about the guy that hasn't already been said. I find it fascinating that the Angels took him off the trading block.
Mm-hmm.
That tells me that they've got the inside track, that they think that maybe they can re-sign him.
I think they have
Shohei isn't going anywhere.
Right, and they want to win. They think they can get in.
And I think that would actually be a great story if he stays there. But and I say because I know that the Tigers won't do what I want them to do. If he ever hit free agency, I'd outbid everybody because the Tigers can outbid everybody.
Right, but I don't know if he would even come here, even if they.
Oh, right. There's that whole thing,
right.
too. But
all right.
Interesting nonetheless.
Carson Anderson coming up next. Have a wonderful weekend, everyone. Get well, Mr. Pete Kowalski. We love you. 97 won the ticket.
And good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Scott the Gator Anderson with you today, taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. Doug and Kang are out. We'll all be back on Monday's show. Greg's behind the glass. Kenny's working the phones. Evan, more than lurking. He's actually talking. I heard him earlier. I know he's here. But lots going on to talk about from what happened yesterday. Lots going on in the world. You want to have your opinion, feel free to chime in, and we'll give you the forum to do so. But I torn between starting with the Lions and the Tigers. I think we'll start with the Tigers and what happened yesterday at Comerica Park, and what started beforehand. When we found out that Shohei Ohtani was A, not being traded, and then 2, moved into the starter's role for the first game of the doubleheader. I think we're all like, oh, really? Well, that's interesting. Shohei Ohtani, the biggest free agent in the history of baseball this upcoming offseason here. It seemed like he was destined to leave the Angels. The Angels were too far out of a playoff spot a couple of weeks ago. And it only made sense. I mean, if you're the Angels, why lose them for nothing? You need to get something for the golden ticket there, cash it in. But then the Angels started winning games, and they kept winning games. They kept winning games. And now they find themselves after yesterday's doubleheader in the sweep of the Tigers, that I believe they're just 3 games back now of the wild card spot. So they really feel strongly because of the way they've been playing, and here they are just within grasp of getting to that wild card. And they let everybody know they're not trading Shohei Ohtani. They moved him up to start yesterday, and I thought that was strange because they got a big series against Toronto. Toronto's a big hitting team. The Tigers are not a big hitting team. Why bother? Well, I'm glad they did. There were a lot of fans that came out for the game yesterday, paid some top dollar to get out there and see Shohei Ohtani play and pitch. And I'm guessing those folks that paid that top dollar are feeling that it was worth it. I mean, the guy threw a 1-hit shutout yesterday, struck out 8, walked 3. His first ever complete game. It's a 1-hitter. Unbelievable performance from Shohei Ohtani. I'm actually surprised the Tigers only struck out 8 times because that's less than 1 per inning. And it's not terrible. We've seen Tiger teams where they've struck out 17, 18 times in a game, and more. In some cases, you go back years. But, I mean, this year we've seen this team just strike out a ton of times. But they didn't. But they also didn't hit the ball. They had one freaking hit in the entire game. And they lost the opener 6-0. Michael Lorenzen pitched for the Tigers. Of course, he is on the trading block. A little bit of news on him we'll get to in a little bit. He went 5 innings, gave up 3 runs, and had 7 strikeouts and gave up a walk as well. Zach Lowe came in to pitch the last 4 innings, and after the game, he was optioned right back to Toledo. Went 4 innings and gave up 3 runs on 6 hits. But the story was Shohei Ohtani. He was magnificent on the mound in the first game. He also went 0 for 5 as a hitter, and he struck out a couple of times. Then came the second game. And if you weren't impressed enough with what he could do as a pitcher, I don't know what to tell you. He was amazing. But game 2 comes along, and Tigers get another strikeout of Shohei Ohtani, and I think he had struck out 5 of the 11 at-bats he'd had at that point, and then launches a home run opposite field. And then comes up later in the game and hits a solo shot to right center field. It's a no-doubter. Well over 400 feet on that home run. If I'm not mistaken, I thought I saw this correctly, and I'm pretty sure I did. Did you see the exit velocity on that home run, the second one? It was like 116.9 miles an hour. I'm sorry, what? He hit the ball 117 miles an hour effectively. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. So he hits 2 bombs in the game, giving him 38 on the season now. He drives in 3 more runs, giving him 80 RBI on the season. He's hitting 298. His OPS is, well over 1,000 at this point. He's just an absolutely incredible player to watch. And people were talking afterwards, it was all over Twitter, that this is the greatest performance they've ever seen from anybody in a single day. And it was great. I'm not denying it wasn't great, because it was great. And I'm a big Shohei Ohtani fan. I don't know if it was the greatest performance I've ever seen, but it was pretty great. The fact that he had the one-hit complete game shutout, that's fantastic enough. We've seen that done. Hitting 2 home runs in a game, well, we've seen that done too. You combine that in the same day, that's pretty good. But it was over 2 games because it was a doubleheader. Nonetheless, a pretty great performance. And if you had tickets to go down to the ballpark yesterday and see it live, I imagine that that's probably one game and one moment in time that you're never going to forget. Were you there? What'd you think about it? 248-539-9797. Did you watch it on TV? That's fine. If you did that, did you listen to it on the radio? Did you truly believe that yesterday was one of the great performances in baseball history? Guy in a doubleheader throws a one-hit complete game shutout, and then the next game he hits 2 bombs and basically single-handedly beats the Tigers in the doubleheader. Unfortunately for the Tigers, they did lose the doubleheader. They did get swept by the Angels, and now they find themselves 11 games under 500 again. And with the trade deadline looming, I'm not sure how much closer to 500 they're going to get. They travel to Miami, take on a Marlins team that is 7 games above 500. They're fighting to try to, stay in a playoff hunt themselves. I just don't know how much closer the Tigers are going to get. I think they'll finish inside of 10 games, but right now they're at 11. And the trade deadline comes and goes. They will lose some players, and there'll be some key players to this team, whether it's Lorenzen or Eduardo Rodriguez or both of them. Maybe they lose a bullpen arm. Is it possible Jason Foley goes to be a sweetener in a deal? There are some rumors around there. We'll address what is being said about the Tigers. Want to get your thoughts on what's happening, and also about the possibility of losing some players that maybe you don't want to lose. But if you were there yesterday, if you listened to the game, watched it on TV, what were your thoughts on the Ohtani performance? It lived up to the hype, and rarely things do, but it really did. It was incredible. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. JJ Hinch talking about Shohei Ohtani, and I had not heard that cut until just now. But it's, look, I'm reading into this. I'm not speaking on behalf of AJ Hinch. I'm just merely reading into what I had heard and what it sounds like. And it sounds like he's getting tired of hearing about the hype of Shohei Ohtani. Like, Shohei Ohtani is great. He's unbelievable. He's the best player in baseball. He's a guy who pitches and hits. He's a unicorn in baseball these days. Something that's never been seen. Somebody hits with this kind of power and pitches that well. Nobody's done this. Babe Ruth did not do this. This is crazy what we're seeing. But I feel like after losing a doubleheader and getting swept by the Angels and having this season go the way that it's gone and coming close to, the division and then, seeing it just drift away, I think it's got to be frustrating for the Tigers manager. And last night he just was kind of like, all right, yeah, look, he's great, but he was hittable. He left some pitches out there, and that's why he's upset, because his team didn't take advantage of some pitches that were perhaps left out there. And it's fair. I get it. I also get that there could be some people that are getting tired of the hype around Shohei, that you don't want to drub into your brain how great he is. And as great as I think he is, I woke up this morning and I was putting together what I wanted to talk about in the show today, and I started feeling kind of the same way. Like, I'm getting tired of the hype. Okay, I get it. He's great, and you have to say it. He's great. He's the best ever. Can't believe what I'm seeing. But I'm getting kind of tired of the hype too. After you see it stomp out your team yesterday, yeah, I'm kind of tired of it too. But he is unbelievable. And I know some people walk away with that and they'll say that's the best performance you ever saw live. Can't take that away from you. It was pretty incredible. One-hit shutout in the first game. He went 0 for 5 as a hitter. But then the second game, he picked it up. Went 2 for 3 with a couple of bombs. The second bomb, I can't believe that the exit velocity on it was near 117 miles an hour. He hit it well over 400 feet into right center field. It was a no-doubter. And you saw him just get after that pitch and takes a couple of really slow steps and then grabs his side like he may have hurt himself, got a cramp or whatever. We'll see what happens with him there. But nonetheless, it was fantastic. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. Let's go to the phones. And Robert's in Southfield. Robert, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Robert.
Good morning, gentlemen. How everybody doing?
We're doing well. How you doing?
Man. Hey, I don't care what y'all say, man. I witnessed it live yesterday.
Yeah.
He's a beast. And I don't care what y'all say. Y'all can say y'all tired of this and that and the other. No, dog. Not a performance like that. It was ridiculous.
He's unbelievable. I mean, he really is unbelievable.
I went to work, found out he was pitching that night, went to work a half a day, and I was leaving the money on the table. Not for this. You got to be kidding me. Went to work a half a day, went home, grabbed a spouse, went down there, got great tickets, saw the first game, tapped out the second game. It was too hot, man.
Yeah.
11 rows behind the Angels dugout. I ain't lying. Me and the wife tapped out. We're 60, man. Come on, man. That film was, man, killing us. And no breeze. And no breeze, baby. Oh, my God. I'm sweating like, hey, hold on. And he got the nerve. I'm talking about Ohtani. To wear a long sleeve shirt all day. I mean, dude, you just pitched 111 the first game. If it wasn't for my big mouth, he probably would have had a no-hitter. Because I was going up the stairs to get some water for the wife. I said, little do y'all know, he's working on a perfect game. And next thing you know, as soon as I go up the stairs, pop, Carpenter with that weak hit. I'm like, ah! Anyway, moving forward, after we tapped out, listening to the game, bam, second inning. Oh my, dang, we witnessed this. Then when I get home, watch this game for inning or two, and there go that dang bomb. I'm like, oh my God. I said, man, we could have witnessed. Well, actually, I did.
Well, you did, though. I mean, you got to see it. And
the first half.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Robert. I mean, you saw it. You took the wife. You grabbed the spouse. You went to the game. You got to see the complete game, shut out the one hitter. That was fantastic. The 2 home runs in the second game. You had to tap out. I get it, man. When you're at a ballpark and then the clouds clear up and there's nothing but sun and it's beating down and it's like 85 degrees and it's humid as hell and you got nowhere to go for shade and there's no breeze. That's tough. To his point, and Shohei Ohtani's wearing long sleeves the whole time. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. And to have the energy in the second game to pump 2 home runs out after you've already pitched a complete game the game before and had 5 more at bats. Look, I mean, he's a DH, so it's not incredibly taxing, but it's taxing enough. And what he did was amazing. He's fantastic. Bill is next up here, 97 The Ticket. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Gator. How are you? Good morning.
All right. How are you?
Good. I agree with that. That was. I feel bad that he missed the home runs, but it makes me want to wish now that I had just, gone down there and didn't grab a nosebleed seat just to see it. Dude throws a complete game, 1-hit shutout, goes in the dugout, has a burrito supreme, comes out a half hour later and hits 2 bombs. I mean, what are you supposed to say about that?
It was just amazing. I mean, truly incredible. I still can't get over that exit velocity on that home run on the 435-foot bomb that he hit was near 117 miles an hour. That's unbelievable.
That's crazy.
That is absolutely crazy.
I didn't know that till you mentioned it. I just wanted, the only other thing I wanted to say is that, we've never seen anything like this guy in baseball, and you can talk about Babe Ruth if you want to, but nobody, even Babe Ruth, done anything like this.
But Babe Ruth was at the time was a really obviously he was pitching and he was hitting, but he wasn't pitching like Ohtani was pitching. He wasn't dominant as a strikeout pitcher.
Yeah, I just think I agree with you. I've heard you say it before. It is. I think finally now, and I agree with the last caller. I don't care if it's pounding it into people's heads, because I think maybe at least in this area, maybe a lot of people didn't realize it until they saw it with their own eyes. And I don't think he had the credit he deserved, and he deserves everything that people say, in my opinion.
Yeah, he was amazing. And thanks for the call. I appreciate it, Bill. Just for some context, okay? Babe Ruth, arguably the greatest player that ever lived, right? Babe Ruth didn't start hitting bombs until 1919, and he had 20-something home runs that year. Then 1920 jumped it up to over 50. His last season where he started more than 15 games was 1919. He started 15 games. He had a 2.97 earned run average, and he had 30 strikeouts in 133 innings. Think about that. The 2.97 ERA, that's great. His whip that year was a 1.54. You have to go to before that when he was, even more effective, and his whip prior to that season was right around 1.0 to 1.1. That was the range when Babe Ruth started his career. When he went 18-8, 23-12, 24-13, and 13-7. Those were his records from 1915 to 1918 when he was primarily a pitcher. And it's unbelievable. But he wasn't hitting 38 bombs while throwing a one-hitter. He didn't do that. The next year when he had his 50-something home runs, he only started 1 game. And if you saw the stat last night, they flashed it on the screen. It really is incredible. Because Babe Ruth in that one start, he didn't strike out anybody. The last time he started, it was 1921. The last time, I should say 1930. 3 was the last time he started a game. And he threw a complete game, but didn't strike out anybody. This is what's going on. Now, the difference is back then you threw a ton of complete games. Babe Ruth had 107 complete games in his career. 107 out of his 147 starts were complete games. This is Shohei Ohtani's first. So there are differences, obviously, in the eras of baseball. and some things that would make what Babe Ruth did be incredible, like the complete games. But all the pitchers did that back then. What this guy's doing with the home runs and being the dominant pitcher, that has not happened. Babe Ruth did not do what Shohei Ohtani is doing. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We'll take some of your texts as well. We got some calls lined up. Get to you next here, 97.1, The Ticket. Man. Yeah, it was that was something. If you were at the doubleheader yesterday, Tigers and Angels, you got a treat, especially if you went to both games, being that straight doubleheader that it was. You got to see Ohtani pitch a one-hit, complete game shutout in the first game, and then he hits two bombs in the second game. That second one went 435 feet and left the bat at 117 miles an hour. Unbelievable. Got some ticket text. Years back, I got to see Mark the Bird Fidrich pitch at Tiger Stadium. Very cool experience. Also lived up to the hype. That's from Rob. Yeah, the Bird was the word. Back in 1976, rookie for the Tigers that year, started the All-Star game and was absolutely incredible that season. Unfortunately, got hurt the next year and never really made it back. He's honestly so remarkable that I feel honored and thankful to have seen him demolish my own team. It's unconscionable what he's doing, Alex. Yeah, it is. And I think in the moment yesterday after the game when I was going through Twitter and everybody was commenting on it and going through it again this morning, I was just like, all right, am I over it? And I kind of was. And now I'm getting back on the train like, all right, it's over with now what he did to the Tigers. Now I can sit back and enjoy what I kind of witnessed rather than being upset that the Tigers got beat in the doubleheader. It was amazing. I still believe that Shohei will never overuse. I still believe that Shohei will have an overuse injury. Doing both pitching and hitting at the Major League Baseball level isn't sustainable. I agree with that. But I kind of thought that would have happened already, and it hasn't. And the question I would have, moving forward is, do you think he can do that for another 5 years? Is it possible he can still do this for 5? I think he'll always be able to hit. But will he be able to pitch is the question at this level. Will they have to start using him, every 6 days? Do you skip a start from him every once in a while to keep him fresh? How do you maintain his physical well-being and keep him in the lineup every day, because he's unbelievable. And whoever gets him next year, and it very well could be the Angels that just re-sign him and give him an extension. I can't wait to see what the final numbers are. Like, how many years is it going to be on that extension? Is he going to get a 10-year extension as a 28-year-old? I wouldn't give him 10 years, but I'd give him the world for 5. I'd pay a crazy amount of money on a 5-year deal. Because I agree. I don't think it's sustainable what he's doing, and I want to get the most out of it that I can over these 5 years, which would be the prime years. And for me, I'd start that check. I'd write it at $70 million a year if I was the Tigers, but I don't think he's going to get there. I think he's going to re-sign with the Angels, because the Angels roll the dice. They're trying to get to the postseason. They made a trade with the White Sox. They got Giolito and Lopez. They got a bullpen arm. They got a starter. And I think they're really trying to push for this playoff run here. We'll see if they get there. Let's go back to the phones. And Ned is next up here, 97 The Ticket. Hey, Ned.
Hey, Gator. I hope your voice recovers after this whole week alone. I personally love the Ohtani. I don't care if he's doing it to our team. I don't care who he's doing it to. I mean, it's a different arm slot, but this guy's slider is like Randy Johnson-esque. And the way he's just crushing baseballs, it's unreal. You're not going to, like you're just talking about, I don't think you're going to see it too much longer. I think teams are going to, well, at least if he doesn't get traded, the Angels will start, taking a little bit more caution with him. But that being said, you got to get a start of the Tigers. We need somebody. You were talking about it earlier in the week. You go out there and you look at these games, and I'm watching these games on TV, and it's great seeing other teams, slap ding-dongs out of the park against us. But we need help with the bats. And if we don't go out at the trade deadline, I know Rodriguez is more than likely to get dealt. What we get for him, I don't know. But if we can't pick up a bona fide all-star star, I don't care if it's Nolan Arenado, I don't care who it is, but we need somebody in the middle of our lineup who teams are fearing. We don't have one guy, top to bottom, who's coming to the plate where opposing pitchers are legit scared to face them. And I think that's a huge problem. And other than that, yesterday's games, great performance. The 20 strikeout performance against what Max Scherzer threw against us, I would say was up there for me in recent memory of recent games that were.
Yeah, there have been some amazing performances, and thanks for the call. I appreciate it, Ned. There have been some amazing performances in all sports, but if we just look at baseball, we've seen some great things. Live and in person, you've seen guys hit for the cycle. You've seen pitchers throw for 20 strikeouts, whether it was Clemens that did it as well back at Tiger Stadium. But yesterday's is up there. It's right up there because of what happened in both ends of the doubleheader. The complete game shutout in the first one, and then the guy comes out and hits 2 home runs in the second game. It was amazing. But getting back to his point about the Tigers and what they lack, there's no question they lack hitting. They have 3, maybe 4 players. I'm just going to say it's 3 right now that I feel confident can be part of this core moving forward. It's Riley Green, Spencer Torkelson, and Kerry Carpenter. Beyond that, Vierling is someone who apparently has played well this year for the Tigers. but certainly not someone who's going to strike fear. He's just a good baseball player. He's versatile. He can play in a lot of different places, and he's been hitting this year reasonably well. But he's not someone who strikes fear, and I'm not sure he's in the core group, but at least he's a player. Beyond that, you've gotten some pop from Jake Rogers, which has been maybe a little bit unexpected. I'd like to see the average come up significantly to feel better about him, but defensively, there's a lot to like with him defensively. Maybe they have him. Maybe he is the catcher. Maybe not. I think the rest of the season is very important for him. But as far as the rest of the lineup is concerned, they lack significantly the rest of the lineup. So when you hear about trade rumors and who's interested in what, and apparently with the Tigers, there was a report from John Morosi that said that Baltimore is interested in Michael Lorenzen. Now, Lorenzen pitched yesterday, and the stat line will tell you one thing, but if you watch the game, it wasn't anywhere near as bad as perhaps the stat line might indicate. As he only went the 5 innings in the game, he gave up 5 hits, 1 walk, struck out 7, and gave up 3 runs. You don't like to see the 3 runs in 5 innings, but it was soft contact, is what I saw. And it was a couple of timely hits, and that was unfortunate for the Tigers. They couldn't do anything themselves offensively to put any kind of pressure on Ohtani. But the 7 strikeouts of 5 innings is pretty good. His earned run average right now is 3.58. It's the best it's been in his career since he's been a starting pitcher. And it did not go up too much from the 3.49 that it was going into the game. Lorenzen is a free agent at the end of the year, and he's going to get some interest from teams. And as he mentioned, John Morosi did, the Orioles are one of those teams. Now, if you look at the Orioles prospects, this is a deep organization. This is an organization that has done things well the last few years when it comes to the draft. They've taken their lumps as a team over the last, I don't know how many years. They've definitely taken their lumps as a team, but it's paid off for them. Now they're starting to see their major league club being populated by some of these prospects. And they've turned things around. And now you look at what the Orioles have become. They've become a pretty good baseball team. They're at the top of the American League East right now, 22 games above 500 at 62-40. And they'd like to stay there. In order to stay there, they're going to have to make some moves. And they're at this level right now, and yet they still haven't played, a bunch of their top prospects. If you look at MLB.com and the top prospects per team, the top 30 per team, they've promoted 2 of the players already to the major leagues, in Colton Cowser and Jordan Westberg. These players have already come up to the major leagues. But their top prospect, Jackson Holliday, is a shortstop, is a double-A ball. And then their number 4 prospect is outfielder Heston Kjerstad. And Kjerstad, I think, was a second player in the draft a couple years ago, so not likely to be moved. This is how good their system is. You get to the 4th player, and it's the second player who's drafted. So they've got all these top 100 level prospects. So you start to go back a little bit. If they're not going to lose anybody in the top 4, well, then what's there? They've got a player who's an infielder in Joey Ortiz, who's at AAA, another infielder in Connor Norby, who's another middle infielder and also plays the outfield. There's versatility there. And the number 7 is a guy named Kobe Mayo, who's a third baseman, and he's huge. He's 6'5", 230, big power stroke from the right side. Can the Tigers land one of those 3 guys? Is that possible? It's possible. Now, look, I don't need to break down all the numbers on these guys. I'm just throwing it out there that this is a deep organization, and that if the Tigers end up getting, say, the number 7 prospect from this organization, it's no need to put your head down and say, oh, that's not good enough. These are good players. And people throughout Major League Baseball think these are good players. That's just one team, and that's just one player when you talk about Michael Lorenzen. There are more. There were a bunch of teams that were scouting the other day when Eduardo Rodriguez was pitching. And there's a ton of interest in him as well. We'll get to that, get to some more of your calls and texts, 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. And it's AJ Hinch. Talking about the great performance yesterday. We saw Shohei Ohtani was amazing. A one-hit complete game shutout in the first game of the doubleheader, and then launches 2 home runs in the second game. I mean, just when you think you've got this guy figured out, hey, maybe the Tigers have broken the code on Shohei Ohtani. Struck out, I think, 5 times in the series. And then the third game, he just goes sick dog, and it's one opposite way, and the other one 435 feet right center field. That left the bat at nearly 117 miles an hour. That's unbelievable. Took a 94-mile-an-hour fastball and just said, see ya. He's incredible. He's incredible. And it exposed the Tigers again, that the Tigers, they lack enough of a core group of offensive players that keep this team relevant. And this is the job at hand for Scott Harris to continue to build that. We know they've got players coming up. At some point, we're going to see Justin Henry Malloy, who they traded for. We'll see Parker Meadows, who was not, a Scott Harris guy. He was an Al Avila guy. But Parker Meadows has paid his dues in the minor leagues. He's done a real nice job. I think he stole 3 bases last night. I think he may also hit a home run. Plays an excellent outfield. I don't think it's going to be too long before we see him. And, of course, the big piece is Colt Keith and what he has done. But Colt Keith has calmed down and cooled off significantly at the AAA level since the first 2 weeks that he was there. He's still doing okay, but it's not like what he was. Give him some time, and perhaps we won't see Colt Keith this year, but maybe we'll see Colt Keith competing for a Major League roster spot next year. Well, we'll see. Push that along. And, of course, they just had the draft, and we're all excited about the players they got in the draft. But when you draft high school guys, they're years away from getting to the show. So they need to find something now. And they've got some bargaining chips. They've got a couple of starting pitchers that other teams would like. They've got some bullpen arms. If you want to sweeten those deals, you could. I'm not really thrilled with the idea of giving up a Jason Foley, a Tyler Holton, because those guys have pitched so well this year. Maybe way above their heads. I don't know. But, I mean, the numbers are incredible. Alex Lang could be on that list of players because all these guys under team control for so long, that's what's valuable to other teams. But the 2 starting pitchers, Lorenzen's a free agent at the end of the year, and Eduardo Rodriguez has that opt-out clause in his contract that he could, if he's pitching well, he could take his chances and opt out of the clause and become a free agent at the end of the season. But teams know this, and they know that they're getting rental players potentially with both of those guys. So the price isn't going to be as high as it normally would, but as you get closer and closer to a trade deadline and you see other teams jockeying for position and making their moves, well, then you got to start thinking about the move that you have to make. And there were reports earlier that the Rangers, the Rays, the Reds, the Phillies, and the Diamondbacks were all showing interest in Rodriguez. So that's interesting. I mean, it's quite possible that Rodriguez has made his last start in a Tigers uniform, although he is scheduled to pitch this weekend at Miami. Lorenzen pitched last night. He's not scheduled to pitch again until after the trade deadline. I don't think he'll be in a Tigers uniform when he makes his next start. But the Tigers have to find some way to get more talent to the everyday lineup. And I'm not looking for 4A players. I'm looking for guys that can't miss Major League prospects. That's what I'd want. And it's easy to say that. It's not as easy to acquire that because those teams you're dealing with, they have to be willing to give those players up. And as good as Lorenzen and Rodriguez have pitched this year, they've pitched better than what they have throughout their careers, and teams might be leery to give up the farm to try to get those guys. And so maybe things just get negotiated in a different way. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. Back to the phones we go. And we've got Dion is next up here, 97-1 the ticket. Hey, Dion.
Hey, guys, how you doing today, man?
Good, man.
All right?
Thank you.
Good. Listen, real quick, though, on yesterday, what you said about Lorenzen, yeah, if you saw that game, it was that doesn't depict how he pitched yesterday. It's kind of like he had 5 bad moments, and then 5 bad moments cost him 3 runs. But anyway, Ohtani, yeah, I did see him once in a lifetime thing, as far as how I feel. But I'm gonna tell you 2 other points about what he does for the game. he is really that kind of player. He has a lot of young players now going to be looking at him, and this is the kind of player they're going to want to be. They're going to want to be hitters and pitchers.
No doubt.
Dual performance players coming up. So, in that respect, what he's doing for the game right now, you see him, on the mound, smiling and happy, enjoying himself, and just out there doing what baseball is all about, having fun. And he's doing it. I think he's going to change the game moving forward. You're going to see more like Ohtani coming up here soon.
I think you'll definitely thanks for the call, Dion. I don't know how many we're going to see like Ohtani, but I think we're going to see many more players that are coming up through the college ranks that are able to not only pitch, but they're also able to hit. Because you think back to your Little League days when you played, right? The best players in your team were typically the pitchers. If you had a really good pitcher, guess what? He could hit. But at some point, you get to a level, and if you're really good and you get to the minor leagues, they take that away from you and they just say, you're a pitcher, let's move forward. But so many of these guys in college had the opportunity to do both. In the minors, not necessarily. Brandon Inge actually was a relief pitcher in addition to an everyday player when he played in college and had a mid-90s fastball. But wasn't going to pitch in the major leagues, but he had that ability. He had that kind of arm and that kind of talent. I forget who the pitcher was that pitched, I think it was for Florida this year, and you get to the College World Series. Their top pitcher was also one of their top hitters. It's changing now. You're seeing it at the college level where guys are able to do both. There were several guys that were really good pitchers and really good hitters that'll be available in drafts to come. I think we're going to see more of it. I totally agree. People are going to experiment a little bit more. It's just, it's amazing that it's taken this long, and it's ironic that this starts to happen after the National League ditches the pitcher's hit rule for the designated hitter, which I'm all for. I don't need to see pitchers hit. I don't mind if they can play on their off days as a hitter, or if they want to. If there's such a good hitter that you go ahead and you don't even use the DH, you let them hit like the Angels do with Ohtani. But by and large, pitchers don't hit well because they haven't done it in forever. But that is going to start to change. We're going to see an influx of players like this. I totally agree with that. Some more ticket text coming in. Gator, what Ohtani did yesterday had never been done in Major League Baseball history, and Babe Ruth could never have ever dreamed of an exit velocity of 117. Probably not, but I don't think guys were throwing as hard to set things up back then, but there's no questioning Babe Ruth had ridiculous power. But, I mean, he just actually didn't do what Ohtani's doing. Yes, he pitched and yes, he hit, but he didn't become the great hitter until after he was basically done as a pitcher. Ohtani's feat would be more impressive if we found out that he ate a dozen hot dogs between games 1 and 2, at St. John and Lake Orion. Yes, without question. If he had a dozen hot dogs and was able to even walk, I'd say that's pretty impressive. I was lucky enough to be there yesterday. There was quite a calmness in the stands whenever he came to hit. All eyes were on him. It was crazy. It was very quiet, but the quietest I remember that stadium ever being was when Miggy was at bat for his 3,000th hit. Then the place erupted once he got it. And it's fun to watch Miggy get up there still and hit as well as he has. 248-539-9797. Ross is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Ross.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Great. Just traveling around. I just accidentally kind of ended up at the game yesterday. I wanted to go to Wednesday night's game, and it got rained out, and I didn't understand why it was rained out so early. So I stayed in town, and I was on a trip after hitting 3 other parks in Cooperstown. Tigers were my 4th, and I just wanted to see the ballpark and check it off my bucket list. And then found out that Ohtani was pitching off my app the next day, and it was just like, wow, this is a bonus. I get to see Ohtani, all these people walking to the stadium in Ohtani jerseys, and I had no skin in the game. I'm a Cubs fan from way back, so I had no skin. Just I wanted to go see the ballpark and see some baseball, and it turned out being one of the greatest games I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive, and you just got lucky with it.
Yeah. It was just like I said, I'm just checking off ballparks. Tiger Stadium or Comerica was my 18th on my list so far. And
so it was your first time seeing Comerica Park?
Yeah.
What'd you think of the ballpark?
Tin roof before. Had a beer at the tin roof before. And took some pictures. And I was just a tourist but a true baseball fan. And it reminded me of kind of what people probably thought when Jordan, if they could catch Jordan, it was just like, you got to go see him. You know?
He's one of those players in baseball. And thanks for the call, Russ. He's one of those players that you are lucky to see. He's such a great talent. And that's why I was asking yesterday, I mean, or even a few days ago, do people go to the ballpark just to see this player? Does baseball have players like that? And I think it takes maybe more so for a pitcher because it's every 5 days you get to see the guy instead of every day when you get to see somebody hit. But I think Shohei Ohtani is one of those guys. He's in the rarefied air where you would buy a ticket just to see him. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Got some Lion stuff we want to get to, some updates from training camp. We'll keep hammering what happened yesterday at Comerica Park. Keep an eye on what's happening on the trade deadline front as well as we continue here. Karsch Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Pads cracking in Allen Park this morning. The first day with full gear for the Lions as they continue their work at training camp. A lot of attention on the rookies for Dan Campbell. We'll be watching them very, very closely. Also, some injury updates. Hal Vaitai and Brian Branch return, but still no Marvin Jones, J-Mo, or C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and no timetable for those three yet. The Lions will also be joined by thousands of their closest friends. The fans show up this weekend. A reminder that in order to be admitted, you do have to have a ticket that were acquired through the team's website earlier this month. The MLB trade deadline inching closer and closer, now 4 days away, and as of right now, Eduardo Rodriguez is scheduled to go on that day instead of on the weekend. Reese Olson and Tarek Skubal will take the bump against the Marlins with a to-be-determined for tomorrow. And next Friday, single-game tickets for the Red Wings' upcoming season will go on sale. You can grab your seats at the LCA to see new star Alex DeBrincat and the team in person in exactly 1 week. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
It is Friday, thankfully. Been a long week. Looking forward to the weekend. I guess we're going to get some storms again today, potentially. That's not good. People still out of power. The last storm that we had the other day. Hopefully, it won't be nearly as bad with the weather today, and I hope people get their power back. That sucks. It sucks anytime you lose your power. I don't know if you'd rather lose it in the summer or the winter. I don't know. It's just whatever season you're experiencing, and that's when it sucks. And right now, it's not good. And I feel for you people out there. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. I want to thank everybody who's watching the show as we live stream the video on Twitch and also on YouTube. You can follow us on twitch.tv and search for 97.1 The Ticket, and you can watch the show. Of course, we have the Odyssey app, AUDACY, the Odyssey app. Download it today for free, and you could pick it up and take us anywhere you want to go. Anywhere in the world you want to listen to the show, you can do so. And in fact, they've got a 24-hour rewind feature. Anything that's said in the last 24 hours, you can go back and hear it as long as you have the app. So check it out. Odyssey, AUDACY, the Odyssey app. Getting back into some other stuff here. The Lions last night released the special that they've done the last couple of years, the Inside the Den. This was Inside the Den Part 3. And what it is, if you haven't seen it or heard about it, it's a behind-the-scenes look at what the Lions do during the draft. So you get to see the draft room, which has Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell sitting next to each other. Owner Sheila Hamp is there as well. The very polarizing Rod Wood is in the room as well, along with a bunch of scouts. And assistant GM John Dorsey is in there as well. They got Michael Dissner, who's very involved with this as well. Lots of people are in that room. There's probably 10 people in the room total, maybe even more. They blur out any of the draft boards so you can't see them. But what you do get to see is the reactions. You get to hear the conversations that take place. And it's really, really interesting television. And they released it last night. I was on Twitter and I'm scrolling around and saw that it was coming up. Like, oh yeah, I remember it was supposed to be released today. And because YouTube app is available on smart TVs, you got a big smart TV, go ahead and put it in there. That's what I did. I got to sit there and watch it. And it was about an hour long. And it was great. To see the discussions on the players that they were looking at, and it became clear that, because they said it several times, that there were 14 players that Brad Holmes deemed to be like first-round talented players. 14 of them. And it was clear early on that they really coveted Jahmyr Gibbs. And it starts with them contemplating, do they take him at 6 or not? Now, I agree with Stoney. I think said this morning that his feeling was that if Witherspoon was available to them at 6, that Witherspoon would have been the pick, the defensive back from Illinois that went to, where'd he go? Seattle, I think. That if that had been the pick, if he was there, that's who the Lions would have taken. And I kind of agree with him. So they really like Gibbs. And they contemplated taking him at 6, but they thought, let's roll the dice. Let's get some value for the pick. And sure enough, Arizona calls. And you get to hear a very little bit of the conversation that Arizona wants to move up. And the Lions end up deciding, okay, it's worth it. They're going to trade the pick, and they'll get another second-round pick and go ahead and make a deal. And they make the deal. And they move from 6 to 12. And then they're concerned that Jahmyr Gibbs won't be there. They're hoping, and then it looks like they're going to be back-to-back offensive linemen taken. And sure enough, Skoronski goes to the pick right before them, and Jahmyr Gibbs is there at 12, and they don't hesitate, and they take him. And they show the reaction from everybody. Everyone in the room is high-fiving each other. They're having a great time. They're hugging each other. Then they show Brad Holmes picks up the phone and calls Jahmyr Gibbs, talks to him, and you can hear the one side of the conversation. Sometimes they show the other side of the conversation in text, but you don't see the player. Sometimes you see the player because they might have a camera on him. And that stuff's all kind of cool. And then Brad Holmes passes the phone over to Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell says what he says, and he hands the phone over to the owner, Sheila Hamp, and she talks, and then she ends up ending the call. Okay, bye-bye, and on to the next one. And after they made that, that selection, they're like, wow, we got, top guy on our board. That's great. I imagine it was top guy on the board who was available at that time. But then the pick comes at 18, and they're like, what should we do at 18? We got to think about this. We're on the clock. Are we going to do? We need to trade back. We like Jack Campbell a lot. We want to take Jack. I feel good with Jack Campbell. You feel good with Jack? I feel good about Jack. Let's make it. Let's do it. All right, well, Jack Campbell it is. And they select Jack Campbell, and again, the whole Ruby erupts. Everybody goes nuts, and it's great. Now, I understand that this is edited and that they're going to make it look as special as possible for these players. But when all was said and done, after they made their first 4 selections in the draft, and they make it seem like there were only 14 players that they deemed worthy of a first-round pick, and they got 4 of them, I think there was a genuineness in the special when it showed the reaction to getting guys like Laporta and Brian Branch in particular. That those two, like when they saw that Brian Branch was still available and they couldn't believe it, and they contemplated taking Brian Branch before they took Laporta. But they decided the tight end meant more at that time. But then Branch was available, and they made the move to trade up to get him, to ensure that they got 4 of the top 14 players in their mind. It was pretty incredible. Now, of course, they're going to love every single pick they make, and what you don't see is them maybe discussing other players that they would select at that time. You never saw any of that. What you saw was them discussing the player that they would eventually take, which makes sense. And there's video behind it, and the whole thing was pretty cool. But I'm curious if people had a chance to watch that last night. 248-539-9797. Did you get a chance to watch this last night? Do you plan on watching it over the weekend? It's like an hour long, but it's fascinating TV in my mind because of the discussions that do take place. And then they show some of the interviews that they had at the draft combine, which was really cool to see how they talk to the players and how the players respond to that. Then there's some other really cool things when the players get introduced to the staff when they come into the building, which we'll get into that coming up in just a little bit, because that was something that was really, really cool. But did you watch that last night? Do you plan on watching it? The hype train about the Lions draft class. We heard Dan Campbell there to start the segment about how he's setting the bar very low for the rookies in training camp because he expects them to get smacked around. Well, if you set the bar low expecting the rookies to get smacked around, guess what's going to happen? When the rookies respond and play well, you're going to talk about them, and it's going to build up the hype machine a little bit more, which will be interesting how these guys acclimate themselves to the National Football League. But the first day in pads, I'm curious to see what people have to say about them. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text if you'd like to participate right here on the Karsch and Anderson Show on 97.1 The Ticket. Well, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley is my favorite place to go. It's the best place for great food and great times. They have awesome drink specials all throughout the place. Also the best wings in town. And this Saturday, that's tomorrow, UFC 291 taking place. Check it out at 24. They're going to get jam-packed for this event, but there's no cover charge there to see Poirier and Gaethje going at each other. Blachowicz and Pereira also going to fight. Come to 24 Seconds right now. You get a chance to win a trip to Circa Las Vegas. That's pretty great. And also, you want to watch the Tiger games? They got $4 bottles of Miller Lite and Coors Light for all those Tigers games. And there's great specials all day, every day. They're open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. They've got the rooftop deck right there in the heart of downtown Berkeley, which is pretty great to just sit up there and relax and be outside when it gets nighttime. And it's nice and warm. And it's just great. What a great setting out there at 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. Check it out for yourself at 24 Seconds Bar on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. They got great contests going on right now. And if you need any party or event catered, let 24 Seconds do all the work for you. Their service is great. The food's even better. Check out all the specials and happenings at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. Again, it's my favorite place to go to, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley. It's Dan Campbell talking about the speed of the game, how it changes for these rookies. This is the first day in pads. Going to be fun. This is when football starts to get real, when they put the pads on, right? We're, a week or so away from the preseason starting. We got the regular season starting in September. And last night they released the Inside the Den feature on YouTube. I thought it was great. Enjoyed watching it. I know that it's going to be slanted, obviously, in favor of this draft class, make it look like they got everybody that they couldn't believe that these guys were all on the board. And I get all that, but it's still fun to watch. And I was curious, if you watched it last night, I'm hoping you got a chance to watch it. And if not, that you'll watch it this weekend, because it is worth your time. There was one part in particular that I really, really liked, but I'll get to that coming up in a little bit. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket. Let's go to the phones. And Sean is next up here in Brighton. Sean, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Sean.
Hey, I came out with basketball and football, that's it.
Oh, boy.
So, there was Lions and then MVP in the last 20 years.
Hey, Sean.
Adrian Peterson. Hey, how we doing, man?
Good. How are you?
Good. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah. You talking sports with somebody else?
No, yeah. We were just talking about some old Lions running backs, but we want to talk about Jahmyr Gibbs right now.
Yeah.
I mean, is it fair to say we wasted the 12th overall pick on it?
Did we wasted the what?
The 12th overall pick on a guy we can get in the second round?
If you watched the thing last night, Brad Holmes said that he got text after they made the pick from teams that were saying he wouldn't have lasted past blank because we would have taken him.
I saw the same things. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
But at 6, you see the guys we could have gotten. You think it was the move to trade down? Because I don't.
Well, we can go back and rehash it. I mean, I was a Jalen Carter guy back then, but when you look at it where it stands now, I mean, they made the move to say we're going to move on from the 2 running backs that were here last year. They bring in David Montgomery, and you need a complement to that, and they bring in a weapon like Gibbs. I see what they've done. I mean, there are a million ways you could have drafted, but the draft is over and done with, and now I can't wait to see Jahmyr Gibbs play.
You there still? You cut out.
Yeah. Thanks. I didn't cut out. Your phone cut out. I'm excited to see Jahmyr Gibbs play at this point, right? It may not have been who I would have selected. I would have made the pick for Carter at 6. But they didn't. They chose to trade back. They didn't want Carter for a bunch of reasons. And they'll tell you they had their eyes set only on Jahmyr Gibbs. I think it became clear for them when Witherspoon was taken to pick in front of them that they could go another direction. And Gibbs was the direction they wanted to go and was 6 too high to take him. Yeah, because they can get more value if they traded back and still got him, which they could do, and that's what they did. I can't wait to see him play. I just saw a video. There was a highlight of Bijan Robinson at practice and him making a cut making on a pass route, making a cut, making the defender look foolish, getting past him, and hauling in with one hand this ridiculously overthrown pass. He makes a ridiculous catch, and it looks fantastic. And that's a rookie. I'm expecting that from Jahmyr Gibbs. And if you watch the special Inside the Den on YouTube, Part 3, I think you'll come away very impressed with Jahmyr Gibbs. That was one of the major focuses of this special, was why they selected him. They keep calling him a weapon. You see all the highlights that you like. They show him talking with the coaching staff at the combine in a closed room. And, I mean, from the moment they're asking him, hey, how do you hold the football to prevent it from being fumbled? And he shows and demonstrates and describes it right away. And then he does this. And then I put my hand over here. And then the coach is going nuts. He's like, oh, I love that. I love that. You're the first person to show us that. And, I mean, there's a lot to like. And you get the glowing report from Nick Saban. Says you won't find a better person. And he's everything. He does seem to be everything the Lions are trying to get. And I know after a while, maybe it looks hokey, or maybe initially it looks hokey when they talk about the guys that they want, the type of player that the Lions want, that fits their culture that they're trying to build here. Guys that just love football, getting football players, getting players that have good character. Well, after this being the third draft, this is exactly what they've done. This is who they've gone after. This is why they're starting to turn things around. This is why there's so much hype about this upcoming season. Because they talked it, they've built it up, and now they got to back it up. 8-2 in the second half of the season last year, that was pretty impressive. We all expect this team to win the NFC North. Easier said than done, go out and do it, sure. This is where you got to back it up. But they haven't changed at all how they've drafted. Whether it was Penei Sewell the first year, Hutchinson the second year, and then Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell in year 3 with the first-round picks they've made. And, of course, they had the Jameson Williams pick from a year ago, too. They got guys that just absolutely fit what they want to do. It's interesting because you go back and look at it. I'm not sure that Jameson Williams fits what they wanted, but they've gotten enough players of what they did want that it counterbalances that. Not that Jameson Williams is a bad guy at all. It's just that he does not necessarily seem like he fits exactly what these other guys do. I mean, you watch Jack Campbell come into the Allen Park headquarters in the special last night, and it's like he's absolutely what they are talking about. You can see it embodied in the player. And it was a really cool moment in Inside the Den where they show the both Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell are being flown in to the facility in Allen, flown into to the airport, and then they're going to, at the airport, they get into a car and drive to Allen Park, and they're in the back seat of a looked like a the E-Mustang SUV. And they're sitting in the back seat. So they got Jahmyr Gibbs, who's in one car, and he's there with Barry Sanders. You had Barry Sanders and Calvin Johnson greet these guys at the airport wearing their gold jackets from being Hall of Famers. That's pretty sweet. All right, that alone is awesome. You know, two of the greatest to ever play the game, two players that every college player knows, and here they are. And now Barry's in the car with Jahmyr Gibbs as they're driving, and they're just talking stuff, and it's great. It's really cool. And then Jack Campbell is in a car with Chris Spielman. And it's just great. And it's really kind of the only time you see Chris Spielman in this whole thing. You don't see Spielman in the draft room. But you saw Spielman in the car from the airport to Allen Park, you know, talking it up with hopefully the next great linebacker in Lions history. It was a well-done special. If you haven't watched it, I'd say give it a watch. It's on YouTube. Inside the Den. It was part 3, but it certainly adds and builds up the hype about this upcoming season with the Detroit Lions. 248-539-9797. More of your calls next. Got some Tiger stuff we want to get to regarding the trade deadline, what they're looking for. Also, Jim Harbaugh spoke briefly yesterday at the Big Ten Media Day. No, we didn't talk about the NCAA looming suspension, which you wouldn't have expected him to. A big no comment, but he said plenty else that I think is interesting, what he said and how he said it, and how it doesn't really differ from what Michigan's done in the past, but doesn't mean more this year than what it has previously. We'll discuss that coming up at 11:45. This is 97.1 The Ticket. Lions head coach Dan Campbell. Rookies going through it today, practicing with the pads. It's going to be a lot of fun to see what comes out of the practice. Hopefully everybody's healthy. I mean, good God, yesterday. And Jalen Ramsey getting carted off the field. He's got a torn meniscus. He's going to have surgery and likely out until maybe December. Joe Burrow went down with a calf injury. They're calling it a calf injury. They're not really putting a timetable on it yet. They don't think it's serious, which would be great news for Cincinnati fans. But, Joe Burrow he's hardly played in the preseason since he's been in the pros. He just missed time every year. And he even said he was looking forward to getting some reps this year in the preseason. Nope, that's not going to happen. Not likely. And, do you really need to when you got Joe Burrow? It's a well-oiled machine. He knows the offense. Sure, you'd like to get some reps in there, but you just want to get through this thing unscathed. Look, we went through the scare on Monday with C.J. Gardner-Johnson going down, being carted off the field. And fortunately, it looks like it's a very minor injury, and that he'll be making his way back to practice real soon. Hal Vaitai took a shot on the back in practice the other day and missed a day of practice. He was back there today. They're getting guys back. Marvin Jones still not back, but he's running really well with the routes. It looks like he could come back real soon. Jamison Williams is he's coming back as well from a slight leg issue. So it's good. Just get these guys healthy, get them to stay healthy, and let's get to the season, right? You feel like at some point you're going to want to put people in bubble wrap. From Ticket Text, the special Inside the Den Part 3. It's 90 minutes. I watched it live, and it was absolutely fantastic. The insights were incredible, and it was Gibbs the whole way, which I found fascinating. Ryan in Arizona. They certainly made it seem like it was Gibbs the whole way. I still don't quite buy it. I think Devin Witherspoon was the guy they really wanted. But he went before the Lions pick. So it became academic that Gibbs was the next guy. I think it was clear Gibbs was the next guy on their list. And they thought that they could trade back and still get him, which they did. So they traded back from 6 to 12, picked up more draft capital, and took Jahmyr Gibbs. I've been looking forward to Inside the Den since the draft ended. The real MVP is Disner, who does all the trade value charting in the heat of the moment. Holmes giving Dan a huge elbow was funny as well. That's from Eric. Yeah. One of the picks, I forget which pick it was, they selected it. It may have been the Gibbs pick. And Dan Campbell's behind Brad Holmes, and Brad Holmes just turns around and swings, and his elbow happens to catch Dan Campbell. Looks like he catches him in the gut. I don't think he got him below. I don't think he caught the boys, but I think he got him in the gut. And Campbell just kind of goes towards the back of the room. He needs to take a moment. He's got a big smile on his face. It was cool. Oh, yes, I watched it. Loved it. Remember you guys being pissed about the Gibbs pick. Stoney spiking his hat out of disgust. It's laughable now. Brad knows what he's doing. Yeah, I remember being surprised that was the pick. I did not expect him to go with a running back at 12. It was sheer surprise. Again, it's not what I would have done. I don't hate the pick. As time has gone on, you see, kind of the full look at what's happened here. I mean, they're reinventing their running back room. You go from Williams and Swift, and you let them both go, and now you bring in Montgomery, and then okay, let's bring in another running back, and Jahmyr Gibbs, who they keep calling a weapon, more than just a running back. I think we're going to see an awful lot of Jahmyr Gibbs lined up as a receiver, or if he's in the backfield, that he's going to take off and go into a pass route. I think we'll see a lot of that, to be sure. But I'm looking forward to it. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Brandon is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Brandon.
What's up, Gator? How's it going?
Good.
So you're talking about the Gold Jackets and the Hall of Famers. I know both Kelvin Johnson and Barry Sanders. I'm sorry. Barry Sanders had questionable pass. Like Barry Sanders retired through fax machine. Kelvin Johnson retired after he was like the number one guy. So the fact that Barry Sanders and Calvin Johnson stick around to sponsor us, and so they go to the rookies and they actually teach the rookies. Because Calvin Johnson, I mean, he had that thing where they try to get the money back from him. They're like, okay.
They both did. Barry had to give back money too.
And so Calvin Johnson, not only were they trying to get money back from him, but then he comes back and he shows up at Calvin Johnson night or Barry Sanders night, and they come back and they're actually trying to lead our rookies into the future because we don't have very many Hall of Famers in our.
They have their fair share of Hall of Famers. They just don't have a bunch of recent ones. But these are two of the greatest to ever play the game at their respective positions. I mean, if you come up with the top 3 running backs, Barry Sanders is going to be in the top 3 running backs. If you talk about top 5 wide receivers, I think Calvin Johnson might be in that discussion, although his career was cut short by injuries and he walked away from the game, but he walked away when he was still on top of it. But yes, it is ironic, but both of those players, when they retired, they had to give bonus money back because they retired before the contracts were up. And both of those players were kind of it was a shaky relationship with the Lions for a long time. Barry came back into the fold a while back, and he's been a great ambassador, got a big smile on his face all the time now. Hell of a lot more talkative now than when he was a player, I'll tell you that. And Calvin, this is a relationship with the Lions that has been warming up over the last couple of years and has gotten actually quite amicable over the last year. I think, change in ownership, a change with the general manager and the coaching staff and seeing this team and how they really love Calvin and want him to be part of this Lions family. They've reached out. And maybe that's where if you dare, do you give credit to Rod Wood? Because Rod Wood's a big part of that. And to me, that was like the only uncomfortable part of watching this 90-minute special on the Lions Inside the Den, was to see that Rod Wood is at that table with Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell on draft night. He's right there at that same table, and he's talking to the guys. Now, he's not giving insight, I think this is the linebacker we should take or anything like that. But I think anytime Lions fans will see Rod Wood in vicinity of the GM and the head coach, they get nervous. Which is kind of funny to me, because every time I think he's got absolutely no influence whatsoever, and I truly believe he has absolutely no influence whatsoever on personnel matters, there he is in a room where they're discussing personnel matters, just not with him. He just happens to be in the room. And I think about it, if you put yourself in that same situation, like if you were in charge of the business side of the organization, you're in charge of marketing and making sure the suites are sold out and making sure that, you can truly gauge the demographics of your audience and make sure that you can sell certain things to them with advertising throughout the stadium, and you want to talk about all the business side stuff, right? And selling suites and everything. If you had that big job, wouldn't you want to be in the draft room too, just to see it? I mean, you can't help but watch this and think to yourself, oh my God, this would be the greatest thing ever. I would love to be in the draft room. Put a piece of duct tape on my mouth. I'm not going to say anything. I just want to be there and see it, right? I mean, you talk about when you have fundraising events, it's one thing to be able to sell an autographed helmet that has Barry Sanders' signature on it or a Calvin Johnson jersey. Maybe it's game-worn cleats for Matthew Stafford, whatever it is. You got the memorabilia. There's that side of these things when you go to fundraisers, and it's awesome. But the stuff that brings in the big money is the experience. Can you imagine how much it would cost, or how much they could raise, was a better way to say it, how much they could raise if they were to auction off an experience where you get to be in the draft room for day one of the NFL draft, that you're there for, the 5-hour duration or the 4-hour duration, whatever it is. You're there in the room with the Lions personnel while they're doing that. How much they could raise if they wanted to. I mean, they won't do it. They don't want to bring people off the street to sit there and see their draft boards and all that and listen to the discussions. But if they did, that would be something that would fetch quite a price in return. No doubt at all. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We'll take more of your texts and calls as we continue. talking about the Lions. I got some Tiger stuff coming up as well, and some Jim Harbaugh sound that I find interesting, and yet it's just the same old, but is it different somehow this year? This is 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, if you're looking for the top gun of whiskeys, look no further than Flying Ace Spirits. It's whiskey made for the adventurous, the cunning, and the bold. I've been drinking this whiskey for about 6 months now. I am telling you, it is delicious. Flying Ace Spirits is a small batch American-made bourbon. It's blended in Holland, Michigan. It's part of that Coppercraft family. You know it's quality. You know it's good. It's artfully crafted for the brave of heart. It's got a blend of aged whiskeys with notes of caramel, toasted rye, vanilla, and ripe stone fruit. And it's versatile. Drink it any way you want. Do shots, have it straight, pour over the rocks, little water, change that flavor profile. You want to mix it with ginger ale or cola, go ahead. Nobody should look at you side-eye because it's only $30 a bottle. Man, it's not going to bust your budget. It's quite affordable, and it's quite tasty. It's the perfect everyday drinker that's as smooth as it is unpretentious. There's no gimmicks at all. It's just great, approachable American whiskey. Follow at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram and stay up to date on their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly. All right, so the Big Ten Media Days are done, or not done. I guess they still have some stuff's going on, but it's done for both Mel Tucker and for Jim Harbaugh. They spoke in the previous 2 days. Jim Harbaugh spoke yesterday, and as you would imagine, plenty of questions came up about the looming suspension from the NCAA because he's being accused of lying to the NCAA. And all he would say is basically no comment. I can't talk about it. Love to talk about it. I'm not ashamed of anything, but I can't talk about this right now. It's still ongoing. I can't talk about it. Some people think that they're negotiating the suspension to be less than the 4 games. Some people think it's 4 games, and if he doesn't cop to it, that it might be more than 4 games. We'll see how it plays out, but either way, it's a suspension nonetheless that is absolutely looming. But they weren't going to get any answers on that front, the media. And you can understand why, because it's ongoing. I don't have any problem with that. So you start talking football, and Michigan is one of the preseason favorites to have a shot at the national championship. This is the preseason favorite to win the Big Ten. People don't think Ohio State's going to challenge them for it. Jim Costas says his sleeper team is Penn State because they bring so much back. I think it's interesting. But Michigan brings back a ton of talent. They have 2 guys in the offensive line that are first-team All-American types. They bring back an incredible tandem of running backs. They bring back an experienced quarterback. They have some key players on defense, pass rusher here, a linebacker, Junior Colston, and Will Johnson in the secondary. There's a lot of really good talent on Michigan's team, even though they've lost a lot of talent off their playoff teams in each of the last 2 years. Michigan has built themselves up. Right now, they're in the run where they're reloading, and if you're a Michigan fan, it's pretty cool to see. But something that Michigan has always done, is talk about their own product, and they pump up themselves. And I'm not saying this to be derogatory because I don't think it's derogatory. I think it's worked for Michigan. I think if anything, they've always been able to put their brand above all else, because the University of Michigan football program is absolutely a brand. It's a blue blood program. It's a brand in college football. It's a brand in all of sports. And they didn't get there by accident. And I think what happens is with Michigan is that they get the conversation started when it comes to any kind of hype about the team. I mean, it's a hype machine they've got at Michigan. There are things that Jim Harbaugh said yesterday that just continue to feed in to that hype machine. But they're backing it up now, and that's the difference. But he had this to say when it came to his quarterback, JJ McCarthy, and how effusive he was in the praise. So this is nothing new. I mean, we've heard Michigan players get hyped up before, but before it didn't come up with the same results. When Tate Forsay was being hyped up, and then you get the September Heisman talk and all that stuff, it didn't pan out. This is a team where it could all pan out, but this is very effusive in his praise of JJ McCarthy. He had a nice season last year. Maybe not as good as Michigan fans had hoped, but he was good. And it's a great starting point to see what he can do this year with even more experience, coming in healthy and really understanding the offense. And I think it's helped out tremendously by that offensive line and the running game that they have. And, oh, by the way, he's talented. He's really good too. But you can't help but look at this as the hype machine that they're building up. Do you get nervous at all as a Michigan fan when it's the coaching staff that keeps pumping up the players? Not talking in generalities about, our offense should be good or our defense should be good, but talking in specifics. Saying that your quarterback is a once-in-a-generational type of quarterback. When you say things like Dono and Blake and Dono, doesn't get better than that when talking about your running backs. When you make comparisons with your quarterback, when you make comparisons to your current quarterback to the best quarterback in the world right now. So do you get nervous or uncomfortable at all with the hype that comes from within their own football building? Other players and teams have been super hyped before, but with questionable results. But this is why, in my opinion, Michigan is always talked about. They're always talked about because they start the conversation. And it's a formula that works in building their brand. And I can't fault them for it. And I wonder if maybe this is a formula perhaps Michigan State should follow every once in a while to build yourself up and start talking about your own players the way that team down the road does. Michigan does it maybe better than anybody else does. And when their head coach is up front and saying it, I just wonder if you ever get uncomfortable when you hear that kind of praise being talked about. But this is a season, another one. Look, it's back-to-back years. This is a playoff team. And now this could be a third playoff-bound team and one that might be the most talented team and has a chance for a national championship. I don't think it's the most talented team they've had. I think the one they had a couple years ago with Aiden Hutchinson was. But this one has talent in different areas that might be able to make up for that. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number if you'd like to talk about University of Michigan and the prospects of the upcoming season. Let's get to the phones right now. Sam is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Sam.
Hey, Gator, how are you?
I'm well.
Good. Yeah, I hear what you're saying on the hype machine. I don't know if you've been following Harbaugh since he's been at Michigan or even before that at San Francisco. He's not doing it for the hype machine. This is Jim Harbaugh. He's hyping his players up to instill confidence, and he's always done that. He'll go through he'll list off and rattle off every player on the team, and that's just what he's always done. I don't think Jim's doing it for a media hype.
I don't think Jim's just doing it for Jim because that's Jim. I think that's Michigan. I think Michigan has always done this, and I don't say it as a bad thing. I say this as something that's actually it works. Because it helps to build that brand and keep Michigan in the conversation. They start the conversation, and then they get everybody talking about it, and it works for them.
Yeah, it may be the byproduct of that, but that's not why Jim's doing it. Like yesterday's comments, I watched this whole thing. He's talking his players up, and he wants them humming. That's what he always does.
Yeah, and
he will not say a bad word about any of his players.
He definitely won't do that. And I don't suspect any coach ever would get in front of a podium and talk badly about their players when it comes to a media day before the season begins. No, that's not going to happen. But I just wondered if Michigan fans, do you feel uncomfortable with this kind of talk when he's this effusive in his praise? I mean, making comparisons, JJ McCarthy comparing him to Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen with the way that he sticks up for his team and always puts the team first. It's a really good football team they have. It's a really good football team they have. Do you worry that that hype gets built up so much it could inflate the egos of the players, and that they, maybe let it go to their heads? Or do you think this is just fine? This is how it works. And I think there's a difference between the way that Michigan is being hyped and the way that the Lions are being hyped. We'll talk about that next year. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. You want to get in that way as well. Here on 97.1, The Ticket. And good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the Carson Anderson program. Gator with you today. Doug and Kang will be back next week. Got Greg behind the glass. Kenny's working the phones. Evan's around as well. Look forward to your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. Yes, another day, another massive lottery jackpot is out there. We're up to, $910 million in the Mega Millions for tonight's drawing? Unbelievable. I mean, last week we had the jackpot drawing. It was over $1 billion. This one just under $1 billion. If nobody wins it tonight, this one will be over $1 billion as well. It's crazy to think that. Everybody's going to dare to dream tonight for the weekend. Because that's the fun part about the lottery, man. You get to dare to dream. Dare to dream. But we're talking about a number of different things. Yeah, the Tigers game yesterday, the doubleheader against the Angels, and Shohei Ohtani was incredible. Pitched the first game of the doubleheader, throws a one-hit shutout, complete game. And the next game, he goes out and hits 2 home runs, the second of which traveled 435 feet to right center field. Left his bat, I believe the exit velocity was 116.9. That's incredible. I don't think I've ever seen an exit velocity like that. I'm sure there has been, but I haven't seen it. And if you were there live, you really got a treat. You got to see the best player in baseball playing the way that he plays, and what he did was absolutely incredible. We've talked a little bit about the Lions with the Inside the Den feature, part 3, that chronicles the 2023 draft and shows all the Lions brass in the draft room for all 3 days of the draft. Kind of what unfolds, some behind the scenes interviews they did with the players at the combine. It's a great way to hype up the season. And started on Monday, and Dan Campbell was addressing, I think it was after Sunday's practice, about the hype train that's going on with this team, because the media, some local, but it's mostly been the national media that come out and really hype this team up. I think we as Lions fans are confident that this is a team that should win the division. But, of course, it's up to the players to do that, and the players are going to do their best not to buy into the hype or not to listen to the hype, but they can buy into what they think of themselves as a team. But we're all feeling pretty good about this Lions team. But what the Lions did by releasing this video last night, that is absolutely the hype train coming. And now it's the Lions doing it, and I love it, because it gets you geared up for this upcoming season. This is the day that they put on the pads in practice for the first time. They're going to hit each other in pads. The rookies are going to get the first taste of what it's like, and it's exciting. And if you watch the special last night and you get to see all the steps taken to where they get to when they select Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell and Sam Laporta and Brian Branch, and then negotiating this the time we can move up and get Hendon Hooker, do that, and then all the maneuvering it took to get the nose tackle, Broderick Nelson, who they really like, get him, and then what they thought was a no-brainer decision at the end to get the receiver Green from North Carolina. It's a lot of fun to watch that stuff. The interviews that took place at the combine with those players, I think, sheds a different light on what they're looking for, and also further hammers home exactly the type of player that the Lions are looking for. I thought it was fascinating TV. If you haven't watched it, give it a look on YouTube this weekend and check it out. It's 90 minutes long, but you're captivated the whole time. Some really cool stuff in there. Also, Jim Harbaugh spoke yesterday at the Big Ten Media Days. Didn't say anything about the upcoming looming suspension from the NCAA because you can't talk right now. It's still, undergoing a negotiation to see how long the suspension will be. So he didn't talk about that. But what he did do was hype up his own team, and in particular his quarterback. He called him a once-in-a-generational type of quarterback at Michigan. He's at the top of his game right now, really in all aspects. And then he went on, and you heard in the update the cut that Chris Villar had talking about the comparisons to Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen and some other quarterbacks with the way that he approaches the game. And it's just really effusive in his praise of his players. And it's nothing new. It's something he's done since he's been there, and it's something Michigan has done. And I think this is something Michigan does better than most, if not everybody else. And it's not tooting your horn. That's going to sound derogatory. I don't mean it to be like that. I mean this, honestly, this is a compliment because I think this sets the table for why Michigan is what Michigan is. They build their brand. They promote themselves on the spotlight as they should, and they have. Now, it hasn't always worked, but it typically does work in terms of building up that brand and being able to get those top recruits. And, hey, this is Michigan. Even though they may not have had good teams in the past, they've got a great team now. They've had a great team for the last 3 years, in fact. The last 2 teams have made the playoff. So you want to go out there and talk up your running back tandem? You should. Blake Corum was incredible last year. Donovan Edwards is really freaking good. In fact, I like Donovan Edwards better than I like Blake Corum. You've got a quarterback that now has a full year of starting experience under his belt. And he's ready to go. But it's a hype machine of a different kind. The Lions hype machine built from outside sources. The Michigan hype machine is built from within. Which hype machine do you prefer? Do you prefer coming in kind of quiet? You're not going to pat yourself on the back. You're not going to promote yourself. Let others do it and just go out there and play, which is the Lions model. Or do you prefer to say, you know what? Yeah, we've got a great team. We're not going to hide from that. We're going to shout from the rooftops how good we are. In fact, we're going to single out each individual player on this team and tell you why we're better than you are, which is the Michigan model. One team's gotten to the college football playoff the last couple of years. I mean, it's a great job what they've done there. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Some ticket text coming in. No, it doesn't make me nervous because this is how Harbaugh always speaks about his players. That's from Jamie in Ypsilanti. You should know by now that the Michigan fan base will drink the Kool-Aid and act like it's true even when it's not. Just remember, these are the same people who said Patterson was a Heisman candidate. Yeah, I've said this. They've done this every year. This is what Michigan does. But this is actually a year that they can win the national championship. It's a really good football team. Now, I wouldn't bet on them to do it. I think Georgia is probably the best still. But Michigan's right there, man. And who knows who gets tripped up in the playoffs. Everything Harbaugh does makes me uncomfortable, to be honest, except his recent success on the field. That's Nick and Wyandotte. Well, I think there's reasons to be concerned and uncomfortable with Jim Harbaugh. JJ is mid at best. He has trouble pushing the ball downfield and stares down his receivers. He's not near as dynamic of a runner as he was originally touted to be. Cade was arguably better. Well, this will be interesting with Cade McNamara at the helm at Iowa. And Eric All is there as well. Lots of changes in the Big Ten this year. This Big Ten season is going to be kind of wild. All the coaching changes. You look at the coaches that went up and spoke at the podium, and it's just a who's who in college football over the years, you know? And Luke Fickell and Matt Rule and Jim Harbaugh and Mel Tucker and Ryan Day and, you know, even you get Loxley and PJ Fleck and all these guys, and then there's controversy as well with the Northwestern situation. It's just really an interesting time to be a Big Ten fan. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Are you at all uncomfortable with the hype machine that Michigan is building up right now? Or are you totally comfortable with it? And compare that to the Lions. Which model would you rather have? One where you come in hot, or one where you're just like, hey, man, we're just going to do what we do. You guys can say whatever you want. We're just going to go out about our business. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text. This is 97.1, The Ticket. A lot of texts coming in. Tate Forcier for the Heisman. Wilton Spade is playing at a Heisman level. Patterson is a Heisman candidate. We've heard it all before, and it's never true. Harbaugh's a clown, and it works for the fan base. Well, that's obviously not a Michigan fan. I think this year they've got a lot of substance with the hype. And I know it's always going to be hype around the program, and I just wonder if this is this the right way to approach things or not. But this year they can back it up, perhaps. I have no issues with Harbaugh's comments regarding JJ. It's his guy. He sees him in action every day. He's just describing the traits that he sees in JJ. Well, but he says this about everybody. And this is where I wonder, do you worry about it just, does it fall on deaf ears or not? Apparently it doesn't. They start the hype conversation, it gets picked up, and it gets into this, builds to a big crescendo. But for the last couple of seasons, it didn't matter what kind of hype there was about the team. They backed it up. They went out and beat Ohio State at Michigan, went to the college football playoff. Then they went out to Ohio State and beat them and went to the college football playoff, but they fell short of their goals. This year, they're favored to win the Big Ten. This year, there's uncertainty about what's going on at Ohio State. Don't know how they're going to look with the new quarterback. And that gives the edge to Michigan. Will they rise to the occasion again? We'll see. I think it's an awfully talented team. Gator, do you think the Michigan brand as a blue blood is based on them always talking up their players, or the fact that they have the most college football wins all time and the most Big Ten championships all time? I think it's a combination of some things. I don't care about the most wins all time, because you go back in the early days and some of those wins, who cares that you beat Albion College, right? I think about what is going on over the last 50 years, and Michigan, since Bo Schembechler took over, they had some really good football teams. Lloyd Carr got in that first and only national championship. It's odd that I would even talk about them being a blue blood program when they only have the one national championship during this time. But I do believe that they're there. They're there because they've built this brand up, and now they're backing it up. They're not going 10-2 and having a chance to win a nice bowl game. They're going 13-0, getting into the playoff. It's impressive. And this year is another crack at it, another chance to get to the national championship. Will they do it this year? No way Michigan State should do this. Keep your mouth shut and just go out and do it. Let your play do the talking. The U of M hype is an overdrive, and when you become part of your own hype, it ripens you up for a letdown. Guys can get comfortable and think that just showing up is good enough to win. And then lastly, there's this. I don't have an issue with it at all as long as it's backed up with success. Players getting spotlighted helps build confidence and is a selling point for recruits looking to build their brand. John in Maryland. John, I would agree with that. I think what this does is it certainly gets players in the spotlight. And when you look at the era of NIL, you're looking for ways that these players can go out and make more money off their name, image, and likeness. And this is another way to do it. And that might be the reason that you start to talk about your own players a little bit more if you're other teams, because you're trying to attract those players to your program. And by doing so, you're trying to promote that you can get the NIL money for those players. Let's go to the phones. 248-539-9797. And we've got Brent is in Shelby Township. Brent, welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Brent.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Hey, man, I just wanted to comment, first thing, all those people that are texting in saying Harbaugh's a clown and JJ's mid, they're probably Michigan State fans realizing they're going to win 3-4 games at best this year, or Ohio State fans that are upset that JJ was a big factor in them losing to us again this year. So that's probably most likely what it is. But I think the hype train is, I'm fully on board. I don't think that Harbaugh should be going on a limb and saying JJ's a Heisman candidate or Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, reference kind of thing like that. I think that's a little bit too much. But I'm fully in on Michigan, buying in and being on this hype train for themselves. I think that their backfield is going to be the best in the country. I think their offensive line is possibly going to win the best offensive line in the country award again this year. And it's national championship or bust. So, I mean, people that are down it are just saying, just show it and stop the talking. Why not talk? You got the talent.
Yeah, but you just said, Brent, that he went too far.
With JJ McCarthy, I think, on that, but hyping up his team in general, I think absolutely you should.
Oh, he should hype the team up. I don't have any issue with hyping a team up, and I don't have any issue with what he's done, frankly. It's just a matter of taste. Do you prefer that he hypes up the individual players or not? And he was clearly hyping up his quarterback, and to the point where even you thought it was excessive.
I think a little bit. Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes kind of references he was
that's
making.
Too much. I agree with you. It's too much. I wouldn't have done that. But yeah, hype the team up. From a team concept, I would have no issue at all with a coach hyping up his own team. Hey, we're coming off back-to-back playoff appearances. We're coming off back-to-back Big Ten championships. We're looking forward to getting back there. That's the goal. The goals don't change. Goals for Michigan: win your rivalry games, win the Big Ten, get to the college football playoff, and if you're hopefully winning a national championship. Got to win a college football playoff game. You want to do that and get to the national championship. Absolutely. And they're talented enough this year where they can do it. Why? Offensive line is really good. Quarterback is experienced. I don't know how good JJ McCarthy is. I think he's good. I just don't know how good he is. I think the running backs are outstanding. I don't think Michigan's receivers are anywhere near that upper echelon, and maybe that could be what holds JJ McCarthy back. If he had the receivers to work with that Ohio State has produced over the years, would he look a lot better? He probably would. But this is a great test. This is why I can't wait for college football this year to see how good teams are and how good players are. And again, I think he's good. I just don't know how good he is. I think the team is great. But we'll see. 248-539-9797. Doug is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Doug.
Hi, how you doing, Gator?
All right, Doug.
I on your first question, I think the Lions' approach is better, but in part because of where they're coming from. They're building up, so it makes no sense for them to toot their own horn right now. But I watched the show last night by accident, the draft show.
Yeah.
I can't believe it went down the way they presented it. They made it look like, and maybe that's it, they made it look like they got every single player they wanted, which is hard to believe, but that's how it came off.
No, it's exactly how it came off. And you're talking about the inside the den piece that was filmed by the Lions that they edited together and put it out there on YouTube last night. They unveiled it. And, yeah, it makes it seem that those first four picks were like the top four guys in their board. And I know that's not the case, but at the very least, and I do believe this, I think they were genuine in this, I think it's for the top 14 that they had ranked when they said that they had 14 guys given the first round ratings. I think that those are for those guys. I believe them on that.
That's still hard to believe that it came off the way it looked on the show. But the other piece of it, it was enthralling to watch. I was trying to pack for a trip, and I couldn't stop watching it. It was so cool.
But you know what, Doug? And thanks for the call. The other thing with it is this, though. With the Lions, and they're looking for a different type of player than maybe other teams are. I think every team has their own way of doing things. But it's clear from moment one, when Sheila Hamp was doing the interviews and trying to hire somebody, when she put her brain trust around her with Chris Spielman and Rod Wood and others, that they were looking for a specific coach, because they hired the coach first, that had the same beliefs and the same ideals and the same culture that they wanted to build that they did. And then they went out and got Brad Holmes shortly after, fit that same mold. And when Holmes and Campbell get together, along with their scouts, they're looking for something specific in players. And that's why I think that they got the guys that they got, that they were so thrilled with it, because they're looking for something very specific that maybe other teams aren't. Talent is, of course, one thing. Everybody's got talent. but you're looking for something else that separates that. And then, of course, there's some other things that come into it. Hey, do we need an offensive lineman? We really don't. Not through the first couple rounds. We don't need to do anything like that. We can afford to take a flyer on somebody who could be a project later on, but we're going to look for some of those same attributes that we would look for when we're looking in the first couple rounds. And they got their guy, and they feel pretty good that they can develop him. Okay. And, of course, it's a Lions edited piece. They're going to make it look as positive as they can. But, yeah, it does seem like the way that it comes off is that they got 4 of the top 14 players on the draft board. And it's impressive. If that's really how it played out, that's impressive. But the way that they've drafted, you can understand that they feel the way that they feel. And it builds up the hype for the training camp right now, as we've got, the rookies are wearing the pads today for the first time. And, it's they're going with sort of live bullets in practice, if you will. So it sets it up because you can't help but come away from last night, if you watched the Inside the Den special, with it saying that you really like the draft class. The Lions love the draft class. And I think if you had questions about Jahmyr Gibbs or Jack Campbell being selected at 12 and 18, if you watched this last night, you got to feel a little bit better about it. Maybe you don't. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. But, as the months have crept away from the draft, I think by and large, people feel a lot better about the players they took because we're moving further and further away from the draft. We're not as invested in it and thinking back of the guys that they passed over. Instead, it's the guys that they have, and these guys are now Detroit Lions players, and they're actually in training camp and working out. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Sport Ticket text coming in. Variety of topics. After this last series with the Angels, it really feels like it's time to bring a few of our guys up and make a few trades and call it a season. Well, seeing how the trade deadline is coming up fast, I'd say, yeah, it's time to make a few trades. The fact it got swept by the Angels should expedite that. Yeah, I think that they're should be on the horn with the number of teams. Latest rumors are that Baltimore is interested in Lorenzen. That was according to John Morosi. There were some other reports that said that the Rangers, the Rays, the Reds, the Phillies, and the Diamondbacks were all around to scout Eduardo Rodriguez. And those are the two obvious candidates. I don't know what you can get in return, but I looked at, Baltimore's got a very, very deep system. If you look at MLB.com and the Orioles' top 30 prospects, I think the top 4 are in their system are top 100 guys for sure, and a couple of those guys are already at the major league level. So if you start to go down even to the 7th rated prospect that they have, it's a big third baseman, a 6'5" third baseman who's got really nice power and has a very, very good arm as well. Is that somebody that they could shoot for and say, hey, let's go here? It's a position of need. It's a guy who can hit for power. Somebody you would expect to be at the everyday lineup, and it's somebody who's already at the AAA level. So, yeah, I look at something like that. I don't know. We'll see what the Tigers end up doing, but I think they're going to start calling some guys up as well. It's maybe not right away. We'll see who gets traded away and how it affects the roster. I doubt that any of the position players are going to be throw-ins in trades. I don't think you're going to see Michael Lorenzen with Akil Baddoo going to Baltimore. So until a spot comes open in the next few weeks, I just wouldn't expect them to bring up Justin Henry Malloy just yet or Parker Meadows. I think Parker Meadows should be the next guy that's brought up. But I'm not expecting it. Now, maybe some team has an interest in Matt Vierling because he's hit well this year. I don't think he's part of the core or part of the future for the Tigers, but that's a guy who, as a throw-in, it's a nice throw-in, a solid player. And if that happens, then maybe you bring up Parker Meadows. Every time the Lions start puffing up their chest about how good they are going to be, it always falls flat on their face. Well, the Lions aren't puffing their chest. That's the difference with Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes and his whole regime, is that they're not puffing their chest. It's the national media that's doing it. And that's why I compared the two different approaches of what the Lions are doing and what Michigan does. And it works and hopefully it works for both of them, but I think it's worked for Michigan for sure. It's worked to help build their brand, and the success that they've had the last couple of seasons, you can't argue with it. With the Lions, and the caller was astute with this. Look, the Lions haven't been good enough to puff out their chest. They haven't been good enough to get the hype train. So now that everyone is expecting it, they're not treating anything differently. They're still going to go out about their business. They haven't done anything yet. They haven't won a game yet in 2023. They weren't a playoff team last year. They got a lot of work to do. And I think that's the right approach for the Lions. Now, if the Lions end up being playoff contenders or a playoff team in the next 3 years, and let's say that they even get to an NFC championship game or better, do you dare to dream that way? Then would you expect them to be maybe puffing out their chest a little bit at some point? Wouldn't surprise me. 248-539-9797. Brian's in Detroit. Brian, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Brian.
Hey, Gator. You all right today, brother?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Oh, pretty good. I think the difference between Michigan and the Lions is one team has done something.
Yep.
Gator, truthfully, I can't understand a team that didn't even make the playoff last year having all this type of, it might not be the Lions, but everybody around the country are talking about them. Gator, as if they won last year, as if they had a close playoff game that they lost last year, and we could see it. Yeah, they have done nothing. They were 9-8. That's what they were.
Yeah.
But
Brian, you have to admit this. What they did was improve on themselves in the previous year. They finished the season. Hang on. They finished the season hot, and then they go into the offseason, and they sign some really nice free agents to the team, and then they add some pretty good pieces in the draft. And after all is settled here on the offseason, and now they're getting to training camp, and you start to evaluate them against the other teams in the league, you can understand why people think they could win the division.
Yeah, but that's all on paper, Gator.
Of course
that
it
ain't
is.
None of that stuff was done on the field.
But that's hype.
And now they're acting like this team. Yeah, it won't be the way they talking about the Lions. It's not going to be good enough just to win the division. You need a playoff win.
That's right.
Don't just get the playoff.
Right.
If you don't have a playoff win, you only did what Caldwell did. Get to the playoff. That's all you done.
But that's the expectation, Brian, and thanks for the call. That's the expectation. The fan base is impatient. Waited too long for this team to be good. Waited too damn long to see this team compete and win a playoff game. And it's been 30 years. Too damn long. Too damn long since they won a division championship. So you get a little taste of this team. The last year, they finished the season 9-8. They slay the dragon twice. That was the Green Bay Packers. To win that last game of the season when it meant everything for Green Bay and meant nothing for the Lions in terms of postseason work. The Lions win that game. That was pretty cool. And then the improvements they made in the offseason, and now you look at, okay, what's Green Bay? Well, they just lost Aaron Rodgers. Well, that's huge because Jordan Love's a major unknown. What about the Vikings? Well, the Vikings have lost some big pieces. Dalvin Cook is gone. Adam Thielen is gone. So they're kind of retooling themselves a little bit. And they won a lot of those, 11 games or one-score games? 11 of their wins were one-score games. So people think that was done with smoke and mirrors. I caution that. I think the teams in the division are going to be a little closer than what people expect them to be. And I think the Vikings can be a lot better than people expect them to be. And the Bears, who knows? Justin Fields coming off his rookie year, he was dynamic as a runner, but lacked as a passer. Well, they've gotten him some weapons, and it looks like they've really filled some needs on defense as well. I think the Bears could be a decent team as well. But I do think that the Lions are the class of the division. I don't think U of M is known for building up its players. Harbaugh is, though. Bo used to always be about the team and wouldn't promote players for awards. No, but they've had a ton of fanfare for sure throughout. And without a doubt, Harbaugh this is what he does. He builds up his players, and the fan base does too. And there's a ton of hype that comes about the team each and every year. And I think it's benefited them in building up the brand. The difference is now there's so much substance behind it with getting back to the playoffs, with winning back-to-back championships in the Big Ten, with beating Ohio State in back-to-back years. And there's substance now, and this is a really good football team that Jim Harbaugh has at Michigan. Kevin is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, Scott, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Your question was just this simple as which hype model works better. Michigan and all college football teams are one of 130, if you're FBS, plus all the other college teams. NFL is one of 32, and it's a corporation. The hype's going to take care of itself. And frankly, the Lions haven't been good enough to hype themselves. They have to let everybody else do that for them. I mean, they'll just ride the hype train. Michigan and every other college football team needs to hype itself. You think Georgia's not hyping itself? You think they're not out talking about their players? Alabama, Nick Saban's the best at it. Everybody else is doing that. That's I think the model takes care of itself because one's a corporation, the other one's 130 different corporations, if you will.
Yeah, no, I hear you. It's all different, and I think college teams should take this approach to a point. And thanks for the call. I think NIL makes it even more important to hype your own players. And you know what? Be damned what happens during the course of the season. You should always hype your players. Do you go too far sometimes? Do you think can some players handle it and some players can't? I mean, you do that at the detriment of your roster. I did find interesting. This is just kind of tangentially associated here, but he mentioned Alabama and Nick Saban. Mike Farrell, who covers college athletics, college football, big-time recruiting guy, used to be with Rivals, and now he's got his own recruiting source. He had tweeted out a couple hours ago the top quarterbacks entering 2023, and he's got a list of 50 of them. Number 1 is Drake May. Number 2 is Caleb Williams. Move down the list. Michael Penix is at 4. Jaden Daniels is at 7 from LSU. And then at number 8 is JJ McCarthy, ahead of Quinn Ewers from Texas, ahead of Cam Rising at Utah. It's interesting to me as you continue to go down this list and look at other teams. Purdue's quarterback Hudson Card is at number 11. You've got Tagovailoa from Maryland is at 17. Tanner Mordecai is at Wisconsin is 18. Kyle McCord at Ohio State is 19. Georgia's quarterback is 22. And I bring this up because Georgia's the number 1 preseason team, right? And their quarterback is ranked 22nd by Mike Farrell. I look on this list, I don't see Alabama's quarterback there. And Alabama's a consensus top 3 team. I find it amazing that you could be a program that's considered one of the favorites to win the national championship, and yet you don't have a top 50 quarterback? Interesting. College football, man. Looking forward to it. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Welcome back to Karsch and Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Scott the Gator Anderson with you, taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. I was going to read a couple of texts, but that's just sour Michigan State and Ohio State fans. I don't feel like piling on at this point. But looking at some others, I live in Ann Arbor, and I cannot stand the hype. You cannot compare Michigan fandom to Lions fandom. That's ridiculous. I wasn't comparing. I was asking which approach you'd rather have. They act like they're the best football team on earth when Michigan beats up on high school teams half the year, and the fans pout that they don't win it all, while Lions fans have remained loyal to one of the worst franchises in pro sports history through the years. It's privileged for his true fan loyalty. That's from Justin. Well, Michigan still gets through Ohio State and Penn State, get through Michigan State. The Big Ten schedule's no joke. The preseason schedule's a joke. There's no question about that. In the first 4 games of the year that Jim Harbaugh is likely to be suspended for, they're not going to miss anything from that. You know, likes of East Carolina, UNLV, and others. It's not a big deal. I don't like the JJ hype. I like the team hype, but as a Michigan fan, I blame him for 2 of the last 3 losses. Okay. MSU football is being overlooked, revamped and improved offensive line, better defense, and Nathan Carter. Have you seen his Twitter? Oh, my! Nathan Carter, the running back. I did find it interesting that Mel Tucker took a little different approach this year, where he was talking about the team a little bit and pumping them up. And one thing he said that I was not taken aback by, but I was like, okay, good. That bodes well. And that is that he thinks that this year's Michigan State team is the most talented and the deepest team that he's had since he's been there. Okay. It's interesting. Most talented, I think that's because it's deeper and spread throughout. They don't have Kenneth Walker on this team. And right now they don't have Jaden Reed or Keon Coleman either. But is this the best offensive line he's had? Maybe. Is this the best and deepest defensive line he's had at Michigan State? I think so. Are the linebackers pretty solid? Yeah, I think so. But because the head coach is saying that, then, I know that Jim Costa and I did the show the other day, and Costa was asking me about my expectations of Michigan State football. And I said, look, I just expect them to be better than what they were. And I want to see real improvement. And, do they have an identity at this point? I'm like, I don't think they do. But when all is said and done this year, I think the identity is that Michigan State is a tough team. That's what I'm hoping the identity is. But after hearing Mel Tucker talk about this being the deepest team he's had and one of the most talented teams he's had, then I can't help but think that this is a better than 500 football team then go out and be, get to a bowl game and be 7-6 or be 8-5 or be better. That'd be great. It's all steps in the right direction. But Michigan State has major question marks, and at first is the quarterback. Is it going to be Noah Kim? Is it going to be Caton Hauser? We don't know. We don't know who's better. We haven't really seen either play other than a handful of plays. So that'll be interesting. All teams get hyped. Part of being a coach, heck, even Rutgers gets hype. Never heard a coach say, we're going to suck this year. That's some Toro. Of course not. Of course not. I just think it's interesting that Jim Harbaugh does it with specific players. Most of the time you'll see a coach get up there and just talk about non-specifics, be very general. Yeah, we've got a great running attack this year, or we really like our defensive line. Not singling out your quarterback and saying, yeah, I think he's got a lot of attributes that remind me of Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or other quarterbacks. Or that I think he is a, quote, once in a generational type of quarterback at Michigan. He's at the top of his game right now, really, in all aspects. Wouldn't have expected him to come out and be that effusive in this praise of a player. There's a lot of expectations for JJ McCarthy this year, and a lot of expectations for the University of Michigan football team, as there should be, because it's a good team, and you're going to get the hype. But I think it's interesting the way Michigan's handled this, seemingly in my lifetime, is they've always been the one to start the conversation, and it builds, and then the national media picks up on it, and the local media certainly picks up on it. And whether it's deserving or not, you go into it thinking it's a great team. Well, I think this is a great team this year. U of M runs this hype every year. They always end every year with a loss. That's not success. Bo did the same thing. That's from Matt. Yeah, Bo never got that big bowl win to top the season when they needed it to get like a national championship. Lloyd did. Dave and Warren, the fact the college game is so reliant going forward on the NIL money, this very well could be Michigan's time. With the endless wealthy alumni, we can go forward with confidence. Yeah, for now, we'll see until the NIL rules change, which could change any second. You know, they're trying to get Congress involved in it. Look, they need to find a way where there's a level playing field when it comes to NIL. And having wealthy donors, I don't think should come into play as much. And I'm saying this as a Spartan, and knowing that we've got several billionaires that are more than willing to contribute to the program. I think it needs to be a fair level playing field everywhere. But then again, I also think that NIL has gotten way out of control because it's no longer what it was meant for in the spirit of name, image, and likeness. Now it's just let's find a way to pay the players, as opposed to the players being the ones that go out there and say, hey, I'm running a camp, I want to get paid for it. Or, hey, I printed a T-shirt, I want to get paid for it. Or, hey, I'm starting this small business on the side, I'd like to be able to do that and make some money. It's changed completely. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. He referenced JJ and how he interacts with his team in comparison to Mahomes and Allen, not talent. For the most part, he did, but there was a little part in there where he did compare him to those guys. But when he said he's once in a generational type of quarterback at Michigan, okay, that's some big-time hype. I have no problem with Harbaugh's comments. However, I'm also concerned with the team being overconfident. Well, that can happen. And this team does not lack confidence, and they won't through the early part of the season because they're not playing anybody that's going to test them. They really don't get tested. I mean, when do they get tested when you look at this? Michigan's team and their schedule, I should say, the way that it shakes out, the first test comes when? Do you say it's at Nebraska? I wouldn't. Do you say it's at Minnesota? I wouldn't. Is it at Michigan State on October 21st? I think it's a test, but not because of the talent on the Michigan State side. I think that's a test mentally for Michigan because they're going to go into a very hostile situation. So do you learn something after that game? You might, but it's the last two of the last three games. That's it. You're at Penn State and you're home against Ohio State to finish up the season. You're really not getting tested until late October, in all seriousness. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Tigers, well, they dropped the doubleheader. They dropped the series to the Angels. It looks like they dropped the season this week as well. And time to focus the attention on what's next for the Detroit Tigers. We'll talk about it next year, 97.1, The Ticket. Well, it is a Friday. Looking forward to the weekend. I think there will be some movement on the Tigers front. I think it's imminent. I just can't say which day it's going to happen. I would love it if it happened in the next 38 seconds, but I don't expect that to happen. But I think that there are definitely teams that are interested in the Tigers pitching. And I'm curious, as anybody else is, to see what they can get in return. There's also a rumor that Justin Verlander could be traded from the Mets to another team. That one's interesting because of how much salary you'd have to eat if you're the Mets to make that happen. But if you do, what's the return? And to compare it to what the Tigers got back when Verlander was, at the middle stages of his prime, I'm curious what the return would be for JV. But with the Tigers, look, I'm hoping they can land at least one player in a trade that ends up being part of their core moving forward. Not a 4A player, not somebody that you think is a Major League Baseball player that somebody could fill out the end of your roster. I'm talking about somebody who's part of the core, someone who fits in the lineup either right before Riley Green or right after Kerry Carpenter. Someone like that. Because right now the Tigers, all they have going for them as an offense is Riley Green, Spencer Torkelson, and Kerry Carpenter. I know people there's a lot of people who have soured on Torque. Other people like myself, I'm not soured on Torque. I think it's a process, and I think he's improved dramatically from last year to this year. And I hope that the last 6 weeks of the season or last 8 weeks of the season that he gets even better. And I think we'll see a guy who's going to hit over 20 home runs this year, and that'll be nice. Like to see his average get a little bit better and his strikeouts get reduced. But I think he's absolutely part of the core group moving forward. But who else in this team is? I'm not convinced that Jake Rogers is. I know they traded for Veerling, but how good is Veerling? Is he part of the core? I don't think he's part of the core. In fact, I think he's a piece that you could probably send out in a trade to try to sweeten the deal with some team to get one of their top prospects, or at least a prospect that you think could be part of the core with the Detroit Tigers. Right now, it's the Orioles are a team that's been interested or linked with Michael Lorenzen, according to John Morosi. They've got a very deep farm system in Baltimore. Lots of top 100 prospects. 2 of their 4 top prospects, according to MLB.com, 2 of those guys have already made it to the majors. It's a really good baseball team. They've got a ton of great prospects. They're leading the American League East. Do the Tigers have enough to offer up to get maybe the number 4 prospect or a number 5 prospect? But as I said, they're very deep. I mean, I looked all the way through the top 7, and even number 7 is a guy I like on that list. Big third baseman, 6'5", hits for power, has a great arm. Like I said, third base, which is a position of need. And he's playing at the AAA level, and he's hitting very well. That's what they need. They need a bat. They absolutely need a bat. And if this guy can field well enough, and obviously got a cannon for an arm, sounds great. Sign me up. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Paul is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Paul.
Hey, Gator. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Hey, you know what? I think, first off, Harbaugh is not the first guy to hype up his own players.
Oh, no, not at all. And I think that's one of the things Michigan has done a lot of over the last 30 years. And they've done it to a degree where they've built up this brand. You just dropped off. I didn't do it. No, he's not the first person. And he won't be the last person to do it. But he's the one who's doing it now. And I was just asking the question if you feel uncomfortable as a Michigan fan with the effusive praise he was heaping specifically on his quarterback, JJ McCarthy, when he said he's a once-in-a-generational type of quarterback at Michigan. He's at the top of his game right now, really in all aspects. And then in another breath, it was making comparisons to aspects of his game that are comparable to Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen. Thought that was interesting that he would do that. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. We'll keep looking and see if the Tigers going to do anything today before the end of the show, before we turn things over to Mike and Rico. But something happened yesterday at the station. I laughed because I know the guy's okay. But we had a station picnic that was going on starting at like noon. And during the Tigers game, went over to a park, had some food, played some games, just some fun stuff. There were water balloons out there, some squirt guns out there. There was apparently a wiffle ball game, and I missed this, but apparently during the wiffle ball game, one of our managers, great guy, Pete, pulled up lame. Ends up he hurt his hamstring. Had to go to the hospital, get it checked out. He's got some crutches. He's going to be okay. And Pete's one of the good guys here. He's going to be okay, but he got hurt at a work event. And I can't help but think he's not the only one, right? You get these company picnics or these company parties or whatever. Things happen, right? You do some stupid things. You got people that are no longer in their 20s and maybe they're doing things they shouldn't be doing that involve some physicality, and someone's going to end up with an injury. For our guy, he happened to hurt his hamstring. To the point where I think he's meeting with an orthopedic specialist was the last that I heard. I hope he sounds like he's going to be okay. I think we're going to see him tomorrow. He's part of the golf outing thing. In fact, he's the one that organizes the golf outing. So thank you, Pete, for that. But has this ever happened at one of your events, at one of your company events, where someone gets hurt? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. I don't want to hear like really sad stories where somebody, this dude, pulled up with a heart attack and died. I don't want to hear that. But like innocent kind of thing. You got some little fun game you're playing, maybe playing volleyball, and next thing you know, somebody's got an ACL injury or whatever. Because this has to happen. And this isn't the first time it's happened at a workplace, right? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. For me personally, I remember years ago when I was 12 or 13 years old, I was at a church event, actually. It was like a youth group that we used to go to occasionally on Sunday nights. And at this time, there were a lot of people there. There were like 50 of us that were there. And they had us line up in two lines. One line, and the two lines were like facing each other, but they were 50 yards apart. And they said the object was, okay, line one, run out to line two, tag somebody who's standing stationary, and just walk them back to where you came from. I'm not sure what the purpose of this was, but we did it. Right? So I sprint out there. I tap some girl on the shoulder. She turns, smiles. We both start to walk back to where I was originally. As I'm walking back, this kid is running towards me. And it's dusk. It's not dark out, but it's starting to get dark out, Sunday night kind of thing. It probably 10 minutes from being dark. But it's not quite dark yet. And this kid's running towards me, and I figured, well, he sees me. He's just going to, move aside. Then he starts closing in even closer and closer, and I realize he's going to drill me. So, the girl is to my right, kind of push her to the side, and this guy just runs right into me, runs me over. And he had braces on, and he was taller than I was. So his mouth hit up by my cheekbone. And I go on the ground like a ton of bricks, and I'm holding my face, and I start crying because I'm 12, and that's what you do when you're 12 when you get hit. And the instructor comes over, or whoever the chaperone was there comes over and goes, "You okay? Okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I think so. And like, "Well, what happened?" I'm like, "He hit me when he was running. He just ran right into me." And they say, "Okay, well, move your hands. Let me see." So I take my hands away from my face, and I say, "Am I okay?" And the guy's like, "Yeah, you're okay. You're fine. It's just a little cut. You'll be okay." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." And then I see my brother is over there. My brother's looking and talking to the guy like, "You think that's a little cut?" And I ended up going to the emergency room. I guess they bandaged me up really good at church, and then got home, went to the emergency room, and they take the bandages off, and the doctor in the ER is looking at it, and I say, Am I okay? Am I going to need stitches? And he just says matter-of-factly, oh, yeah, you got a hole in your face. And I ended up having 8 stitches to close the wound, and I was terrified of the whole experience and having a needle really close to my eye and getting yelled at by the doctor because I was crying. And he said, stop crying. And he swore, I'm too close to your eye. And then But anyway, I got hurt at an event like that. It was a church event. But have you ever gotten hurt at a company event like our manager did, where he pulled his hamstring? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, are you tired of being tracked online? Of course you are. Who wants to be tracked? Well, do something about it and download the DuckDuckGo app to help block those trackers when you're browsing and you're searching. If you use DuckDuckGo as your browser, you're going to be able to conduct private searches with the help of tracker blockers that help to prevent the spies on your searches. Look, it's used by tens of millions of people, including 3 billion private searches a month. Keep your searches and browsing activity more private. Don't delay. Download it for free today or visit DuckDuckGo.com. So talking about work event injuries, one of our sales managers get injured in a wiffle ball game yesterday at a station picnic. Yeah. Hurt his hamstring. I hope he didn't. I don't know if he tore it or just pulled. I hope he just pulled it. If he tore it, that's not good. But apparently he's going to have to meet with some orthopedics people. That's not good. But he seems to be in good spirits, and he's a great guy, so hopefully he's all right. But these things are bound to happen, right? Absolutely bound to happen. So has it ever happened to you, or have you seen somebody get hurt at a work event that wasn't something where like somebody really, got hurt and died? Or I don't want any sad stories like that. I like the more the funny stories, kind of lightening up going into the weekend here. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. And Chuck, you're first up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Chuck.
Hi, how are you doing?
All right, Chuck.
All right, I was at a work picnic at a Dearborn Park. It was some sort of public park. Anyhow, my boss told me, hey, let's join the volleyball game. So I joined, started playing volleyball. I fell into like a little pothole. Well, I screwed up my ankle. The thing ended up swelling up. I had to be off work for like almost a year.
Oh, my.
I went through a mess of rehab, and this was all just from like twisting my ankle. I ended up getting RSD, which is reflex sympathetic dystrophy, all from, just falling into this little pothole in the volleyball field.
Wow. So did it ever fully recover?
Actually, I still have RSD to this day. It's this pain. It's like a nerve pain. It's like pins and needles. And I end up with it in two spots. And at the time, I was involved in sales, as a matter of fact. And so then they had to, normally I was out in the field every day. Then all of a sudden it's like, well, we got to bring you into the office. And as it turns out, the whole thing ended up being a workman's comp issue.
I was going to say
that did happen.
Probably some kind of litigation at somewhere along the line there.
Yeah, so it didn't turn out the best for me, but on these events, you got to be careful.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Chuck. You wouldn't think it's harmless, just playing volleyball, and then you land in a big hole in the sand or the ground or whatever it was, and next thing you know, you got an issue. John is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, John.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. So this did not happen to me, but happened at work a few years ago. A guy, interesting enough, his name was Pete. Also, was running the meat slicer. Ended up slicing his fingers up pretty good, and like your previous caller, so this became an OSHA recordable and big investigation, and vice presidents involved, and it just went on and on and on. And from that day on, couldn't use the meat slicer anymore. But, I mean, Pete is fine and all that, but it's just a very interesting very interesting event.
But that wasn't an event. That was just at work, right? Or was this just somebody who had no business working the thing? Oh, go ahead, try it.
Well, this was a maintenance guy who kind of helped out in the kitchen. Yeah, this was a work event. He was slicing lunch meat for the work event.
Oh, I got you. Oh, God. That's brutal. All right, thanks, John. I appreciate it. I got some text on this, as you might expect. I was at a company sales meeting in San Diego, and during our beach volleyball team building activity, the team building, those are fun. One of my female coworkers broke her shoulder. Unfortunately, she had to make a very painful flight back to Detroit. That's from Jeff in Bay City. Yikes. Teacher here. During Spirit Week, we had a teacher versus student basketball game. During the game, one of the teachers blew out his Achilles. Yikes. Yeah, the word Achilles is one that we almost want to ban the Carson Anderson show. Because it seems like there's no rhyme or reason to when an Achilles injury happens. It just happens. And everyone says the same thing. Sharp pain, just above the foot, back of the ankle there, below the calf, and it feels like something just rolled up on you. like a window shade rolling up. And because it's got no rhyme or reason, I don't like to talk about it. Because what are you doing? I was just walking and boom. Yeah, exactly. Sounds awful. Company picnic and softball game. I played shortstop. I took a cutoff throw and fired home. Bounced off the runner's helmet and drilled our HR manager, who was playing catcher, right in the face. Knocked out one tooth and broke another. Bloodied her lips and gums. That's from Chris in Clarkston. Oh, boy. Yeah, so something similar to that, although the injuries didn't continue terribly long. It was just maybe a week's worth of pain from the recent softball game we did. We were at our work picnic playing volleyball. My fiance played in high school and was getting pretty competitive against another branch, and she tweaked her ankle. We brought her to the doctor quick to get an x-ray, and instead of that, we learned that she was pregnant. That's Sam in Grand Rapids. Well, I'm glad the x-rays on the ankle were no big deal, but congratulations. Christmas party. Owner's wife had a few too many. She decided to play a VR game, virtual reality. Here we go. She ended up rolling her ankle pretty badly. I was trying so hard not to laugh. That's from Jared in Waterford. I've worn the VR goggles once in my life, and it was after the Super Bowl 2 years ago. Was the first time, the first and only time I've done this. I was freaked out by it. I wasn't sure how to handle it. I was walking very slowly and almost like I could feel myself using my arms as balance. I mean, it was really something that freaked me out. Really cool, but I could see how somebody gets a little discombobulated when you're got the VR goggles on. John and Troy, company basketball tournament, 2 broken wrists, I should say, and a torn MCL. Yeah, that's no good. Just some other observations. I think Lorenzen and Erod are both gone. I don't see us giving up Foley. I think they'd move Lang or add him onto one of the trades with a starter. Yeah, I don't want to give up Foley, but I feel like you can find guys to be good bullpen guys in your system, or maybe they're just, failed starters or whatever the case is. I feel like you can always kind of find those guys, but I like Foley, and he's under team control for a while. I'd like to hang on to him. Lang is the obvious one because he's been inconsistent lately. But if he's inconsistent for the Tigers, every other team sees it too. So is he really going to be a sweetener in a deal? Probably not. But as far as Erod and Lorenzen, I think they're both gone as well. I don't know what you get for either one of them. I'm not sure which one's more valuable, frankly. Erod has the better stats on the season. But Lorenzen's thrown more innings and looks like he's come around. He's been better lately. So I don't know. And of course, with Erod, you don't know if he's a rental or if he's going to honor the contract and not opt out at the end of the season. So a lot of question marks there. Hey, Gator, you can cut the humidity outside with a knife. I don't doubt it. Today was supposed to be that day, right? It was going to get hot and humid, mid-80s. Actually, a high 80s. I guess it's supposed to get up to like 89, but with very, very thick humidity. It's supposed to get some storms perhaps coming through the area as well. I got a couple friends of mine. They're in Vegas right now. Talked to them last night. It's 115 in Vegas. I'm like, but it's a dry heat, right? It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Getting out to the pool, you think that's where you'd want to be. It's so hot. It's like an oven. And then you can't even put your feet on the deck because the deck has got concrete and the concrete just heats up and it's ridiculous. But that's what you get for going to Vegas at the end of July. Gator, I'm trading everyone. If you want Green, Skubal, or Torque, I'm picking 2 of anyone in your system. That's Gary at work. Yeah, I think the Tigers have some untouchables. I think that Riley Green is definitely an untouchable, and I would imagine that Tarek Skubal is an untouchable. I think Torkelson's pretty close to being an untouchable. Beyond that, I don't know who really is. There's some players you'd really have to blow my doors off for me to get rid of. Kerry Carpenter is one of those guys. If you want Kerry Carpenter, it's because he's ready to play right now because he has played for the last year. Okay, then what I want in return is probably your best outfield prospect who looks like he could potentially be better than Kerry Carpenter. But because you want to win right now, that's why you're making that trade. I don't think that Carpenter's going to be one that gets moved, even though I think he's one that lots of teams would look at and say, hey, how much for him? And then they realize the price and like, all right, thank you very much. Goodbye. Rodriguez doesn't want to go. Why do you think he didn't show his stuff with the scouts watching? Brian from St. Clair Shores. I don't think that's the case. I think you always want to play your best. Interesting take, though. You think he just wants to stay here, and because he wants to stay here, that he would tank a game in front of all the scouts? Eduardo Rodriguez is, if he pitches well the rest of the season, he could legitimately opt out of this contract and sign a new one for significantly more than what he's being paid right now. Just saying. From Kevin at work, trade Lorenzen and whatever to Chicago for Cody Bellinger. It's a rental, but if it could land them a superstar, I'm here for it. Gator, what's your ideal trade deadline situation? What team would you want to trade with, and what's the return? Well, I've looked at a couple of teams with I think of deep farm systems. I've looked at Milwaukee, and I've looked at Baltimore. I don't think Baltimore would ever give up the player they took, Jerstead, the outfielder that they took, I think, second overall in the draft a couple years ago. I don't think they'd ever get rid of him, but that's a guy I'd love to get. That's an ideal scenario. And then Milwaukee's got a player in their system who's at the AAA level, and he's hitting for power and also has like 46 stolen bases. Sounds good to me. I'm all in. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. More of your calls and texts as we continue here on the Karsch and Anderson Show, 97.1 The Ticket. It's kind of interesting taking a look at the top 100 NFL player list that's slowly being revealed. It's the one that's voted on by the players. Some lines have already shown up on that list, and it's getting kind of interesting. We'll get to that coming up in just a little bit. Wayne is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Wayne.
Hey, man. How you doing, Gator?
I'm well.
All right. I got in the car about 15 minutes ago, and when I heard you talking about this, I had to call you and tell you. We had a company softball team, and we would go play softball. And the guy that organized it was, 50 to 55, and a bigger guy. We're about halfway through the season. He hits one right up the middle, and he's coming for second, and he realizes, oh, man, I'm not going to make it in time. He dives for the bag, and when he dives, he goes face first. Well, when he lands his shoulder directly on the second base pad and broke his shoulder socket.
Ow.
Yeah, I mean, literally broke it. He was out of work for about 8 months to a year, and then about 3 weeks later, we still had the team. I'm out in the outfield. I'm playing center field, and I got a buddy of mine that's playing left. I got about 60, 70 pounds on him, and there's one hit to the gap between the two of us, and I yell, I got it, and I start running. I'm not even looking over there. I'm not looking. I just kept running. All of a sudden, it felt like I was hit by a Mack truck. He hit me in my face, in my shoulder, and on the inside of my knee, and ended up blowing out my ACL on my right knee. I ended up having that surgery. After that, work said, you guys aren't playing softball anymore. You guys are done.
I was going to say, how pissed were you? I mean, you called them off.
Yeah. I go, I got it. I'm looking, and I see the ball. I'm tracking it, and all of a sudden, wham! And I thought, I'm like, my girlfriend was sitting in the stands, and she goes, I could hear. She was sitting behind the dugout. She goes, I heard that collision.
Yeah. Sometimes you can feel it. Just feels like you can feel it, even though that's not the case. But good call, Wayne. Thanks. I appreciate it. A couple more texts coming in. We have a company event, and I was talking a lot of smack to my boss about how I was going to have an ambulance on call for when I break his ankles in basketball. Before we even started playing, he was warming up and tore his ACL, and we had to actually call an ambulance. That's no good. My company had a beach day, and the contest was sumo suit wrestling. One of those big fat suits you wear to do the wrestling. I wandered too close to the lake with the suit on and fell in and floated away. That's from Andy. I'm sure Scott Harris already knows Erod's intentions with his opt-out. I would hope he does. And it's interesting that you go back to the comments that Erod had a couple weeks ago where basically said that he's very happy with the amount of money that he makes, and he's happy here in Detroit. Now, I don't know if that's just is something where he doesn't want to be traded and wants to stay here, or if he's saying that I'm happy with the money I make just so that more teams will come calling and not be apprehensive about him opting out at the end of the year. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. But I do think that Scott Harris and the Detroit Tigers have the best idea of anybody of what Eduardo Rodriguez wants to do. That I think is true. But to this point, still no trades with the Tigers. There is rumors, reports, I should say, that the Rangers, the Reds, the Rays, the Phillies, and the Diamondbacks were all scouting Eduardo Rodriguez. And John Morosi had a report that Baltimore is interested in pitching, and Michael Lorenzen is someone that interests Baltimore, which gets you to start looking at prospects there. And I don't know what either one of them really gets. You look at some of the trades that have been made, and maybe you can make some comparisons. Do the Tigers get more? Do they get less? Taking a look. Roy is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Roy.
Hey, how you doing?
All right, Roy.
Yeah, we had a Christmas party, and my manager, but he was really my good friend too. I mean, we'd gone to concerts and partied all, drank beer, wine, whatever. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Anyways, at the Christmas party, he was about 40, and apparently all of a sudden his body had changed because he was drinking some wine, and he basically he looked like Veruca Salt. I mean, he turned purple basically, and he was allergic to wine, the tannins in the wine.
Oh,
and
he didn't know this?
His esophagus was, we had to we rushed him to the hospital to get a Benadryl shot or whatever, but he was fine and all that afterwards, but it was just it kind of shut the Christmas party down.
Was that the first time that he'd ever drank wine?
Yeah, I'm telling you, I partied with this guy.
So why all of a sudden, was it just one of those things where he developed an allergy, or was there something different?
Right. That's exactly what it was.
Okay.
And then a few years later, or like a year later, he tried to drink some more just to see, and of course, that's exactly what, but he was prepared that time.
Oh, so did it happen again? He had to use an EpiPen and take care of it, or?
Yeah, well, I mean, this was like 30 years ago, so I don't know what. I think we just ran him to the hospital. So.
All right, thanks, Roy. I appreciate it. Allergies are no jokes, man. They're no joke when they go south. I have allergies to raw fruits, some raw fruits, not all. I have allergies to apples, raw apples. And then I discovered at some point raw cherries as well. Didn't always happen. I enjoyed apples up until I was about 16 or 17. Then I realized I've got an allergy. Why? Because my throat would close up. My eyes would water. It would be difficult to breathe. Not to the point where I had to go to the hospital, but to the point where it's a warning like, hey, you keep doing this is going to happen. And then I discovered I had an allergy to raw black cherries, or the Bing cherries, the big ones that you get, on a 4th of July about 15 years ago. Hey, here's some cherries. Oh, sound good. I had one. I'm like, nope, can't do it. After I had the one, same thing happened. Throat would kind of close up, and it was no good. I did not like that. Anyway, the Detroit Lions are starting to get some more love. This time it's not from the national media, but it's from players in the National Football League, which is kind of cool. We'll update some of these rankings and let you know about them in case you haven't heard about this. It's actually kind of cool. They're down to the they've listed the top 50 players. I should say the bottom starting from 100 to 51. So the second 50 players in the National Football League, and the Lions have some representation. We'll talk about it next. 248-539-9797, the telephone number, same number to text. This is 97.1, The Ticket. So every year it's kind of cool that the NFL does this where they poll the players in the league and they get the players to release their annual top 100 list. The list is officially released, highly anticipated ranking of the league's best players as voted by their fellow players. So we've got the list from 100 down to 51. Let's go down the list. The first line that shows up on the list checks in at number 88, and it's second-year player, defensive end Aiden Hutchinson. He's a couple slots ahead of DeAndre Hopkins and a couple slots behind Justin Fields. Keep looking at this list. And the next line to appear checks in at 67. It's Lions wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown. He checks in ahead of number 70, who's Joey Bosa, and checks in behind Darius Slay at 65. At number 66 is Lions quarterback Jared Goff. Here's where it's kind of interesting what quarterbacks he's ahead of. He's ahead of Lamar Jackson, who checks in at 72, Geno Smith at 77, Tua Tagovailoa at 82, Justin Fields, who's at 86, and Trevor Lawrence, who's at 96. That's Jared Goff checking in at 66. The next quarterback on the list is Dak Prescott. He checks in at 56. Aaron Rodgers is at 51. So we'll see the rest of the top 50 later on as that gets revealed. But interesting nonetheless. The Lions have 3 players represented from 100 down to 66. Hutchinson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Jared Goff. How many more would you expect would be on that list? I'm thinking maybe 2 more. I would think that Penei Sewell and Frank Ragnow are probably on that list. And let's say that they are. That would give the Lions 5 of the top 100 players in the NFL. I think that bodes pretty well for them. They're starting to assemble a group of talent on this team. And so far, the 3 players revealed, 2 of them are draft picks from Brad Holmes, and the other one's a trade from Brad Holmes in getting Jared Goff here. But I think it's a great confidence booster there for Jared Goff, for someone who was not on the list last year and is on the list this year. It's not the media that recognizes how well he's played or the fans that recognize how well he's played. It's the players. That's why I think this list is very important. Or maybe not very important, but I think it's kind of cool. And you're not taking it with a grain of salt. I'm taking it with the knowledge that the players think very highly of some of these Lions players. And to see Jared Goff there, who's actually ahead of Lamar Jackson, I find interesting. Anyway, 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Mike is next up here at 97 on the ticket. Hey, Mike.
Hi there.
Hi.
So, yeah, I was calling regards to the accidents and work events. So, back in 1989, when I was 25, I was playing in a company softball game, and we were practicing beforehand, and we were just throwing the ball around the infield. And I was playing first base, and I signaled for the second baseman to throw the ball to me. Well, the center fielder who was behind him 50 yards thought I was signaling to him, so he threw the ball. And I didn't see it coming, hit me in the right cheekbone, shattered my face.
Oh.
Blood everywhere. But I was conscious. It was like somebody just punched me in the face, cold cocked me. But this was before cell phones, so we had to find a telephone to call home. First, my parents were around, so I had to found a friend who could pick me up and take me to the hospital. I had to have reconstructive surgery on my face.
Wow.
And and the doctor said it had hit me anywhere else in my head, I'd have been dead.
Wow.
But, I recovered over a couple of weeks. The company gave me as much time off as I needed paid. And I never played softball again.
I can imagine that would be one that you would not want to play in. Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Wow. So it hit you in the orbital bone.
Yeah. It hit me in the mandible, so just below my right eye.
Okay, so got you like the upper jaw area then. Wow.
Exactly. And the funny thing was is that at the time, the head plastic reconstruction surgeon at Beaumont Hospital just happened to be a family friend.
Oh.
And he cut what he was doing. He checked me out. He goes, I'm supposed to leave town for a conference. I'm canceling it. You're on my docket first thing in the morning for surgery. And he took care of me and everything, worked out great. But I never played a sport again that where a ball came at me. So no more basketball, no more baseball. I watch sports now.
Were you told? I'm curious about this. Were you told by doctors that you should avoid that because you've already suffered a serious injury and anything that are your bones more susceptible to breaking again or not?
I just failed.
Okay, that was just you. All right, thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. Have a great weekend. It is going to be a hot one today, and then it's supposed to cool off a little bit. It's going to be in the low 80s tomorrow. Hopefully not as humid. That would be nice if we got rid of some of that humidity. But looking forward to getting some Lions news when it comes out. Also looking forward to Tigers news because I fully expect the Tigers to end up making a trade this weekend, or certainly by the deadline. To say the least, they need to. They've got players they're rental players. I like Michael Lorenzen a lot, but he's got value. The Tigers need to trade Michael Lorenzen. Eduardo Rodriguez has pitched very well for the Tigers. I think that they owe it to the organization to see if they can find, if somebody calls them, I should say, to explore that trade and see if it benefits you, of course. But if you're not getting value back, don't trade players just to trade players. The Tigers are in an interesting situation when it comes to Rodriguez, because the next 3 years in a contract aren't that cumbersome. So let's say they don't trade him. If they don't trade him and he chooses to stick around and not opt out, okay, he kind of comes on the cheap. If he chooses to opt out at the end of the season, okay, it frees up money. Tigers have a ton of money to spend this offseason with all these contracts coming off the books, obviously Cabrera coming off the books. There's a lot that can happen. I'm just really, really looking forward to seeing what ends up happening, what the return is for any of these players, and if they can package something together. I wouldn't even mind if it gets you the prospect that you need, that you think is going to be a core player for years to come. How about doubling it up? Could you see that, Jim Costa? Could you see the Tigers trading both Lorenzen and Eduardo Rodriguez to some team to get one of their better prospects?
Yeah, Gator, I actually give you some credit. I feel like the White Sox were listening this week. They paired up a starter and a reliever and went out and got a couple dudes, a couple top 5 prospects in their system. You were saying, hey, for the Tigers,
a little sweetener.
We give you a choice. Something. You got pitchers, relievers, a la carte. You take 2. It's like what's the Panera? You pick 2. You want a soup and a sandwich? We'll get it done. It kind of feels like the Tigers have the ability to do that in the next couple days.
I think they do, and I'm going to be disappointed if there's not a trade, but I can't see a scenario that has Michael Lorenzen still being a Tiger when it comes to his next start.
I think it's tough to win as a seller. Typically if you're giving up the major league pieces, or we see it in the NBA, if you're giving up the star, it's tough to win those deals. But it's a chance for Scott Harris to show he's not Al Avila, to go get a couple legit top prospects to put into this system,
and they don't
specifically hitters.
Yeah, and they don't have the star that they're going to be offering up. No. I mean, if they did something wild and crazy like, hey, here goes Kerry Carpenter in a trade, I'd be okay. Well, what's the return? Because that better be better than what anybody expects here. If you're going to move someone like that, because that's a guy who's, I think, one of the core players in his team. He's certainly one of the best 3 hitters that they have on a team, if not the second best hitter they have on a team. But anyway, that's something to pay attention to for sure. What's coming up on the show?
Did I hear you talking about the JJ quotes earlier when I was driving?
Yeah.
He's like a combination of Fergie and Jesus.
There was something like that. In fairness to Harbaugh, he was talking about a specific aspect of his game, but when he compared him to Mahomes and Josh Allen and, quote, other quarterbacks. But the quote that he had was, he's a once-in-a-generational type of quarterback at Michigan. He's at the top of his game right now, really, in all aspects. And I thought that was interesting because the Michigan hype machine has always been self-promoted. And when it comes to building up their brand, they're the ones that start the conversation about the hype, and then others pick it up. The local media eats it up. The national media picks up on it because Michigan's a brand. It's just recycling what they've always done. The Lions, with the hype machine, the hype train that started this week, was not started by the Lions. In fact, the Lions are doing everything they can to try to calm this thing down. I think it's an interesting approach or model, if you will, that both teams have.
Since when has Michigan hyped their own selves? I've never
No?
this.
Never seen it?
I've never seen like a quarterback get called the next Cam Newton, the next, you name it, Josh Allen.
Just the next Heisman Trophy winner.
Yeah.
No.
But it's ridiculous,
Next
but is it also kind of true? Like who's the best quarterback that Michigan's had in the last 20 years, 25 years?
In college or translated to the NFL?
Just in college, what they did for the Wolverines.
Denard Robinson, I think was, but I mean,
Could
didn't translate to wins.
Could I make the case that JJ
I would say
is their best quarterback in the last 25 years? Like, I know it's ridiculous, the hype that's been placed on all these quarterbacks forever, but does it maybe actually fit here?
No, you know what? That means that Brian Greasy falls right outside of it because he said 25 years. Because he won a title.
Yeah, and Brady
he did,
was
throwing for 150 yards. It was a different game.
Brady was good, not great for them.
Right.
I just think about it. Denard was so dynamic and fun to watch.
Henny never beat the Buckeyes.
But in the summer, it's great seeing how great these guys are.
Sure.
What about Patrick Mahomes?
You lose me a little bit there. He did have a Josh Allen-like playoff game.
But can he throw the ball 70 yards from his knees?
All right.
So
you guys can have fun with it.
I don't even know that we're going to do a ton of JJ today, but I heard you talking about it coming in, and it is on our show sheet. We're going to start with what you saw yesterday at the ballpark. Greatness. I mean, I don't know how else to describe it. We'll get into it to start the show. We've got some Big Ten expansion talk. Do you pick the carcass clean as movement continues to happen out west? And who said it today? Bunch to get into on a Friday.
All right, Costa in for Valenti. Rico's here. It's all coming up next. Have a great weekend, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1, The Ticket.
Welcome in on a Friday. Jim Costa in today, wrapping up the Tour de Costa. Mornings early in the week, middays middle of the week. Wrapping it up with you, Rico. Value. Now, we're not going to incite any riots on the show today, right? He just gave me a face. You guys upset some people a couple days ago.
Yeah, wow.
Well, we'll leave that be.
Well, apparently we upset some people. We upset you as well because you were waving the flag. I do not agree with what they say.
Well, I just thought it was a bad look for your own fan base that you couldn't accommodate a visiting squad. That's all.
No, it's just you, like everybody else, watched 10 seconds of video instead of the whole thing. What is
going on?
Why am I hearing? Are you hearing the feedback?
I don't hear anything other than drops.
I'm hearing it, but
I hear feedback here in the studio, so it's kind of throwing me off.
Yeah, it's throwing me off a little bit too. It's all good. You said people were just kind of drive-by analysis, catch 10 seconds.
Right, you heard 10 seconds, and apparently if it wasn't for us, there wouldn't be a whole lot of bloggers out there able to put up their spin for the last couple days, which kind of tells me you don't have any show context or original ideas. Or creating fake accounts and then claiming, going full Karen mode. I'm so aggrieved. Oh, wait, I got caught. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I took it too far.
Okay, I did listen to a good amount of it. You guys were not inciting violence. You weren't encouraging people to get violent in East Lansing under the lights. Anybody who says that did not listen. I just thought you guys should be able to, you guys as state fans, East Lansing, the community, should be able to welcome in visiting crowds with women and children without batteries being slung at people's skulls. Maybe I'm out of line. Maybe it's got more toxic than I give it credit for. But I know last year it was in Ann Arbor and we didn't have batteries thrown at people's skulls.
No, it wasn't. But we talked about it even before the game. It was more and more toxic. And I told you, I'm the same guy who said, hey, maybe we just take a couple years off. Kind of cool off. Maybe people would appreciate the ride. But kind of like it with COVID. Everything got taken away from us, and then all of a sudden, you got to come back, and then you were like, okay, I'm happy with everything again. And, that was the thing. It's saying that basically when you look at, how can I put this? Like when you see people who go to the games, most of the people are like the super fan, paint your face, that type of person. That person getting up in your face, oh, you suck, little brother. Like, now's not the time for that.
Oh, no, okay? I would disagree. If your team's winning, now is the time to brag. That's how rivalries work. It's bragging rights for 365.
But welcome to America. This is 2023. Have you seen what happens if somebody disagrees with you?
Well, the people who get violent are the ones who are held accountable, and we saw that last year in the tunnel.
Correct. And I'm saying I think it'll spill over into the stands.
I would just say this. Both fan bases, just don't get violent. And I know you guys feel the same way. I don't need to put words in or out of your mouth.
And it's just one of those that, you know what? If you're for 95% of the people, put it this way, anybody who got triggered by what was said, you're in the 5% who probably was going to be want to fight guy. One person even proved she was want to fight woman because she actually made up something saying, I want to fight. So congratulations, you just proved us right. 95% of the people can go to the game and behave themselves.
You're right.
But I'm talking, I got to get in your face. I got to show, my team. Like, dude, maybe not right now. Maybe settle it down. You know what I would love to see? I would love to see, and it's sad that it took that, how things looked at the basketball game after the shooting on campus. Well, all of a sudden, let's set aside our silly ways. Let's just play a game. Win or lose, we move on. You know that's not going to happen. So, hey, you know what? You've been warned.
And let me add a little context, Rico. This is from last year's game, okay, where Cookies just said nothing happened. 2 arrests and 40 fans were ejected from that game last year. Just for reference.
No.
And say nothing ever happens. One was for assault. The other was for disorderly conduct. 25 of the violations that of people were kicked out were stadium rules. 10 were alcohol related, and 5 for disorderly conduct. So that's 40 people in that game last year.
If you could bring the women and children last year, you should.
And
Operative word is should be able to bring them to East Lansing. And I don't think MSU fans are barbaric or it's going to get as ugly as...
Let me stop this, too, because apparently what got lost in the 10 seconds that everybody listened to and not the segment. Because the funny thing is, totally forgot about it until Evan was like, hey, congratulations. You guys nearly had 1 million hits on that. Like, for what? Hey, I didn't realize. We moved on. We never referenced it again. On Odyssey Rewind. Saying don't bring your women, bring the children is basically saying nobody's going to harm the kids. It's saying you may not want to see daddy in some type of situation or, hi, mom, we got to pick dad up. Something just happened. Yeah, dad got into it with some guy we don't know. And the next thing you know, yeah. So that's why it amazes me. People hear what they want to hear. So, hey, congratulations. Keep sending people there. Keep coming up with nothing on your own and recycling our stuff. I appreciate it. I love the love. Thank you. Thank you.
My goal is not to recycle Wednesday. You and I talked about it when I came in today. I saw you waving the flag
out there like,
and we had to at least get into it a little bit here.
Cookie steals our stuff, and then he's out there.
Your stuff.
Oh, by the way, I'm not with those two Sparties. Go Blue.
There was no Go Blue in the tweet for people who saw it. Anyway, we could rehash Wednesday for the entire show, and it's not what we're going to do. We have a lot to do today. As I said, we are going to have fun. Who said it? Fridays, we'll do it. We're going to pick the carcass of college football at 3 o'clock because I do think there's an opportunity for the Big Ten. It's kind of a choose-your-own adventure. Right. Which type of teams do you want to bring into this conference? Because the opportunity is there. But, Rico, yesterday at the ballpark, right? You guys weren't on yesterday, doubleheader Tiger baseball. Right. You wanted to watch both ends of the doubleheader because Shohei Ohtani played in both of them, and he did stuff that nobody's really ever done. Dominate the game from the mound and from the batter's box. And for everybody who wants to make this a Babe Ruth deal, right. Ruth did it for like 1 year where he pitched and hit. What Shohei's doing right now, like Babe Ruth was not an MVP when he was pitching. That was later in his career.
Right.
What Shohei's doing, I think he's the greatest athlete I've ever seen. And if you went to the ballpark yesterday, he goes 9 innings, 1 hit baseball, turns around in the second game and says, oh, I'm going to hit more home runs today than I allowed in the first game. He goes deep not once, but twice.
Right.
Rico, that's a performance of greatness that I don't think we're accustomed to seeing in a day in and day out basis.
No, it is. You witnessed history is what you saw. It was something like, you didn't know. You went down there to see your favorite player or one of your favorite players hoping that he has a good game, but you didn't know when you walked away, like, I don't know if I'll ever see this again. This is something that we will talk about. You'll tell your kids that I was there when this happened. Which, it led me, hey, how many times have you been to a game, actually at the game, not watching it, but how many times were you actually at the game and you witnessed history? You witnessed something that was just, not a spectacular play, but necessarily history. And I guess the simplest thing is to say, I saw a no-hitter. All right, special. Not a lot of them being thrown, but for me, I got to say, I think it was when LeBron scored 25 points in overtime.
Were you there at the Palace?
I was at the Palace. Wow. And you were watching this, and you're saying, okay, he's scoring a lot of points. Is anybody going to stop this man? I didn't realize until the game was over, he was the Cavalier offense. He made every basket for them. It was something that I don't think I've ever seen again where a team, 5 players, known for defense, could not stop one guy. And this is like LeBron before he became LeBron. And I think that night showed me he's going to be special.
That was a changing of the guard.
I was like, tonight, he lived up to all the hype that he has gotten all his entire career. So were you ever at a game where you witnessed greatness? Like yesterday with Ohtani, 248-539-9797. Because for me, it was LeBron James. Watching him just like a surgeon with a scalpel slice up the Pistons in overtime all by himself.
Enrico, Shohei's on the West Coast. Maybe people don't watch him all that often. You see highlights, he's doing both. But then he comes to Comerica Park. You get a chance to see him with your own eyes. He's painting the black on the mound. He's throwing 95-plus, breaking pitches, fastball. He's hitting all the edges. You can't hit him. And I know it's the Tigers, but he does this to everybody. Right. And it was on display yesterday because in the same day, after throwing 9 innings, I would think, okay, maybe they give him a breather in the second game. No. He goes out, hits 2 home runs, doesn't even finish the game, but still leaves the yard twice. Right. So what is it for you? 248-539-9797, the moment of greatness that you witnessed. It's 97-1.
All right, summer is still here, guys. And you know you've been always wanting that the sports car. Hamilton Chevrolet has heard your cry. They're saying, hey, you want a moment of greatness? Come to Hamilton Chevrolet. You could have a summer of greatness, at least the rest of the summer, because you can get the July Rico deal. July is closing out. A new 2023 Chevy Camaro, $399 a month for 36 months. You walk in there with $995 down, you get 10,000 miles a year. Yeah, an automatic transmission Chevy Camaro, $399 a month. Stop in to see my guys, Andrew, or any of his wonderful sales staff. They will hook you up. You've always wanted a sports car. Now is the time to head to Hamilton Chevrolet at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys. You can visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
You see Matt Manning after the game, his quote?
Had to been better than Stoney's.
What's Stoney saying today?
We'll play that in a minute.
Okay. Well, Matt Manning said Shohei had the greatest day of baseball that anybody has ever seen. Hard to argue. 9 innings in the first game, 1 hit, turns around in the second game and hits 2 home runs.
It's when it's something when the opposing team can sit there and say, this was pretty special. This was, wow. I know it sucked that it was us, but yeah, it's kind of cool.
Like, what are the parallels? You brought up being at the Palace for LeBron. What Shohei's doing, like, there really aren't parallels. People try to go back to Babe Ruth. I mean, is this like a quarterback throwing 350 yards and then playing free safety and housing one the other way? I mean, like, this doesn't happen.
Or just something that's just so mind-blowing. Like, for example, if you happen to be, I don't know if they were in Cincinnati or if they were in Milwaukee, when Ellie De La Cruz stole second, then stole third, and then caught the pitcher napping and stole home, and imagine you're in the beer line when this happened, and your buddies are all like, I can't believe that. Can't believe what? What happened? Oh, you'll never see that again. It's one of those type of events, one of those type of moments. Have you ever been at the ballpark? Because it's different when you're actually there than watching it on TV. So that's what we're asking. If you've been there, tell us what it is. 248-539-9797. For me, I was at the Palace watching LeBron. That, to me, was the beginning of what LeBron James was about to become. Because before, it was a lot of hype. And I'm like, man, this kid can't live. Like, he's not this good. Okay, guys, pump the brakes. He's not going to be the next Jordan. And the next thing, I'm just sitting there like, this is incredible. Where Ben Wallace, your multiple defensive player of the year, he can't stop him. Tayshaun Prince, the lockdown defense. Tayshaun can't stop. No one can stop this kid. He is torching them by himself. That's what made that so remarkable. He beat it was 1-on-5 and 1-1.
Early LeBron on some of those Cavs teams. Remember who his teammates were? It's like Zydrunas Ilgauskas and Anderson Varejao.
Yeah.
Larry Hughes and Mo Williams. Meanwhile, they're going up against Duncan, Parker, and Ginobili in the NBA Finals. Yeah, it's a coming out party. And, I don't think yesterday was that for Shohei. I think you'd have to be living under a rock.
No, it wasn't a coming out party.
But for Tiger fans to see it in person and get that taste of greatness.
You know what it showed? It showed this man is going to be worth the 600 or 700 million he's going to get. Because what other player can do what he just did?
None.
That's why somebody's going to pay that amount of money. That's why.
I went back and looked at it because everybody does it. Babe Ruth did this 100 years ago. Babe Ruth pitched really up until 1919 when he was 24 years old and then was a hitter exclusively for the vast majority of his career. So, no, we don't have any parallels to this. In the game back then, he was going up against plumbers. Guys paving roofs in the offseason.
Literally.
Yeah, not pejoratively, not like the cool thing to say. No, like actual dudes who were working with their hands the other 6 months of the year.
Right. Who really had no athleticism to them, but they just happened to be the best of the best.
And it wasn't a global game. You didn't have players from Japan and South America. You didn't. No, it wasn't the game that it is today.
You had a bunch of white guys out there playing.
It didn't even have the color barrier broken yet.
No.
What Shohei's doing in the global game, pitching and hitting, in our ballpark yesterday, that was a brush with greatness. What's the game you were there for your brush of greatness? Let's go to Carl. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey, Carl.
All right, I got one for you. I've never been a big baseball fan most of my life. And I got coerced one day to go down to the ballpark. A buddy of mine talked me into it, bought me a ticket, and ended up seeing Verlander's no-hitter. Now, not to be outdone, a short time after that, he says, Carl, you got to come with me. I want to see another no-hitter, so I got you another ticket. And we went and saw Galarraga's perfect game.
You know what?
And those are the only 2 ball games I've ever been to.
You should have won yesterday.
Are you serious? Wait, Carl, I almost don't buy that. You've only been to 2 baseball games and they were a no-hitter and a near perfect game?
That's it.
Carl,
I blew my wad. He was actually joking with me, says the team should buy me tickets every year.
You should have went to the doubleheader yesterday. You would have saw something again.
I would have liked it. Maybe seen something else.
Outrageous.
Appreciate the phone call, man. Carl. Yeah, the Galarraga game, I think because of everything that you know now and everything that you saw, it was a perfect game. I think that would qualify as something that if you were there, that was greatness. And then even afterwards, like, you were robbed. You were robbed of that moment to say it was a perfect game. And to this day, I'm still mad that Major League Baseball has not come out and just said, you know what, we're going to give you that perfect game.
Can I say this? I think the call should have been rectified. He should have been credited with a perfect game. The fact that he wasn't has actually made this stand out more. Like, being at that game, we've had perfect games before, not many. We've never had that. That's like a one of one in all of baseball. If you were at that game, it's more unique. I hate saying this, but it's more unique because he got screwed.
No, but then it becomes, okay, do you feel the same way about the Calvin Johnson process?
Oh, here we go. 248. Dean, you're next up. Dean, you're Brush with Greatness.
Hey, how are you guys doing today?
Hey,
good.
Dean.
Yeah, so good. I took my son to his first hockey game for his 7th birthday on the day after Christmas in 1996, and the Red Wings beat the Capitals 5-4 in overtime, and Sergei Fedorov scored all 5 goals.
Okay.
That's a really good one.
That is a really good one, Dean.
It was crazy.
And, you look back at that era of Red Wing hockey, and, like, Yzerman is the face of it, and he's the captain, but Fedorov was every bit the player Steve was. I mean, he played two-way hockey. They didn't have to threaten to trade him to Ottawa. I mean, he was a great player, and that's one of his signature games. Yeah. Like, if you were there for that, that probably felt like being there for LeBron.
Yeah.
Going off. At least it was your guy in this instance.
Right.
At least it was your guy.
Okay, this guy is red hot, and this is about to happen. I would say maybe, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to take other people's away, but Barry Sanders, when he set the rushing record at the time, he got over 2,000 yards. Mm-hmm. Because I remember I was working in Lansing when he got it, and we were all wondering to ourselves, okay, did he just get the record? Did he just get to 200 yards? Because I think it was like one of those Barry runs where he rushed for like 3 yards. It could be 2 yards, could be 3 yards. So did he get 2,000 yards on that? The very next play, he settled the argument and took it, I think, 57 yards down the sideline. We're like, oh, yeah, Barry just got the record.
You want a much sadder moment that's similar to that to me. I was at the Sunday night game where I think it was Kerryon Johnson ran for 100 yards for the Lions. Remember they had that stretch where they couldn't find a 100-yard rusher? And I remember people like checking their phones or looking at the scoreboard to see, did he get to triple digits? Did he get 100 yards rushing? Not nearly the brush of greatness, but that's what it made me think of. 248-539-9797. It was such a sad time. We couldn't find a 100-yard back. It was like 2 seasons plus, maybe more.
Yeah.
Different days. Better days ahead. Let's go to Jeff. Jeff, you're on 97.1, buddy.
Hey, thanks for having me on there. So, in 2015, I attended a Blue Tigers
Hey, Jeff, we're going to put you on hold. Don't go anywhere. But, yeah, your phone is going in and out. So, yeah, yeah.
Let's go to Anthony. Anthony, am I reading this right? Go ahead.
Look, give Shohei his flowers for what he did. But he did not do that against a major league roster. Those guys, they do not – the only major league player, legitimate major league player on that roster is Green, Riley Green. The rest of those guys, you can bag them. And if you look at his record, he wasn't doing that hot. But if you're talented enough, it only takes that one day, that one outing. The kid in New York, he showed that. You just talked about Galarraga. It only takes that one day. But this team has consistently shown that they are not major league caliber. And the point of all of this is, go ahead.
Anthony, he's the most valuable player in all of baseball, and that includes games not played against the Detroit Tigers. He's number 1 in home runs and OPS, and he's an ace on the bump. Are you really calling in to take away from what he is doing?
Anthony, you looked at there was 31 flavors to choose. You chose salty. Seriously.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But I'm here to tell you, this is showing you how far the Tigers have to go before they're a legitimate team. And all of the sauce that was talking about how close they were to making the playoffs, when they play legitimate teams, look at what they do. when you play against the number 3, the number 4 starter, I'm saying Shohei is the real deal. But I'm saying look at it from the premise of if he was playing against a AAA, AA team. That's what he faced. Be real about it. Look at the averages. Look at the OPS. The only real player they have is Riley Green.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it.
Anthony, I'm not really sure the point you're making. Are you saying that
he's saying that it was so easy? If it was that easy, then why haven't everybody else thrown one-hitters against the Tigers?
The Tigers are not a playoff team, even in this lousy division. But let's not say it's the Toledo Mud Hens, okay? Right. Come on. They didn't put the Erie Seawolves out there at the ballpark yesterday.
That's what I was
Come
like,
on.
dude, you chose I mean, Anthony woke up and chose violence this morning. Like, wow. Not impressive? Well, they're not a major league team. Okay, they're 7.5 games out. They're not the worst team. They're not the best team either, but come on.
You're brushed with greatness. If you're at the ballpark, want to hear from you. If you have another game you were at where you go, wow, you left kind of like, I saw something today.
Yeah.
It's 97.1. So Ohtani had the second best day in modern baseball history.
I mean, why does Stoney have to be the one-up guy?
Well, he is kind of a one-up guy, right?
It was good. But, Rick Wise threw a complete game and hit 2 home runs in 1 inning.
Was it a Phillies player? Because I know Stoney, Philadelphia. So, yeah, he just had this like in the recess of his mind, ready to pull this out. And he's like, you know what? As good a day as Shohei had.
Guys, sometimes you just see something and it's great. And that's okay, even if it's against your own team.
It was a landmark time. The next night, he saw the Bee Gees live.
I think this Andy Gibb could be something one day.
David, you want to catch us up on some ticket texts? We got packed phones, but before we get back to them, what do you've got?
Yeah, I like this one because it's off the beaten path. He says, "Hi, guys. Love the show. Brush with Greatness was non-baseball. I was at a Summer Olympics in Montreal in 1976 and saw Nadia Comaneci, I believe is how you pronounce that, get the first perfect 10. They said the scoreboard didn't even have 2 digits to put it up."
Okay.
That would be historic, right?
No, I mean, it is. I mean, yeah. The first perfect, yeah.
Someone says Tiger Woods shooting a 28 in 9 holes is like that perfect performance yesterday. He was there, he says. Wow. Jeez.
Because it's something about actually being at the event. Because with TV, you can see all the different angles. But when you're there, sometimes you don't realize what just happened here until you get home and you see the replay, or people are, it's like, okay, was that happening the way I thought it happened? Or maybe in my mind, I'm just exaggerating. So that's what we want to know. If you had to be there, but what was the brush with greatness that you had?
Let me read this one real quick. He says he was at the Lemieux McCarty fight. His best friend was in the bathroom when it started.
And see, right there. That's the story that you again. Remember that fight? Oh, wait. You had the nachos.
You were at the troughs. Brian, you were at the game yesterday. You're on 97.1.
Hey, yes, I was, and it was a terrific game. While I was there, I happened to bump into Craig Monroe, and I got to shake his hand, and he said, "Today you're going to see a pitching duel," and that was wonderful. One hitter. I've never been to a no hitter, and I would have liked to have seen it, but what he did, I mean, I quit doing the scorecard because it was irrelevant. It was just you watched him pitch. You could see in the late innings, 8th, 9th inning, that he was starting to get a little tired. He actually dropped a ball from the umpire, so he did a great performance. I'm glad I got to see him.
Well, and he did it so efficiently. I mean, they didn't have to even really consider pulling him, right? He was under 100 pitches cruising into the end of that game. Because on one hand, you go, do they need to throw him all 9 innings, right? This is kind of a big investment coming. Do they need to throw him all 9 innings? The problem is he had no issues.
You know what?
He was cruising.
No, I think they actually did, because I think what you saw yesterday was the Angels just send a message to everybody, okay? Leave our guy alone. He's ours. And we're going to make sure we use him in the correct way.
Well, you saw they're not trading Ohtani. They traded for reinforcements.
But I think that was kind of telling everybody, you can go ahead and back off. We're not listening to this anymore. We're not going to just kind of play around with him, not to get him injured. No, we're going to pitch him a complete game, and he's going to play the next game in a back-to-back.
By the way, you see what they did.
Yeah.
They added a starter and a reliever packaged together. You paying attention, Scott Harris? Package a starter and a reliever, get 2 top 5 prospects from a contender.
He's still got
the blueprints there. I'm not going to call him Al Avila. I have faith that he's going to pull something off in the next couple days here. Okay. All right, 248-539-9797. Sully, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
You know, I've had a butt full of this Shohei talk. You know, it's been a week now. He's coming here, okay, then it's game day, okay, and now it's, the aftermath. And everybody, crowning him the GOAT. Let's slow the roll there. Oh, he's better than Babe Ruth. Okay, Babe Ruth was, the king of the 20th century, and Shohei's probably going to be the king of the 21st century. But before we, consider him the GOAT, look how long it took Brady to be crowned the GOAT. So you want to be a GOAT on the pitching side,
outpitch. You know, when your careers are done, then you can mark.
Sully.
What?
Do you realize how ridiculous it sounds? We can't admire him until he retires or his career's almost over.
No, I'm saying it's hard to compare him to Babe Ruth. You know, they played a different amount of years and seasons.
Sure.
But you just go like the amount of games that each one of them played, you know, and figure it out that way. And then if you want to call him the GOAT, because maybe he beat out the Babe.
But
what
Sully,
about,
nobody's calling him the GOAT.
I just said he's the greatest I've ever seen.
I said that performance yesterday was
greatness.
It was historical.
Yes.
It was greatness. It's something that other major league players are saying, wow, everybody but Stoney and Sully and my man and the other guy who called Anthony. Yeah, well, you know, let him do it for 3. Let's do a triple header. That would impress me.
Come back out and play a later game.
Right. Letting both games go to extra innings. That would impress me. This, pitch a complete game.
He did it in a
2
marathon.
home run. Everybody does that.
Well, that's the other thing I'd say. I mean, we played the Stoney clip. Yeah, it took him 2 games to do it. There is something about playing 2 games in one day and being that dominant.
How about this?
It's twice as much baseball.
2 games, 1 complete game. You're out there pitching in the humidity that was Detroit yesterday.
Swamp out there.
And then you turned around and crushed 2. Yeah, okay. Who called him the GOAT?
He's had a...
Guys, it's okay to say he's one of the best players in baseball. Is he the best player ever? Time will tell. It's kind of like me with going back to the topic with LeBron. At the time, I was kind of like some of these people. I was sick of hearing about how great LeBron was. Well, do something. He said, hold my popcorn. Watch this. And went out there in overtime, and I'm like, you know what? Yep, I'm just going to go ahead and kill that narrative. You are going to be great, son.
There's nothing wrong with tipping your cap to Shohei Ohtani. I get it if it's Jordan Lyles who nearly shuts you out and it's the Royals. I'm sick of tipping my cap to mediocre pitchers. There's no shame in acknowledging what you just saw yesterday.
Right, or the one A's pitcher that just seems to have the Tigers every time he goes out on the mound. I forgot his name, but it's like, but this was impressive.
There's no shame in this. We're acknowledging what that was. That was greatness. And Matt Manning, who pitched against him, came out and said as much. Like, I don't think anybody's had a better day than this guy. Right. Let's go to Manny. You're on 97.1.
Hey, boys. Yeah, for me, it's got to be Spartan Stadium against Michigan. Kenneth Walker puts the whole team on his back. 5 TDs. I mean, he couldn't be stopped. No matter what he did, he couldn't be stopped. I think he had over, 200 rushing yards?
Was it the 5 touchdowns?
Yeah, that was the 5 touchdowns.
Yeah, I mean,
especially that last touchdown just was, that one was, even Gus had to acknowledge it was special.
Well, yeah, you had Michigan fans after the game going, but what about the call, the fumble near the end zone? How about stop Kenneth Walker at some point?
I remember.
And we don't talk about it.
No, because before the game, I remember people were saying that Kenneth Walker had easy yards.
Cotton candy yards.
Cotton candy yards. He didn't play anybody. Wait till he plays our vaunted defense.
Yikes.
Kenneth Walker, meat, hot knife, and butter. Slice, 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 slice.
Don't remind me of that game, please.
Sorry.
That was David. All I know is I wish we had live gambling back then because I would have made a mint. Because and Evan can attest to this. We sat in the press box together. I think Michigan was up 16, and I was like, Evan, State's gonna win this game. He's like, no way. I was like, we're gonna win this game.
We got a football today coming up next. If you want to pick, Cash the Ticket episode should be out today. A little baseball tonight. Home run prop. It's a Rico Beard throwback.
Oh.
Check out Cash the Ticket later. It's 97.1. Rico, this is the last weekend without football.
Yeah.
Hall of Fame game next week, preseason, pads are on for the Lions. I hope everybody else is excited when they hear that the way I am. The last weekend without football.
Let me add to this. The next time we will not have football in a month, it will be March.
Ooh. Yeah, sign me up. David, what's in football today?
So I'm going to start with this one, something I wasn't going to start with, but this just came out. So yesterday, Jalen Ramsey, the Dolphins starting cornerback that they traded for, he was carted off the field with an injury. Now there is an update to the injury. It is a full meniscus repair, which means he'll be out until December. Here's what's key, though, that Ian Rappaport tweets out. He received fully guaranteed salaries in 23 and 24 in case of injury. So the belief is this will extend his career, but he's guaranteed the money. But man, December, that hurts the Dolphins.
It does. It's not Tua, though. And I hate to diminish his injury. If it's December, they're hoping that, I guess it's going to be one, they're not going to put him on the IR. They're going to try to, in case they make the playoffs, they could bring him back for a late season push. But yes, I mean, anytime you lose a star player of his caliber for that long of a period, it's an adjustment. It's football. Thank God. I mean, the Lions, kind of knock on wood, didn't experience that last year.
Well, some people wanted Ramsey this year. I mean, the bullet dodged in that way. Yeah. Is this a new injury? This isn't something he had from L.A. He just suffered this?
No, it's not. He just suffered this in practice.
Yeah, it's tough because you said if they make the playoffs, that division, Bills and Jets, there's no sure thing that they're going to make the playoffs, especially without one of their best defensive players.
Yeah, that's going to be tough to win that division now. Let's get to a couple extensions that happened within the last few days. First one is the Giants extend offensive tackle Andrew Thomas, $117.5 million extension for Thomas, 67 guaranteed. But the big one that I believe everyone was looking towards, that Joe Burrow was looking at it for sure, Justin Herbert received a massive 5-year, $262.5 million deal. 218 of that is fully guaranteed.
Was that hazard pay for working with Joe Lombardi last year? Some people are going to say he's not worth that because he doesn't have playoff wins.
Yeah.
But Rico, he can make every throw, and I think he's going to have a big year this season.
Jim, you just got to get used to it. He's the next in line. He's going to sit in that seat. He's going to make the money. Next week, somebody else is going to make the money. And then after that, somebody else is going to make the money. Are they worth it? They're never worth it. Stafford wasn't worth it when he got paid here. I'm sorry I had to bring that up. But when he was the highest paid,
he knows how to hurt me.
When he was the highest paid QB, he wasn't worth it. He just happened to be right place, right time. And with a lot of free agents, that's where you want to be. You want to be that guy right now who makes a ton of money. I mean, think about it. I mean, a guy like John Jansen would be getting paid if he played football right now.
By the way, the Andrew Thomas thing, Penei Sewell, very happy to see that. That's
right
what
tackle,
I thought of.
Yeah.
He's going to get paid.
Because, eventually, all of these young guys, Lions are going to have to make that choice. Do we pay them? Do we release them? The one, Sewell, they'll pay.
Mm-hmm.
St. Brown, that's the one that's going to get interesting.
In an unrelated story, I guess, in a way, a little bit, I guess, Joe Burrow limped at practice on Thursday, and everyone panicked. And I watched the video. I'm sure everyone else watched the video, and it was silent at the practice facility there for the Bengals. But it turns out it is just a calf injury for Joe Burrow. And the Bengals had to send this tweet out. They say, everyone, please stop calling and offering us your calf muscles. It doesn't work like that. Joey will be back. So apparently Bengals fans were calling to donate their calf muscles to Joe Burrow.
I don't blame him.
He'll be fine.
It was scary.
You
saw the video because non-contact, everybody assumes the worst.
I mean, honestly, what did Cincinnati do to deserve two young stars in their city?
Absolutely nothing.
Joe Burrow, Dela Cruz. Yeah.
Jamar Chase, don't forget about that young
you know
star.
What, right. what did you do to deserve all of this? But yeah, you knew when he went down because all they saw was their season just flash before their eyes. I don't understand. I mean, I guess I do for timing reasons why quarterbacks are out there, but there's certain. Do you really need to go through these plays? This is what we got to back up for. You know the plays.
I mean, the question would be, does Burrow practice until he gets his Herbert deal? And it's going to be more than Herbert. Shouldn't he just sit until that gets reworked and done?
A lot of people believe that he will sit the whole preseason now.
I would.
I would
certain quarterbacks, I don't need you out there.
Yeah.
Is it wrong that I smiled? Don't wish injury.
Well,
I don't wish injury.
No.
But it was something to look at. That's
Then
all
again,
I'm saying.
Says the preacher who packs the gun.
Yep, correct. Something else that I saw and kind of smiled at was Sean Payton. He went off on a little rant regarding the Broncos, and he said that the predecessors had done one of the worst coaching jobs in the history of the NFL. Quote, I don't know, Hackett. A lot of people had dirt on their hands. It wasn't just Russell. He didn't just flip all of a sudden. He still has it. This BS that he hit a wall, shoot. They couldn't get a play in. They were 29th in the league in pre-snap penalties on both sides of the ball. Now, he had a quote today apologizing.
No.
Saying, I had one of my moments where I had my Fox hat on and not my coaching hat. It was a mistake by me. I said what I said, but I needed to have some restraint.
Boo! No, I like this. Tell it like it is. I like coaching feuds. Be honest. If you think Hackett was a bozo, I agree with you. Preach, Sean Payton.
But he also didn't go back on what he said. He just said, I shouldn't have said that. He didn't say I was wrong.
Basically, I mean it. I just shouldn't have said it.
Yeah, I still didn't understand what was the genesis. Like, why did
he say it?
Yeah, just
he said he had his Fox hat on.
Okay, but
forgot he was a coach again.
You woke up that morning and Jets. Oh,
they play each other in week 5, by the way.
Right. If you
bring it on, let's go.
If you're working for Fox, you're probably like, yeah, I want people to watch us to hear about this team.
Hype it up. Was there one player who claims he was doing? What was the backstory on this, David?
Yeah, there was a player that used to play for the Broncos last season, now plays for the Jets. He's friends with the family, the Hackett family. He basically said that Sean Payton wanted to basically start training camp and notice, oh, crap, my team is awful. Let me blame the former regime.
I don't think he's lowering the bar. I think he's making the case that they should exceed expectation this year. I mean, he's putting a target on his back. But if he means it, if it's honest, if it's sincere, I like athletes that say interesting things.
So let me get to this before I get to something for Rico to end this with. And this was something, Cookies, you brought up to me, and I didn't even notice this at first. But the Green Bay Packers, you know how teams tweet out happy birthday to a player or whatever to a player. They, Jonathan Garvin, they tweeted out yesterday, happy birthday, smile, it's your birthday, with a picture of him smiling and the sponsor and everything. And whoa, wonderful. Well, minutes later, or maybe hours later, I don't know, it was tweeted out that they released him. Jonathan Garvin was then released. Happy birthday, you're released.
Enjoy your Dave & Buster's gift certificate. You're gone. Oops. Somebody didn't tell the PR department the impending move that was going to happen that day. That was embarrassing.
Didn't Don Mulbach get cut on his birthday?
Yes, he did.
I think he did.
Of all the days, like, we can't cut him tomorrow. We had to do it today. Like, he's probably his fan. Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. Hold on. He's been released.
And then let me end it with this because I saw this headline. I was just looking some things up. It says Jalen Carter.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Preseason practices, how do you feel about those?
In terms of, do I make a big deal about it?
Are they worthless?
They're not worthless, but I'm not going to take it too extreme one way or the other.
Okay. Go ahead, David.
Quote from the headline, Jalen Carter already looking like the best player in the draft.
You set me up.
Here's another quote. He regularly beats world-class vets, and it's hard not to think we didn't get the best player in the draft.
Oh, and by the way, I guess they threw a double team at him, and he pushed them both over. Oh, and by the way, Nolan Smith sacked Jalen Hurts second day. So as the Eagles people are putting, it's hard to believe that they fell to number 9 and 30. Wow. So just,
don't hurt yourself patting yourself on the back.
Hey,
it's only July and he's doing this.
Well, yes, I'm just getting a small sampling of what it's going to look like if it happens in the regular season. If this guy comes out and has Micah Parsons-like impact in the first season, Rico's not going to be shy.
I will.
You?
I will be.
Okay.
That man keeps his receipts, and that is in football today.
So, you know what? You go online and you start looking at great players that played in the SEC, they're in the NFL, but then your timeline gets all mucked up with all types of go to this college and go to that college. You want to know why? Because you're being tracked. What you want to do is you want to block those trackers. So that's why I downloaded DuckDuckGo. You could do the same. You can just go to duckduckgo.com or go into your app store, download it to your iPhone or to your Droid phone. It will block the trackers so you could just go back to enjoying the internet the way it's supposed to be without people following you around and being all creepy. DuckDuckGo.com.
And away we go. It's a Friday. Jim Costa in for Mike. Rico, we opened the show, brought up Shohei Ohtani, what he did yesterday at the ballpark. Brush with greatness if you were there and you saw it. 9 innings in the first game of one-hit baseball. Turns around, grabs a bat, goes deep twice. 2 home runs. And we've got people who want to hear from you. 248-539-9797. What's your brush with greatness? The game you were at, Rico, you brought up LeBron James at the Palace going off.
Right.
Where him and him alone scoring all the points at the end of the game. We've got that for you. We are going to
25 straight points.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. We are going to get into Big Ten expansion talk and whether you want to pick the carcass clean in a moment. Let's get to the phones. We've got Matt. You're next up. You're on 97.1. Matt, talk to us.
Hey, now. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Good. Hey, so, good afternoon. I miss Mike, but I tell you what, there's some magic here in Rico and Costa for sure. So, Shohei Ohtani, I don't agree with this, but I think what people are seeing is they're seeing a really good pitcher, not the greatest, and a really good hitter, not the greatest, and not putting it together. When you put those two guys together, you're getting so much more. I mean, when have you seen a guy in a doubleheader throw a one-hitter and hit 2 home runs? You'd have to go back over 100 years to see that, and I'm not even sure if you'd find it then. And, you throw on top of that, you think about, you've signed that guy. Think of all the advantages you have now as a team. You have 2 really good players in one salary. You have an extra roster spot.
Yep.
And if he made $30 million a year, you're not going to get a really good pitcher and a really good hitter for $15 million each. It's just not going to happen. You get so much bonus with that guy. And I tell you, he's a generational talent. The only guy I can think of to compare it to since I've been alive, and it's a little different, but it'd be Bo Jackson, a really good baseball player and a very good football player, like unbelievable. I think that's the only thing you could really compare him to at this point.
I mean, Deion Sanders would be another guy if you want to go that route. It's 2 different sports.
But see, Deion wasn't great at baseball.
Right.
Like Bo
knew.
Bo really was great at both sports. Literally, I mean, he literally ran out of his hip.
So, yeah, he did. His point is like, oh, Shohei's maybe not the best hitter. Dude might be the best hitter in baseball this season. He leads in OPS, leads in home runs. He is the best hitter in baseball. He won a Silver Slugger 2 years ago and the MVP award. I'm just saying, like, he is arguably the best hitter in the sport. And a year ago, he finished 4th in the Cy Young. He's not like kind of good at both. He's arguably one of the 5 best hitters and one of the 5 best pitchers in the sport. At the same time, Ruth never did it.
It goes back to what the caller said. And I mean, I know everybody's like, oh, you can't pay the money. David is just hell-bent on he's never going to come here. But if I told you the Tigers went out and added a bat in free agency and paid him $30 million a year, and they added a pitcher for another $20 million.
Okay.
Yeah. Or another $30 million. Okay. You got them both.
It makes sense. He ain't coming here, though.
Okay.
I wish it was true. Rico, I wish it was true.
Way to dream mediocre.
Ben, what game were you at?
Hey, good afternoon. 2 years ago, thank you, Lions versus Ravens here in Detroit. I was there. I'm from Baltimore. I'm a Lions fan, not a Ravens fan, but my best friend was visiting. He and his wife are diehard Ravens fans. So I'm there with a group of about 10 of us, and we're sitting on the at the 5-yard line, about 15 rows up at the end. The Lions are outplaying the Ravens. Even my friend admitted that. And we were right there. It was right in front of us, that record-setting field goal. We heard the dunk as it hit the crossbeam. Couldn't believe it. Just could not believe it.
Yeah, that was one where
crushing.
I'm sitting there saying, they are not about to try this. Then I'm
Right.
like, you know what? With Tucker, I guess you could.
You know when I knew
Is this really about to happen?
You know when I knew it was going to be good? When Dan Miller said, this would be the longest kick in NFL history. Oh, okay. I know it's about to happen. Years of being a Lions fan has trained me for this moment.
Okay, is it going to make it?
Right. Wasn't expecting him to make it. And my friend's wife has got a Tucker jersey on that she's wearing for the game to top it all off.
Oh, I'm sure she had the biggest grin on her face.
She sure did. She sure did. But when it went through, there was just dead silence. Just dead silence for about 3 or 4 seconds, and then there go the cheers.
I couldn't help but kind of like chuckle. I mean, like as a coping mechanism, like of course he did it. Of course.
Right, because it hit the crossbar,
And then
right?
lingered in the air.
Went up.
And then over.
And now
like the Kawhi Leonard shot when he was in Toronto,
Yeah,
but this was football.
Right, it's like the movie. Now all of a sudden it's slow-mo, cue the flashbacks from training camp and when he was a little kid and wanted to make this kick in the backyard, and the ball is slowly rotating down. And you're right. I just, the Lions. I think that and the pitch back and forth games. Simply turn off the TV and just the Lions. The Lions.
Yep. What are you going to do? What are you going to say? Course. Par for the course. Hey, listen, I think times are changing, but it doesn't mean we haven't had those moments. And that's like near the top of the list, man.
But that I mean, it was a record-setting field goal.
Of course it was.
It falls in the criteria of something. He was there. Because that's what we're asking. Just that game that you were at, that you saw something that was so incredible, so amazing. You realize you're probably never going to see this again, but you were fortunate enough to witness it live and in person. Mine was LeBron scoring 25 straight points in the playoff game against the Pistons, the beginning of him becoming LeBron James.
We've got people on the phones. Also want to get to the Big Ten and what's next, because Colorado is leaving the Pac-12. Some of you have seen this. They are now going back to the Big 12. Geographically, it makes sense, although geography is really not a consideration with expansion in college football anymore. But they go, quote, back to their roots. And, Rico, I think it made sense, too, because the Pac-12's in a very precarious situation. They said, you know what, rather than be stuck, let's go somewhere where we know we can be anchored into a power conference, where we can protect our school and our playoff chances. And now you look at the Pac-12 and you wonder, like, what's going to happen to Oregon? What's going to happen to Washington? Is this where the Big Ten swoops in and picks the carcass clean? Do you want Washington? Do you want Oregon? Do you want door number 2? Rico, I'm sure you saw some of the other things that were out there. We'll get to that coming up next. The next move for the Big Ten, it's 97-1.
Guys, you've heard me talk about specs at LTU, and you've also heard me say the fall is approaching quickly. As I said, this is the last month that we're going to be without football. It means the fall is going to be here. You need to hurry up and register for classes at specs at LTU. If you want to go into radio, TV, graphics design, specs at LTU can help get your career started. Why? You're going to be taught by professors who actually work in the field, like yours truly. We're not going to waste your time. You're going to hit the ground running from day one. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about Specs at LTU's certificate programs in broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications right here on the campus of Lawrence Tech in Southfield. And then after you do that, make magic by enrolling in the Specs at LTU certificate programs today.
Colorado back to the Big 12. What's left of the Pac-12, Rico? Is this when the Big 10 swoops in and plucks Oregon and Wisconsin or Washington?
You know what? I know a lot of people will say, yeah, because you want to see Oregon, you want to see Washington in here.
They fit with USC and UCLA, a little West Coast pod.
I would simply say this. If you're going to do this, what struck me as interesting was the news that Florida State is trying to get out of the ACC. Now, the problem with the ACC is they signed a terrible deal that you can leave, but you will leave everything at the front door. You will leave here with nothing on. You're walking away. You got to start all over again. And, oh, by the way, all the money that you get, let's say the Florida State came to the Big Ten. Yeah, that $100 million check is going to get endorsed right back to the ACC. We get the money, you don't. So that's the price of paying. So they're hiring big-time lawyers to try to get out of this. That's a team that I would watch out for. If Florida State leaves, I would try to pair that up with Miami, and now you got something. And twofold. One, you're going to get into the state of Florida, so that's going to help out with your recruiting because now kids can say, hey, your parents and everybody can see you play. You're in the Big Ten now. The other thing, it's going to satisfy the academic world of the Big Ten because both of those universities are top 60 universities in the nation. So it's not like you're just bringing in a bunch of dummies. As a matter of fact, Miami is one of the top research universities in the U.S. That's a buzzword for the academic types. They want to hear that.
Mm-hmm.
I would go that route because do you really want Oregon and Washington, or would it just complete the set of USC, UCLA? Or you go into Florida, you bring in Florida State, you bring in Miami. I think that adds a different dimension. And now if you're the Big Ten, let's be real, geography's gone out the window. So now you have teams on both coasts and in the middle. I would go that route.
Which one would you take?
And by the way, if
set?
you want, you can have Nebraska. They're right there. You can have them. Free. Just take them.
Who gets them? What do you mean?
Big 12.
Oh, okay. Reunite with Colorado and kind of redo that whole thing.
You can if you're in Nebraska, why wouldn't you go?
Geographically makes more sense. Culturally makes more sense too, right?
If you're in Nebraska, you could probably win the Big 12. You're never going to win the Big 10. If you're in Nebraska, you go to the Big 12, tell me why you can't win this thing. Matt Rule's your coach. You'll get all the recruits.
And he knows the Big 12
Right, you'll get all the
Did
recruits.
it at Baylor.
You'll get the recruits from Texas that you used to get before in Oklahoma because they're staying close to home.
Well, you're talking about kicking them out, like because there's too much money to stay in the Big
I'm not
Ten.
kicking them out. I'm just saying the door's open.
Okay. Well, I think they would stay where
the doors of the church are open.
Okay. Well, I think they're going to want whatever's got the offering plate with the most money on it, which is the Big Ten.
But you know, that tells you how much these TV contracts mean something because Nebraska knows what I'm saying makes sense. But they also don't want to give up a $100 million check.
You don't want to mess with your meal ticket.
But they don't belong here.
Well, so then this is the question. Scenario one, you pick the carcass, you take Oregon, Washington, you take the best two teams still stuck out west in a dying/dead conference. Or you take the two teams down in Florida, Miami and Florida State. The only other thing I would throw into this, one last Hail Mary for Notre Dame?
No. Why?
Dude, I don't feel like I should have to sell it to you. They're in the geographical footprint of the Big Ten. They're a team that consistently wins.
Cookies.
They bring a lot of money and TV eyeballs to the television deal.
You don't have to sell it to me. It simply goes back to a movie that was out that you probably went to go see. Mm-hmm. She's just not that into you. Okay? I'm stopping you. Everything you're saying is making sense. She's never going to love you. She's not. She's
Rico,
not.
But why?
It makes sense.
Why?
Yes, you have everything that you could provide. She is.
You got a stable job, and you're an honest man. And
no, she doesn't want you. Stop making a fool of yourself. She does not want you. Walk away with some pride and dignity. Stop doing this to you.
It makes too much sense for both sides.
Okay. Except she doesn't want you. Okay?
I'm not.
It's borderline obsession now. Let it go. Walk away.
Are you talking about Notre Dame or Ohtani?
Well, no, okay. See, you're wrong. Yeah. You just don't know baseball.
But I keep going back to this. Notre Dame needs the Big Ten more than the Big Ten needs Notre Dame, as evidenced by your $100 million checks for the new TV deal. The Big Ten could add from the West Coast. They could add from the Southeast. They could add anywhere. They don't need Notre Dame. Notre Dame doesn't make as much money annually with NBC as they would if they joined with the Big Ten. Right. They make $26 million right now. Their TV deal is expected to be renegotiated soon.
About 70.
Industry experts say 60 to 70, which is, quick math, not $100 million.
It's not, but it's 70, and you still get to be independent, and you still get to call the shots. You're not under the umbrella of the Big Ten. You don't have to fall in line with what they say. You can negotiate your own deals with NBC or whatever network will take you. That's why. Yes, it's less, but if you're Notre Dame, you are on the forefront of this. You have enough money that, okay, I'll sacrifice a little freedom for money. I want my freedom more than the money.
They don't need no man. Okay, David, what would you do?
They don't want you. They may need a man. They just don't want you.
So I have to take the pair of Oregon and Washington or Florida State
and Miami.
Yeah. I can't mix at all?
No.
Okay, well, I guess I'll go Florida State and Miami. They're sexier to me than Washington and Oregon.
I mean, Oregon has the uniforms. Yes.
I get that. And they're West, so that would match up with USC and UCLA.
You connect more rivalries. Okay. Rivalries are part of college football. To
Miami,
me, they're the
Florida
essence.
State.
I want money.
But they come together, and they are attached to none of the other 16 schools. At least with Washington and Oregon, they come in with a built-in rivalry with USC and UCLA. There's also history with the Rose Bowl that they do have a relationship with some of the Big Ten teams. It does feel like a more complete set.
Maybe.
They're just taking two off teams from just the coast.
They made it work with Nebraska, with Penn State, with Rutgers, and Maryland. They made it work.
We have different definitions of
it
work.
And here's the thing. And now if you're an opposing fan, would you rather travel to Eugene or travel to South Beach?
See, and here's the thing. And I understand everything you're saying because it's all in my head as well. You're right. You're matching up the pair. I get all that.
Yeah, the Lego pieces click together.
But here's what I also hear in the other side of my head. TV dollars, markets. And that's Rico. Because it makes sense to have the Miami market, the TV market. Florida now, you connect with the Big Ten and recruiting. Florida State's a big brand. Money, money, money talks, man.
You
I'm
got
with
a brand. And
Florida
eventually,
State, Miami.
You'll probably have Dion, too. 248-539-9797.
Pick your pair.
Would you rather have Miami, Washington, Florida State? Miami, Florida State, or Washington and Oregon? I would take the Florida schools. I think you would get into the footprint of the SEC. We've all said that's the best conference. So now you're going after some of the better players who now haven't. You know what? I can go play in the Big Ten, and you're going to be playing games consistently in my home state. I like that route. Eugene, it's the middle of nowhere, okay? It really is.
But Seattle,
they got cool jerseys.
But Seattle isn't nowhere.
They're not.
Nike is a huge deal for Oregon, and that is a big brand, a good relationship for your conference. It's not like it's chopped liver. I mean, it's not like I'm saying Eastern Washington. Red Turf's on the way.
No. First of all, the Nike thing, yeah, they take care of Michigan. They take care of Ohio State, and they basically throw out table scraps for the other schools that wear Nike in the Big Ten. Plain and simple. So, not that.
But you're
part
making it act like they're chopped liver, like you're taking some C squad.
They're not chopped liver, but you're only taking them because they're the other pair that comes with USC and UCLA. The Big Ten showed you who they really wanted. They could have took all four, and all four showed up to the bus stop, but only USC and UCLA were allowed to hop on the bus. No, hey guys, catch the next one. We'll be back for you. We're not coming back, really.
Well, the last report was they're set. They're not going to add. But this has been ever-changing. It never stays. It always changes.
Florida State, Miami, if the ACC gets broken up, I think Clemson's going to try to do their best to get into the SEC. Them in South Carolina, they want to pair up with South Carolina. I would take these two.
You guys can weigh in.
If you want football. Now, if you wanted basketball, it would be Duke, North Carolina. That would be a no-brainer, but nobody cares about college hoops.
That doesn't move the needle.
I mean, academic-wise, it does.
Yeah,
but
sure.
the money is there. If you're Florida State, as you said, you're probably going to go for the most dollars you can. If you're the Big Ten, it now means that you are coast to coast. Geography's out the books, okay? So we can forget about it. Doesn't make sense regionally. None of it does. West Virginia's in the Big 12, okay? It's all gone. I would go that route. The Notre Dame thing, she doesn't like you.
But it is the top choice. It is the top
flowers.
choice.
Stop sending her flowers. It's getting embarrassing.
Handwritten notes.
Yeah, it's getting embarrassing.
Little sappy love
she
letters.
She doesn't want to hear you and your guitar
You got the
outside her
boom box.
window. Yeah, stop writing love songs like Roberto. No. She doesn't want you. Let's move on.
By the way, speaking of Roberto, could he have tried any less for Floral Friday? Just a black shirt. I guess, David, you're wearing a black shirt too. But for Roberto, no collar. Like, it is the definition of just getting through a Friday over there.
Have you not
We're
seen
both
him all
black
summer?
today.
Have you not seen him all summer? Roberto gave up in April.
Well, he better show up at 4 o'clock. We've got Who Said It coming. It's 97.1. The Big Ten has said we're good. Does anybody believe that we're done with big expansion in college football? I don't. Colorado joins the Big 12 a year from now. What's left of the Pac-12? Everybody speculates Washington and Oregon would make sense in the Big Ten. Rico, you brought up the possibility, hey, Florida State, if the ACC thing blows up, you could take them and Miami.
Right.
We've given you a chance to pick two.
Yeah, Florida State's trying to get their lawyers to get out of that bad deal that they're in, that they can't take any TV money. That's what's hurting them. You can leave, but you won't get any of that Big Ten money if you went to the Big Ten. Oregon and Washington, man, they got to be feeling like stepchildren because the Pac-12 doesn't have any money and nobody wants to take them into their conference right now. They're waiting on the Big Ten to call and say, hey, yes, we're in.
Seriously, what happens to them now? Because with no USC, UCLA, Colorado said, hey, we see which ship is sinking. We're going to get out while we still can. What is left? Yeah. It's the Northwest quadrant, the four teams, Washington State, Oregon State, and Cal, Arizona State.
Arizona. I think Arizona is going to be the final linchpin of where are they going to go.
Right.
Because there's
Big 12?
I don't know. The Big 12 saying that they're going to still keep expanding and they're looking at a team. The Colorado thing, I'm like, really? Colorado was the team you wanted? I understand they were in there before,
yes,
but
there's a historical significance.
If we were on the playground picking teams, Colorado wouldn't be my first pick. Of all the teams that are there, Colorado.
Listen, the Big 12's desperate. They're desperate. They're taking anybody with any legitimacy at all.
That's why I thought the Big 12, I thought they would take Arizona State because clearly Oregon and Washington are waiting on the Big Ten. So the answer is, well, let's wait.
Well, you got to think Big 12. Aren't they adding, is it this year? Cincinnati and Central Florida. I mean, it's not the Big 12.
No.
It's not the state of Texas plus Oklahoma. No, it's a much different conference.
And that's what I'm saying. If you want to add a marquee team, Arizona in all sports is a team that you could say, yes, that's something that could be one of our leaders.
And the Phoenix market, which we start talking about TV markets that are on the table.
But this,
So you throw them in the mix. David, what are people saying on the ticket text?
I like that Phoenix market. That is great. Nebraska needs to follow Colorado back to the Big 12. Their Black Friday afternoon games were legendary. John in Lake Orion. Someone says Stanford and Oregon to the Big 10, Washington and Florida State to the Big 12.
Can't do that because Stanford and Cal are a package deal.
Correct.
So congratulations. The world of academia will love that because the Big Ten will now be smarter. Northwestern will have partners in being the nerds in class and doing everybody's homework. Sports-wise, yeah, you're getting nothing.
Someone says, why don't you go get Oregon and Washington and Florida State and Miami? 20-team conference stretch over the entire country, north and south, east and west, from Steve.
I mean, in a perfect world, I could see that. I'm just talking about the next expansion. Now, yeah, I would love for them to do that. But, I mean, you know who's really got to be angry is Oregon State and Washington State. Nobody wants you.
Sure don't. Someone says take Oregon and Washington, ditch Nebraska or Maryland and Rutgers, then take on Florida State and Miami, Andy in Chesterfield. Come on, people. Can't have everything.
Do I need to do this speech again of why you're never going to get rid of Rutgers?
Nope.
Okay.
I'll just go to this one.
Rutgers is your moneymaker, okay? The New York markets. Right. Even if you don't watch them, they're on every cable subscriber in New York and New Jersey are subscribing to the Big Ten Network. That's how they were getting this $100 million. And Maryland is bringing in the Baltimore, D.C. area. Yeah.
I'm sure parts of Virginia as well, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Someone says Big Ten won't take Florida State. They're not members of the AAU, and they have academic issues. Academics are the Big Ten's priority. Jacob in Romulus.
They're not, but I got a feeling they will be. I mean, I was looking at the last rankings. Florida State is 55th best school. Nebraska wasn't. They lost their AAU accreditation. It looks like they're getting it back. So I think they'll be okay with that.
Someone says Arizona State has D1 hockey already. Why not bring them to the
Kenny,
Big
did
Ten?
you hear that?
Yeah, it's the Coyotes, right?
That was good, Rico. I can't even be mad. That was good.
Clayton
You know what?
Keller
Round of
coming
applause for Rico Beer today. There
man.
we go. You're right. You're right. They are a poverty NHL franchise. And that concludes the hockey talk for today.
Rico, I don't even know if you realize like how perfect that is. They play in the Sun Devils arena.
Oh, I know.
Like the
I know.
jokes write themselves.
Right. It's I've seen the arena. Like, this is crazy. Texas high school football plays in front of bigger crowds than this.
Kenny, did I see that Auburn is adding an ice hockey team? I feel like you'd be all over this. That's right down in the SEC country. It's kind of a blending of your two worlds. Where are they going to play?
I almost just said something really unpleasant because you said Auburn, but it's okay. It's okay. I was going to be like, bleep those guys.
All right,
can't
tell
do
us
that.
how you really feel.
And look, Washington is great. I made that trip last year. But man, if you know that every other year you're going to be down in either South Beach or Tallahassee, and you could possibly be out in L.A. as well, if you're a fan that travels to games, you could plan trips around that. Nobody's planning trips around Eugene.
248-539-9797. So, yeah, you're talking late in the year when there's snow on the ground and you're going, hey, Spartans or the Wolverines are playing on the beach in the sun.
I made the pitch because this is back when they were trying to figure out who's going to be the protected rivals. I swear to God, I made a pitch at MSU. I was like, you really should think about UCLA. I mean, you play that game at the final. You're like, Penn State? No, let's play the
beach.
Bruins every year.
So for anybody listening to this going, this is silly, it's an old wives' tale, but there's a belief that this is why USC and Notre Dame play each other every year, is going all the way back in the day. It was the wives of the coaches at Notre Dame that were like, hey, it'd be pretty good if we had a rivalry with USC.
Yeah. We go out to L.A. It's winter here. I can.
Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
Walk on the beach, have some
toes in the sand.
Right. Just saying.
We've got Who Said It coming up at 4 o'clock. Coming up next, football today. Some dark horse MVP candidates. David, can't wait to hear these. It's next on 97.1. David, I need it. I need the fix of football. Get us into the final football-less weekend of the year. What's coming up today, football today?
So here's what I want to do before I play the music. I wanted to go through dark horses for the MVP. I figured why not get Mr. Prop Bet and Mr. Value to go over dark horses for the MVP for the NFL season. So here's the music. So these are according to DraftKings. I'll go through some more on FanDuel in a moment. Let's start with the guy who just got the contract. That is Justin Herbert. He is at plus 1,500 according to DraftKings. How 1 to 10 scale
to win the MVP?
Yeah.
1 meaning he's going to win it.
1 meaning he won't have a shot.
10 meaning he's going to.
He's going to win it.
1 or 2.
Really? Because I'm on the other side of this. I was going to say 8.
He's not winning.
Oh, I'm very much in on a Herbert season. Why do you? What's the 1 or the 2? You don't like the guy can throw for 5,000 yards. Last year he played in that stupid Joe Lombardi offense. He lost his starting left tackle Slater early in the season.
Look, I know
Mike Williams and Keenan Allen were both nicked up. Even if they get hurt this year, they added a first-round receiver. Like, what am I missing?
I like the fact that they added Kellen Moore to run the offense. But I need to see him do something in big games because the MVP, like it or not, goes to quarterbacks on great teams. If you put up a lot of meaningless stats, but you're constantly losing games, you're not winning the MVP. And that's what I see for him is, yeah, he'll put up all these ridiculous video game numbers and comeback losses, and, yeah, he'll go full Chargers. I like Herbert, but he's got to do something. So, yeah, he'll get the money. He'll put up meaningless stats, but I don't think the Chargers will be good enough that he'll get MVP consideration.
Well, he does get marquee games twice against the Chiefs. They do play the Bills this season. They're going to face Aaron Rodgers and the Jets, Lamar Jackson and the Ravens. Like, there will be chances. He's going to play this football team some people think's pretty good. The Detroit Lions. He's going to have some matchups where he can prove it.
Right. So until you prove it, 1 or 2.
No, but hold on. He's got the talent. He's got the opportunity. Supporting cast is as good as it's ever been. He's not a 1 or a 2. There's value, David.
So let me jump over to FanDuel to mention this guy's odds. It's Geno Smith. He's at plus 3,000 on FanDuel. I mentioned him because they had success last year. Offense looked good, and they did bring in another receiver in Jackson Smith and Jigba, and a running back to go along with Kenneth Walker III. Plus 3,000.
The former Michigan guy. Yeah, Charbonneau.
UCLA, however you pronounce it, yeah.
I feel like we're in uncharted territory with Geno Smith. What happened last year was so unexpected.
Here's what would help Geno Smith. If all of a sudden the Niner QB situation goes down and Seattle runs away with the West. Once again, winning teams their quarterbacks get MVP consideration. So I would put this one probably around a 4. I don't think it's going to happen, but I give it better odds than Herbert.
Seattle is a playoff team, right? Coming off last year. Yeah. They should be again this year. Geno Smith, just people might not remember the numbers, 70% passer, 30 touchdowns, 11 picks. Out of nowhere.
Because everybody made fun of him.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was a whole, I ain't right back. He was written off, but he didn't write back. I think you got it right about a 4. Not likely, but it's in play.
You had to sit across from a guy who just that week, Geno Smith is horrible. Until he wasn't.
It wasn't just against the Lions.
So according to DraftKings, next guy on the list, plus 1,500, Trevor Lawrence.
But the Trevor Lawrence supporter is not here.
I know.
He's on the way to vacation.
You're not a T-Law guy? Not like Mike is.
Not for MVP. I think he's going to be good. I think he could even take that a step further. But no, because I have MVP candidates in my mind, and I'm thinking, can you have a better year than Mahomes, than Hurts? I'll even go Allen. Do I don't think he's going to win it? No, but he's going to win a bad division. I'll give him the same at about 4, David.
From week 9 on, 15 touchdowns, 2 picks. Former number 1 pick.
Yeah, I mean, is he?
I give him a 6.5, 6.5.
I mean, he had like a second half like Goff, except for Goff had no picks.
So you're not too far off there, 5 and a 6.5. Next guy on the dark horse list, plus 2,000 according to DraftKings, Justin Fields. I'm sorry.
Refresh me. Are you a Fields guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what? If the Bears win the North, then you give it to them.
Chicago media market jumps on board.
No, you just give it to them because the Bears are awful. If the Bears find a way to win the North, you know what? I don't care what Mahomes does. This team has nothing.
But how likely is that? Because that's part of if you're going to make the bet, it has to have a chance of actually cashing.
And that's what I said. If he wins the North, it's yours, son. You would be this year's Geno Smith in a spot where no one thought you could win, and you won.
Well, it's almost like you read this article because at the end of the thing here for Fields, it says the NFC North could also be wide open in 23, leaving a path for Fields to sweep into the MVP picture. So they're pretty much saying the same thing.
If they Cookies, he's got nothing. What, Claypool?
Well, they added DJ Moore.
Which is nothing.
Right,
DJ Moore, and I think there's a chance. I was a Fields guy, too, at the draft. I liked him. It just the Lions weren't in a position to draft a quarterback. He went to Chicago, and it's been as tough a situation to be drafted into. They don't pass block. They don't give him much time to throw.
They didn't like him.
A previous regime drafted him. No, I think it's a lame duck coach.
But realistically speaking, you're probably sitting at about a 1.
Yeah, I'm going to go like 3.
Next guy on the list, plus 2,200, Miami Dolphins QB Tua Tagovailoa.
I'm going to let you go because I don't want to poison the waters here.
I'm not a big Tua guy. I'm going to be low on this one. He's got a better supporting cast than Fields, but I think it's like another one of those like 3 out of 10s to win the MVP. He's got a good supporting cast. The offense is set up well for him to get the ball out quick to Hill and Waddle. But I don't think this is a dude who's hitting big boy throws down the field repeatedly. I don't think he's going to be the MVP. And the other question is, obviously, does he finish the season given the injury history?
I'm a Tua guy, but it's kind of like Justin Herbert. I'm tired of hearing all the hype. You're not living up to it. Every year, people, this is going to be Tua's year. Tua, watch out for Tua. What am I watching for? Watching for him to be on the sideline? No, I don't see this happening, David. I'll give this a 4.
Okay. Last guy on the list, his coach just said it wasn't just his fault. He didn't just all of a sudden become trash. Plus 4,500, Russell Wilson.
You know what? I can see this. I could actually see Russell becoming that dark horse. I take that back. That could almost go that Geno Smith role of somebody who you knew about, and then he went away, and, oh, wait, he's back again? I'll give Russell because I think people like him, and they want him to be back. And if Russell Wilson puts up numbers, the media will tell you how great he is, and he will be everywhere. Mr. Unlimited is back. He just needed a real coach. I'll put this at about 6.5, 7.
9-time Pro Bowler?
Yes.
I think that's right. Last year was ugly, and I do think a lot of it was Nathaniel Hackett. The only thing that's sticking out in the back of my mind, though, is his last year in Seattle was kind of a down year for him. Is he just trending this way?
I think
so. I mean, in other words, like I think Peyton can get more out of him than last year, but in terms of a full circle,
but
hey, here he is, comeback tour, I don't see it.
People want him back.
I know. Do people want him back? Is he likable?
No.
Because I think he's incredibly off-putting and how phony he is.
No, I think hardcore football fans don't like him, but I think most people look at his story and are like, wow, how could you not like him?
I don't think he's someone people are rooting for.
I think he is.
I think they root for him. And let me do this. I lied. One more. Let's do Jared Goff.
I was wondering.
According to FanDuel,
10
plus 2,500 for Jared Goff.
That is value.
3.
Oh, I forgot.
Yeah.
Game managers don't win MVPs.
Is Stafford on there? Game managers. Okay, here's the thing,
I
though.
think I have to go all the way down.
Hold on.
As receivers.
If this offense does what we think it's supposed to do, how can he not be in consideration for the MVP? If he puts up video game numbers,
top 5 offense,
he has to be considered. He goes out there and he's like he was in the last 9 games. He not throwing picks, not turning the ball over. The Lions are one of the top 4 teams in scoring and in offense. How do you just give him a 3?
Cookies look so disgusting.
3.5.
He has no answer. So he's just going to, all right, fine, you get 0.5.
No, for him to win the MVP, he'd have to be something he's not. He'd have to ascend to a level he hasn't in nearly a decade in the NFL. Rico, you can't do the little
These are dark horses, though.
No, I understand that. I understand. It's all about the value. But
they almost went to the playoffs with him just dumping the ball off. And now you've just added Jahmyr Gibbs to this lineup. You just added Laporta, and everybody keeps telling me, oh, this team's going to win the North.
Rico, you can win that way, and you should build players around your quarterback that can run and make plays after the catch. Laporta and Gibbs fit Goff in the system. There's going to be a whole referendum on Goff, and we can do that at a later date, but he doesn't hit difficult throws the way that Allen and Mahomes and Burrow does. He doesn't shoulder the responsibility that those guys do, and I don't see that materializing at this stage of his career. You can win with him to win the division. He is not a guy who I think is on that next tier who could win an MVP.
So what you're telling me is he won't have that MVP-like moment.
Yeah, I think he's Cade McNamara.
And there it is. Jared Goff is trash. That is in football today.
Cruising along on a Friday. We'll do Who Said It at 4:15. Give Roberto a couple extra seconds to collect himself. David, the ticket text.
Hold on, David, real quick. You know what's funny? And David, you may be able to relate to this now. But you listen to the other music that's played in this station. I'm getting a newfound appreciation for country music.
Oh my.
Some of the songs are hilarious. In the bathroom listening to this, I don't even know who make it. I'm Drunk on a Plane. I don't know if you've ever heard this song.
Had you never heard that before?
I'm like, this is funny. I
don't know if I've heard that one.
Kenny, have you ever heard it? Of course you
Kenny's
have.
not it.
I'm sorry.
He lives it. What are you talking about?
That's Dirk Bentley right there.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's like, basically, somebody is like, yeah, I'm about to just totally ruin my entire life, and because I'm drunk on a plane, I'm about to do some stupid stuff.
No, he was on his way to what would have been his honeymoon, and his wife left him at the altar, so he's getting drunk on a plane.
Oh, okay. I just caught the middle of it. Like, okay.
You missed the whole setup, Rico.
I'm sorry,
This man's
Kenny.
suffering. You're laughing at his pain.
It's a funny song.
He's not laughing at it. He's having a good time. He's buying drinks for everybody.
Okay.
Rico Beard, newfound country fan.
Yeah, I'll hang out with Dave.
I need to listen to that one.
Do we still have your old country song? Can we bump back at 5 o'clock with that? You and Roberto?
I don't want to be associated with Roberto anymore. We broke up. I'm solo now.
Okay. The blacks have broken up.
Okay, what do people have to say on the ticket text?
Hold on, I gotta say, for people that don't know, it's because me and Roberto have the same black shirt on.
Oh, I didn't want to explain that. I wanted them to just... Wait, Roberto's black?
Some people think he's... Well, I'll leave that alone. Cookies, your hatred of golf is outrageous. He will be our quarterback when we get to the Super Bowl. Get used to it, son.
Path of least resistance, I hope so. I'm just skeptical.
Did Cookies have some edibles before the show? Jared Goff is McNamara?
I want you to tell me what Jared Goff's signature playoff game is. His big-time, big playoff game that he's had in his career. Played in 6 of them. I'll give you till 6 o'clock. Someone find me one. Get out the magnifying glass. Go investor Sherlock Holmes and find it out.
Is this because he's here and another quarterback?
No, everybody does this.
I'm asking you the question.
Stafford arguments are done and over with. This isn't about Stafford.
Cookies?
This is about
Cookies.
what you have and what he can do and what he can't do. And he's more than capable, but he's not a Mahomes, Allen. He's not a Burrow.
Cookies, call off the National Guard. I gave you a softball to clarify. It's not because Stafford's
it's not about Stafford. And everybody likes to make that comment. To me, it's about what Goff can do and what he can't do. He does not hit a ton of difficult throws. He doesn't handle pressure all that well. He is more of a guy who's a statue in the pocket. He'll get the ball where it needs to go. He was incredibly efficient, high-character guy, Cade McNamara. Now, that sounds like a dig because Cade McNamara is not Michigan's quarterback anymore, and he's replaced with a better model.
Right, he got replaced.
But isn't that kind of what you want? Not everybody wants, but some people want with Goff.
You know what? Let's put a pin in it.
Okay.
We're going to talk about this. Cookies is back next week, folks.
Am I?
We will continue this.
Okay.
Well, if you want to. I mean, you're in high demand now.
I haven't even looked at the schedule.
You're in high demand. You do shows with everybody. So I need that. Can I put in a request?
Oh, here it is. Yep. Okay. Sure.
Mr. Cat Daddy, can I put in a request?
Sure, Rico. We'll make it happen.
Someone says, Geno Smith better odds to win MVP than Herbert. Put down the crack pipe, Rico.
Well, no, because it's one of those, I think you have to win your division to really get consideration. And if the Niners quarterback experiment fails, the Rams are on their way down. Arizona's basically a Pop Warner team.
Yep.
It means Seattle, who was in the playoffs last year, will probably win the division. So that's why I said that.
Goff came into
Seattle. And last time I checked, who's in the West?
Who's in the
AFC?
AFC West?
Yeah.
It's loaded.
Yeah, that would be Kansas City.
Yeah. Kansas City in the West?
That's it.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. You know what? If the Chargers can surpass Kansas City, then I will increase that number.
Russell Wilson is the definition of fake, someone says. No one likes him. Wow.
See, I think people are going to love him because I think he's going to be on that quarterback show next year. It's set up for somebody just like him.
Well, they need somebody corny. I mean, Kirk Cousins did it well.
Right. A wife who's going to love the camera, that's going to be his wife.
David, you're making a face.
Sierra's going to be all over it. Yeah.
What's wrong with corny?
I didn't say there's anything wrong with corny.
Okay.
I said like Kirk Cousins is corny, and I thought he came across well in the quarterback show. Maybe it'd be good for Russell Wilson's image because I think right now it's not just corny, it's also phony. People wonder, like, is he trying to act out what he thinks a quarterback is supposed to do? Like he was cast to play a quarterback, so he does these like leadership speeches and Mr. Unlimited, and he's doing stretches on the plane while they're flying over to London while everybody else is just trying to get some sleep.
Ridiculous.
No, but see, I think a lot of that was because he knew this team is bad. I'm out of shape. I need to do something. I think if he's on quarterbacks next year, that's his redemption tour. Look, it's almost like cue the Rocky montage scene of him running on the beach and him getting all chiseled and cut and like, okay, he's back.
The better montage is Rocky 4. You're talking Rocky 3, Clubber Lang on the beach. Rocky 4, it's when he's in like the mountains in Russia. That's the better montage.
Rocky 4 will always be the best montage. And as simply as I tell people, it's the only montage that leads into a montage. I just blew your mind.
They string them together. Now I'm going back and replaying the movie.
He's in his head like, wow.
You go through, yeah.
Is it the one where he's driving late at night?
He goes, and then all of a sudden, his wife shows up. They have a few words, and then cue the next montage.
And is he doing those like chin-ups in a barn somewhere in Russia?
No pain. Yeah. You got the KGB, because there's 10 feet of snow. So, yeah, let's not put on boots. Let's be in some dress shoes chasing after this guy in the mountains. Oh, we missed him. We shake our fist at you. It's it. Watch it again. It's the montage that leads into a montage.
You don't have to convince me to watch Rocky 4 again. Gets behind the wheel. All right, we've got, we're going to give Roberto the wheel of the show. We'll do that coming up next. Hopefully don't careen off the side of the road. Who said it's next? 97.1.
Okay, so you go online, you're searching for a trip. You're like, okay, let's take the wife somewhere. But then after you make that initial search, now you get trip places all over. Come here, come there. And you're like, okay, you know what? I've taken a trip 3 weeks ago. I'm done with this. It's because you're being followed by trackers. You need to block the trackers. DuckDuckGo can help you do that. It's very simple. I downloaded it. You can download it too. You can go to your app store, get it on your iPhone, get it on your Droid, or you simply just visit DuckDuckGo.com. You do that today, and you block the trackers starting now.
I wish I could share Rico Beard out of context with people. That was hilarious. 97-1, Jim Costa in for Mike Valenti Friday. We gave the guy an extra 10 minutes to get himself settled in. Is Roberto okay?
Okay.
I'm here.
okay.
No delay issues. We're good.
Good. Good. We got Evan Jenkins coming into the studio. Now, there is an Evan Jenkins rule. Some of you know the Calvin Johnson rule.
Yeah.
The Evan Jenkins rule is if you know the answer, don't blurt it out. At least let us play the game.
I still say have better questions, but if you want the jank rule, that's the jank rule.
We got the jank rule. It's who said it.
All right, gentlemen, are we ready to play?
Let's do it.
Go.
Here we go. Audio heard this week, this station. You know the deal. Let's go. This is something someone said about John Jansen, if you can believe it. I think you are the definition of a really, really good player, but not a Hall of Famer.
It had to be Stoney then, right? Or would Gov say this to John?
Wait, somebody said to John. Say it again, Roberto.
I think you were the definition of a really, really good player, but not a Hall of Famer.
I mean, they're right.
That is an accurate statement.
He's in the Ring of Fame for the Commanders or Redskins or football team.
Well, it could have been Gov because he's in the other room, so Jansenette would have to travel to him.
In other words, if he made him mad, he could
No, he sits right here.
Yeah, exactly.
Kenny, he sits right here.
Yeah.
He's in the same room.
Oh, he is?
John could reach over and grab him.
He's in the same
Well,
room.
was Stoney in this week? Because I know you worked.
Yeah, I did. Okay. So if I don't
But
do
you
well,
worked with Stoney.
Yes. If I don't do well this week, something's wrong with me. I did 2 morning shows, a midday show, and I'm in with you guys.
I think this has got to be Stoney. Nobody else would say something like that to John.
Yeah, I think Stoney would do it without even realizing, like, wasn't even trying to, like, offend him. Just said it, not even thinking. I think it was Stoney.
Can I hear it one more time?
I think you were the definition of a really, really good player, but not a Hall of Famer.
Okay, I'm going to go with Wojo.
Oh, want to say with Wojo?
Because Wojo's not going to say it to his face, but he would say it on the phone.
I'm thinking this is...
See, it also sounds like something maybe Gator would have said during crosstalk. But what would have led them to talk about offensive alignment? That's what would have had to done it, right?
I'm trying to think. Was Greg working this week?
Yeah, Greg was in this week. Could be him.
Yeah, Greg would have no shame saying that.
You're right about that.
I'm thinking, I'm going to go with Greg.
Are we all locked in?
Everybody in?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Who said it?
Like, I think you were the definition of a really, really good player, but not a Hall of Famer.
Because I was like, Gov or Greg? Gov or Greg?
Why would he say that?
How did he respond?
It's factual. What's wrong with saying that?
I think he agreed.
Though he would be getting a ton of money.
Notice
if
he
played
thinks
right
he
now.
agreed. He just stopped it there, didn't listen.
Oh, that was so good I had to stop.
He may have agreed. I don't know.
I believe he did. All right, next one. Next one. By the end of year 4, you better know what the identity of your program is, right? We can't do hemming and hawing 4 years in.
I think I may know this one.
I think I might too, but I'm only at 50% at this. But I think I have an idea.
I don't want to say anything, but I don't want to spoil the jury.
Yeah, no, let's remove ourselves. Let's use the jank rule.
We got to use the jank rule.
And I don't even know who said it, but him and Holland just screams Gator to me.
I think I know who said it too.
Oh, wow.
Then you know what? I do definitely have to sit out.
David, do you have a guess?
I feel horrible because I think it's on this show, but I'm trying to figure out.
All right, who's the oldest person in here? Because him and Han is an older thing to me. Is it Mike
You said it
Valenti?
was this show?
I believe it's
That's what
this
David's
show.
guessing off of. I have no idea.
I believe this show.
Okay.
I would have guessed it's Gator with the him and
Him
Han.
and Han?
You don't say that.
No, I don't say that. And I'm trying to think, would Mike or Rico say that? Oh, man.
Nah.
Yeah, okay. I'll go with Gator with you.
Rico, what's your guess?
It's this man right here.
I think I said it.
Yeah, I think he said it too.
It was Cookie.
Oh, he's the oldest guy. I should have
Right,
known that.
it was
That's an old person thing to say from a young person. It's Jim Costa.
It was Cookies on his high
youngest,
moral standard.
oldest, youngest.
Oh, looking down from Ann Arbor. Oh, you poor Michigan State
I
people.
was
season tickets there at the big house.
You gotta do better. You have no idea. You're a bunch of losers.
Well, I was
losers.
Losers. I would have said it to you, but I was sitting across from Gator. If it's the clip I think it is, because Gator was lowering the bar. You lowered the bar too. You guys fought about this. That's the only thing that maybe caused you to pause, David. Is like I think both shows had this discussion a couple days ago.
Lower the bar.
The bar is low.
How do we lower the bar?
It's like, oh, we might win 5-6 games. Like, we're this fourth season. Why is that okay?
Who said that?
Who said? Gator said it.
I think Gator was actually the person that said that.
There's your problem right there.
All right, who said it?
Who said it?
By the end of year 4, you better know what the identity of your program is, right? We can't be doing Hemming and Haw in 4 years.
Hemming and Hawn.
Hemming and Hawn.
Hemming and Hawn.
To be fair, Cookies, you're right. I've thought, and I forgot you were on, I thought we were the only ones to kind of talk about it.
No, we're the only ones.
I forgot you were on with Gator. Yeah.
As I'm listening, riding around doing errands, like, wow.
You stole it from us, so of course we talked about it.
This is out of line.
And you know what? The
This
funny
is
thing
out of line.
He was doing this as Mel Tucker was speaking, and then after Tucker was done, he was like, wait, Cookies said, you know what? Tell Cookies we're just going to shut the program down. We're done.
How about this? Because you're on a first-name basis with Mel and Alan. What is the identity? Can you answer the question?
Told you what I thought it was. I don't know.
He didn't know. He was hemming and hawing. That's how I got it.
I didn't hem and haw.
I straight up said hawed. You did both. It was the hem and then it was a haw.
Their identity is they like to run the ball. They just couldn't last year.
Roberto, you got another one?
And I stick with I don't know. I don't know what their identity is.
And then Costa
Green
said,
and white.
And then Costa said it was poppycock.
We'll talk about it over supper, Roberto. What do you got
Boulder
next?
Dad.
At 4:30, we'll talk about it over dinner.
Go to the ice box and get yourself a dessert.
Oh, ice box.
And it's ice cream sandwiches.
All right, it's some money on the Davenport.
Fudge bars.
The lanai. All right, this is in reference to Jim Harbaugh. Whether he lied or not, if it's that minor, why not just make it go away?
It could have been any show. Everybody talked about that this week.
One more time.
Whether he lied or not, if it's that minor, why not just make it go away?
God, that screams Wojo to me.
Really?
Totally. Why not just make it go away? Like, why not get it out of here? Because he was kind of critical, but at the same time kind of saying it's not that big of a deal.
Wojo's column in the Detroit News?
Yeah, and then he talked on Wednesdays with Wojo a little bit about it. It got too Michigan-y for me, so I turned it off, but I'm going to guess him.
One more time.
Could be anybody. Could be
Whether
Kenny.
he lied or not, if it's that minor, why not just make it go away? Oh.
You think it might be John. John got back on Wednesday. That's when this story really picked up. He's in play. I don't think he would have said that.
No.
You've got me thinking with Wojo. I also immediately thought it was Mike. Like, wasn't that your whole deal this week? Hey, just own up to it. This wouldn't have been a big deal. My initial thought was Valeni. David, Kenny, you guys have any thoughts?
I was just trying to hear what all of your reasoning was so I could formulate a decision because it could have been anybody. I think Evan has a strong case, though, with Wojo because he was oddly critical of Jim Harbaugh.
But at the same time,
as critical as Woj can be about Jim
his point
Harbaugh.
was, why didn't you just make this go away so it didn't become bigger? Which everybody else was saying.
Was Stoney here
all week?
All week. Oh, he was. Okay.
Well, that could be a Stoney.
I'm going to go with not angry Stoney, but one of those, if it's no big deal, why not just make this go away?
What's the deal with lying?
Okay, so I'm thinking off the top of my head. Could it be Doug? Oh, no, he was gone.
Doug was out all week.
It's not Doug.
Yeah, we still waiting to hear what Doug
It's not Kang either.
Yeah, he's been out all week, too.
I'm going to go Gov. I don't really know.
That's a shot in the dark.
No, normally you go Gator when you don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not saying this.
Okay.
Oh, gosh, I hope it's Gator now.
I do too.
Can you edit the audio and make it Gator?
Please.
All right. Who said it?
Whether he lied or not,
Wow.
if it's that minor, why not just make it go away?
You know what the key there is? John at the beginning, whether he lied or not, not even admitting that it was a lie.
We missed the layup, dude. We just
Damn
bricked it
it.
right
No,
under the
you
rim.
had it. I talked you off the
missed
ledge.
layup.
That's my
We
fault.
just, one of those where you just chuck it under the rim.
I went full Ben Simmons. I was right under the rim and decided to pass the ball away.
I was like, Harbaugh might not even lie, guys. I mean,
Misremembered.
All right, let me give you another one here. If you cop to this, it's 4 games. If you want to ride this into the sunset, we will take it all the way to the letter of the law that we can.
One more time.
If you cop to this, it's 4 games. If you want to ride this into the sunset, we will take it all the way to the letter of the law that we can.
I picture a lot of pointing as this is delivered.
I was doing that.
I didn't hear this, but I think I know who said it, so I want to back off and see if anybody else has a guess.
It seems old again to me with the letter of the law.
Could this be John twice in a row?
Or could it be Costa again?
I don't think it's me. I'm not trying to throw you off. I genuinely don't think it's me.
I'm going to guess John twice in a row.
By the letter of the law. He is a stickler of rules.
Rico, deep in thought.
I think I know. So
Okay, you're sitting back. David?
Jank rule.
I'm so sick and tired of hearing about Harbaugh. I don't even care who this is. I'll go Gator.
I'm going to guess David Hall.
I think it's Mike Feleni.
Is he a letter of the law kind
No,
of
but
guy?
I think he would say cop if he didn't cop to it. That feels like a Mike phrase.
Yeah, I thought I said this.
Ooh. Wow. All right. What do we got?
Huh? Is he right? Who said it?
You cop to this, it's 4 games.
Hey!
You want to ride this into the sunset, we'll take it all the way to the letter of the law that we can.
Letter of the law. Look at
Nice.
you. Straight down the middle.
And you know what? I didn't poison the jury.
You're right. You abided by the Jank rule.
Right.
Hey,
Oh,
we
see,
got
I like
it.
this.
It's like the talk rule.
I like this rule. It's working out for me. Very nice.
You don't get exposed for your
Right.
laziness.
Right.
This is working out fantastic.
Who said I only eat kale? That's what Roberto would call it.
Some of these weeks.
Be respectful.
Right.
I played offensive line at the University of Michigan.
Who said it?
I love Bruce Springsteen.
Horseshoes.
Anybody want to meet me at the horse racing track?
Let's
No.
go into the pretzel bin.
And that is why we play Who Said It. 97-1. David, I need it. I need the fix of football. Get us into the final football-less weekend of the year. What's coming up today, football today?
So here's what I want to do before I play the music. I wanted to go through dark horses for the MVP. I figured why not get Mr. Prop Bet and Mr. Value to go over dark horses for the MVP for the NFL season. So here's the music. So these are according to DraftKings. I'll go through some more on FanDuel in a moment. Let's start with the guy who just got the contract. That is Justin Herbert. He is at plus 1,500 according to DraftKings. How 1 to 10 scale
to win the MVP?
Yeah.
1 meaning he's going to win it.
1 meaning he won't have a shot.
10 meaning he's going to.
He's going to win it.
1 or 2.
Really? Because I'm on the other side of this. I was going to say 8.
He's not winning.
Oh, I'm very much in on a Herbert season. Why do you? What's the 1 or the 2? You don't like the guy can throw for 5,000 yards. Last year he played in that stupid Joe Lombardi offense. He lost his starting left tackle Slater early in the season.
Look, I know
Mike Williams and Keenan Allen were both nicked up. Even if they get hurt this year, they added a first-round receiver. Like, what am I missing?
I like the fact that they added Kellen Moore to run the offense. But I need to see him do something in big games because the MVP, like it or not, goes to quarterbacks on great teams. If you put up a lot of meaningless stats, but you're constantly losing games, you're not winning the MVP. And that's what I see for him is, yeah, he'll put up all these ridiculous video game numbers and comeback losses, and, yeah, he'll go full Chargers. I like Herbert, but he's got to do something. So, yeah, he'll get the money. He'll put up meaningless stats, but I don't think the Chargers will be good enough that he'll get MVP consideration.
Well, he does get marquee games twice against the Chiefs. They do play the Bills this season. They're going to face Aaron Rodgers and the Jets, Lamar Jackson and the Ravens. Like, there will be chances. He's going to play this football team some people think's pretty good. The Detroit Lions. He's going to have some matchups where he can prove it.
Right. So until you prove it, 1 or 2.
No, but hold on. He's got the talent. He's got the opportunity. Supporting cast is as good as it's ever been. He's not a 1 or a 2. There's value, David.
So let me jump over to FanDuel to mention this guy's odds. It's Geno Smith. He's at plus 3,000 on FanDuel. I mentioned him because they had success last year. Offense looked good, and they did bring in another receiver in Jackson Smith and Jigba, and a running back to go along with Kenneth Walker III. Plus 3,000.
The former Michigan guy. Yeah, Charbonneau.
Charbonnet, however you pronounce it. Yeah.
I feel like we're in uncharted territory with Geno Smith. What happened last year was so unexpected.
Here's what would help Geno Smith. If all of a sudden the Niner QB situation goes down and Seattle runs away with the West. Once again, winning teams get their quarterbacks get MVP consideration. So I would put this one probably around a 4. I don't think it's going to happen, but I give it better odds than Herbert.
Seattle is a playoff team, right? Coming off last year. Yeah. They should be again this year. Geno Smith, just people might not remember the numbers, 70% passer, 30 touchdowns, 11 picks. Out of nowhere.
Because everybody made fun of him.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was a whole I ain't right back. He was written off, but he didn't write back. I think you got it right about a 4. Not likely, but it's in play.
You had to sit across from a guy who just that week, Geno Smith is horrible. Until he wasn't.
It wasn't just against the Lions.
So according to DraftKings, next guy on the list, plus 1,500, Trevor Lawrence.
But the Trevor Lawrence supporter is not here.
I know.
He's on the way to vacation.
You're not a T-Law guy? Not like Mike is.
Not for MVP. I think he's going to be good. I think he could even take that a step further. But no, because I have MVP candidates in my mind, and I'm thinking, can you have a better year than Mahomes, than Hurts? I'll even go Allen. I don't think he's going to win it. No, but he's going to win a bad division. I'll give him the same at about 4, David.
From week 9 on, 15 touchdowns, 2 picks. Former number 1 pick.
Yeah, I mean, is he?
I'll give him a 6.5, 6.5.
I mean, he had like a second half like Goff, except for Goff had no picks.
So you're not too far off there, 5 and a 6.5. Next guy on the dark horse list, plus 2,000 according to DraftKings, Justin Fields. I'm sorry.
Refresh me. Are you a Fields guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what? If the Bears win the North, then you give it to them.
Chicago media market jumps on board.
No, you just give it to them because the Bears are awful. If the Bears find a way to win the North, you know what? I don't care what Mahomes does. This team has nothing.
But how likely is that? Because that's part of you. If you're going to make the bet, it has to have a chance of actually
And that's
cashing.
what I said. If he wins the North, it's yours, son. You would be this year's Geno Smith in a spot where no one thought you could win, and you won.
Well, it's almost like you read this article because at the end of the thing here for Fields, it says the NFC North could also be wide open in 23, leaving a path for Fields to sweep into the MVP picture. So they're pretty much saying the same thing.
If they Cookies, he's got nothing. What, Claypool?
Well, they added DJ Moore.
Which is nothing.
Right,
DJ Moore, and I think there's a chance. I was a Fields guy, too, at the draft. I liked him. It just the Lions weren't in a position to draft a quarterback. He went to Chicago, and it's been as tough a situation to be drafted into. They don't pass block. They don't give him much time to throw.
They didn't like him.
A previous regime drafted him. No,
And
I think it's a lame duck coach.
But realistically speaking, you're probably sitting at about a 1.
Yeah, I'm going to go like 3.
Next guy on the list, plus 2,200, Miami Dolphins QB Tua Tagovailoa.
I'm going to let you go because I don't want to poison the waters here.
I'm not a big Tua guy. I'm going to be low on this one. He's got a better supporting cast than Fields, but I think it's like another one of those like 3 out of 10s to win the MVP. He's got a good supporting cast. The offense is set up well for him to get the ball out quick to Hill and Waddle. But I don't think this is a dude who's hitting big boy throws down the field repeatedly. I don't think he's going to be the MVP. And the other question is, obviously, does he finish the season given the injury history?
I'm a Tua guy, but it's kind of like Justin Herbert. I'm tired of hearing all the hype. You're not living up to it. Every year, people, this is going to be Tua's year. Tua, watch out for Tua. What am I watching for? Watching for him to be on the sideline? No, I don't see this happening, David. I'll give this a 4.
Okay. Last guy on the list, his coach just said it wasn't just his fault. He didn't just all of a sudden become trash. Plus 4,500, Russell Wilson.
You know what? I can see this. I could actually see Russell becoming that dark horse. I take that back. That could almost go that Geno Smith role of somebody who you knew about, and then he went away, and oh, wait, he's back again? I'll give Russell because I think people like him, and they want him to be back. And if Russell Wilson puts up numbers, the media will tell you how great he is, and he will be everywhere. Mr. Unlimited is back. He just needed a real coach. I'll put this at about 6.5, 7.
9-time Pro Bowler?
Yes.
I think that's right. Last year was ugly, and I do think a lot of it was Nathaniel Hackett. The only thing that's sticking out in the back of my mind, though, is his last year in Seattle was kind of a down year for him. Is he just trending this way?
I think
so. I mean, in other words, like I think Peyton can get more out of him than last year. But in terms of a full circle,
but
hey, here he is, comeback tour. I don't see it.
People want him back.
I know. Do people want him back? Is he likable?
No,
because I think he's incredibly off-putting and how phony he is.
No, I think hardcore football fans don't like him, but I think most people look at his story and like, wow, how could you not like him?
I don't think he's someone people are rooting for.
I think he is.
I think they root for him. And let me do this. I lied. One more. Let's do Jared Goff.
I was wondering.
According to FanDuel,
10
plus 2,500 for Jared Goff.
That is value.
3.
Oh, I forgot.
Yeah.
Game managers don't win MVPs.
Is Stafford on there? Game managers. Okay, here's the thing,
I
though.
think I have to go all the way down.
Hold on.
As receivers.
If this offense does what we think it's supposed to do, how can he not be in consideration for the MVP? If he puts up video game numbers,
top 5 offense,
he has to be considered. He goes out there and he's like he was in the last 9 games. He not throwing picks, not turning the ball over. The Lions are one of the top 4 teams in scoring and in offense. How do you just give him a 3?
Cookies look so disgusting.
3.5.
He has no answer. So he's just going, all right, fine, you get 0.5.
No, for him to win the MVP, he'd have to be something he's not. He'd have to ascend to a level he hasn't in nearly a decade in the NFL. Rico, you can't do the little
These are dark horses, though.
No, I understand that. I understand. It's all about the value. But
they almost went to the playoffs with him just dumping the ball off. And now you've just added Jahmyr Gibbs to this lineup. You just added Laporta. And everybody keeps telling me, oh, this team's going to win the North.
Rico, you can win that way, and you should build players around your quarterback that can run and make plays after the catch. Laporta and Gibbs fit Goff in the system. There's going to be a whole referendum on Goff, and we can do that at a later date, but he doesn't hit difficult throws the way that Allen and Mahomes and Burrow does. He doesn't shoulder the responsibility that those guys do, and I don't see that materializing at this stage of his career. You can win with him to win the division. He is not a guy who I think is on that next tier who could win an MVP.
So what you're telling me is he won't have that MVP-like moment.
Yeah, I think he's Cade McNamara.
And there it is. Jared Goff is trash. That is in football today.
David, I need it. I need the fix of football. Get us into the final footballless weekend of the year. What's coming up today, football today?
So here's what I want to do before I play the music. I wanted to go through dark horses for the MVP. I figured, why not get
Gorgeous day, Friday, 97.1, 5 o'clock. How do you win the deadline if you're Scott Harris? I know David has a counter theory, and I'm watching the White Sox wheel and deal getting a little nervous. How do you win the deadline? We'll get into it in the 5 o'clock hour. Rico, stop me if you've heard this before, but a quarterback at Michigan is getting hyped up and compared to some of the greats. Jim Harbaugh yesterday, there's some comparison to Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen when talking about JJ McCarthy.
Brady and Montana were busy?
Says he's a once-in-a-generation quarterback at Michigan. Says he's a combination of Fergie and Jesus. Okay, I made up the last one. But we've heard it all with Michigan quarterbacks. Rico, you did a game, was it last summer or the summer before, where you basically read the hype and said, okay, which Michigan quarterback was this?
Right. Who said it? And it was like you couldn't get it because every year somebody says something that this guy is going to be the next Cam Newton. This guy's going to be the next this. This guy's going to be the next this. And they never are.
I saw the quotes. And I kind of chuckled, and I remembered the game you played. And I remember these stories. It was Joe Milton, this Cam Newton, and we've heard all of this. But then I thought about the point where he made it, once-in-a-generation quarterback at Michigan. If JJ, forget about gets better, if he just duplicates what he did last year, doesn't he have a case to be the greatest quarterback that Michigan has had in, 25, 30 years? Ever? I mean, who is the greatest quarterback in Michigan history? And is that like a legitimate thing he could achieve this season?
Okay, Michigan history, I'm going to have to look to David because this is his team.
I would put Brian Griese up there. I would also consider Chad Henne. I think he won 3 Big Ten titles.
One.
Chad Henne?
Right. They won the 2004 Big Ten title his freshman season, and they never won it again, right?
Wouldn't you have to put Harbaugh up there?
Oh, yeah, Harbaugh for sure.
Harbaugh on the list.
I don't know how far back you want to go.
Yeah, I don't want to go back to like Benny Oosterbahn, but... But
those 3 for sure, yeah.
But so Chad Henne never beat Ohio State, 1 Big Ten title. If JJ duplicates last year, beats the Buckeyes twice, back-to-back Big Ten titles, doesn't get any better, does the same thing again. I mean, believe me, I don't want to do the buy into the hype thing that Michigan perpetuates. But once I step back, I'm like, it's not that crazy that he could go down as one of the all-time, if not the greatest quarterback that Michigan's ever had.
No, when you broke it down like that and you start looking like, okay, because at Michigan, they ask each other how many times you beat Ohio State. That's important. He's done that now. He's 2-0. And,
he's 1-0.
Technically, he's 1-0. You're right, but he played in the other game, so I'm going to give him that as 2-0. He's won the Big Ten twice. Made it to the playoffs twice. And you look at I would only say Griese because Griese won the whole thing.
It's tough to compare eras. It is because back then, he's handing the ball off and he's throwing for 150 yards. And
in all fairness, JJ's handing the ball off too. Okay, what do we always complain? Hold on.
Yeah, we say he doesn't have to air it out.
Sorry, I'm getting all choked up. He doesn't have to air it out. They literally
the notion of giving a Michigan quarterback some love.
I can't do this. He turns around and he hands the ball off a lot. But when needed, he can make the throws. He can make the plays. He can get the job done. He can lead the team down the field, set them up to win games.
So Griese would have been 25 years ago, roughly?
97?
Yeah,
so
about 26.
26.
So if I said in the last 25 years.
So take Griese out the equation? Yeah.
I'm still saying Chad Henne.
I know everyone's like, hey, if JJ has a big year this year, I'm saying if he just duplicates last year, is he the best quarterback Michigan's had in 25 years? Henne's got some counting stats because he played 4 seasons. JJ's not going to play 4 seasons. If he has another big year, I think he's rightfully going to look at the NFL.
You know what? See, I don't think so.
No?
No. I mean, with NIL, you can't assume that a kid's just going to leave. Because especially if you're a fringe quarterback, and next year we all say is going to be the quarterback year of the draft. Maybe this is not the best time to go out into the draft because where you may have been a late first-round pick, now you're a second, third-round pick.
That's fair. If he has a flat season, which is what I said, then yeah, maybe there's a case he comes back for a third year. But if you go 2-0 against Ohio State as the starting quarterback, back-to-back Big Ten titles, outright, you go to the playoff, throw a couple touchdowns. I mean, he had 3 touchdowns against Ohio State in Columbus a year ago. I mean, that's the start of what ends up as the greatest quarterback in Michigan history. That's the start of, you got to finish it, but that's the starting spot. You get to write that narrative.
But when you brought that up, I was like, you know what? Wasn't Denard.
Wasn't, start naming some of the other ones. Devin Gardner.
Wasn't Devin.
What a career Devin Gardner had, by the way. You thought you were going to Rich Rod spread offense. You get stuck with Hoke. You play receiver, then you're wearing the number 98 jersey.
Wasn't Tate Forcier.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my.
Wasn't Stephen,
Shea Patterson.
I know it wasn't Stephen Threet.
What about Nick Sheridan, 248?
No, Can I give you what the ticket text keeps bringing over and over again? And I'm laughing at it.
Yeah, what is it?
They keep bringing up Tom Brady.
No.
At Michigan, we're talking about.
Michigan.
Okay, here's the thing. Tom Brady lost his job at Michigan. Newsflash. As much as Michigan people want to rewrite history, many of you didn't want him there. Many of you wanted the rookie, the kid
Henson.
Henson, Drew Henson. You wanted the freshman Drew Henson in the game. I still say, and when they was I think 99 when they lost to State, if Brady plays Brady brings them back in that game, and they almost win. And I'm like, if you would have played Brady the entire game, you probably win that thing. So no, Tom Brady had a fantastic Hall of Fame NFL career, but at Michigan fans didn't want him. Now, I was one of the ones who loved Tom Brady. No, you didn't. You didn't want him there. Everybody was about play the freshman, play the young Drew Henson. He's the future. This Brady kid is not. So, no. I got to say, I think you're right. I think even if he doesn't win, he's still the best quarterback in the last 25 years. That's, for the sake of argument, they don't beat Ohio State, but they go to a New Year's Six bowl game.
Right, and he shows out and plays well.
He's still the best.
Maybe he's first or second team All Big Ten.
Which is funny because every year you get the whole, this guy's going to be the next this and next that. But when you put it into, he probably is the best quarterback Michigan has had in the last 25 years.
He was second team All Big Ten last year. If he's first or second team this year, and they're certainly set up for him to do it. Back-to-back Big Ten titles. You tell me. I mean, when Harbaugh said it, he goes, generational quarterback, Mahomes and Allen. I'm like,
you know what?
I've seen this before, but then I stepped back and I said, maybe it's not as crazy as he thought. His playoff game against TCU was a Josh Allen kind of playoff game, right? Couple touchdowns, couple turnovers, roller coaster.
Every touchdown, right? Wasn't each interception a touchdown?
That's right.
I take this back, and this may be controversial. David, I'll let you speak upon this. You can give me your judgment next.
Okay, we'll do it. We'll mix it in. What do you got?
Cade McNamara.
Second mention of Cade McNamara today.
Whoa. What did he do? He beat Ohio State. He won the Big Ten. He took him to the playoffs. Exact same thing that we're praising JJ for.
But JJ's got a chance. I said if he does it a second time.
So, yes,
if he
as of right now, we'll talk. Let's discuss this next.
You're stirring the pot. It's 97-1.
Sure, it's not.
There's a couple moments in there. Yes, it is.
Was a happy mistake. That was not planned. It just.
How did that not go on a? How did that not go on a? Yeah. How did that not go on more of a run during the drop tournament? Any explanation?
Was it eligible this year?
That was in there.
It was in there, the drop and the song. Yeah.
Because I think it was so recent that it didn't have the same of TJ. You had heard that all year long.
And it was a team that got hot.
But you know what? Maybe it comes back this year. And you know how TJ, kind of like Cade, went far, didn't win it all. You now can step in there and go on a TJ-like run to see if you can win it all next year, like JJ.
David, Rico stirred the pot. I made the point about JJ McCarthy saying, I know Harbaugh's comments feel like another exaggeration of a Michigan quarterback, but when he says once in a generation, if he duplicates last year, I think he's the best quarterback in the last 25 years Michigan's had.
And let me
Rico
stop
said,
you.
well, as we sit today, has he done that much more or less than Cade McNamara?
As we sit today, no, he hasn't done more because he's done the exact same thing, won the Big Ten. But the question is, if he continues to do what he did last year, like what you just said, then yes, he will surpass. Because on my list, I have Chad Henne, 1. JJ could get 2 this year. John Navarre, 1 Big Ten title for Michigan. Well, he can surpass that, JJ, this year. Cade and JJ are on the same line right now as winning 1 Big Ten title
because the problem is for Michigan, I mean, once you on the outs, you don't get recognized anymore.
Correct.
So I forgot about it until we were doing the last segment. Like, whoa. I gave JJ credit for the other year, but I was like, that was really Cade's year.
If I wanted to, I can put Cade over JJ.
No, you can't.
Because JJ's the reason why we lost that Michigan State game.
Okay,
he fumbled twice in that game.
If you're going to compare the two, in the year that they were both full-time starters, JJ had 27 touchdowns to Cade's 16.
I'm going to go with the jinx rule. I may have to recuse myself for this because
I'm being funny when I say that he fumbled, and I'm putting JJ over him. He did fumble, though, but I will put JJ right. They're neck and neck right now.
And JJ's win over Ohio State was in Columbus, 3 touchdowns, no pick.
Yes.
I mean,
But he will surpass him if he does the same thing.
Yeah, if he duplicates what he did last season.
Yes, if he does it again, then he does. But as of now, Cade had 1 Big Ten title. JJ, 1 Big Ten title. 1 playoff appearance, 1 playoff appearance. You beat Ohio State at home. You beat Ohio State on the road.
David, anything else in the ticket text? I do want to talk a little Tigers going into the deadline, the big weekend here for Detroit.
Yeah, someone's saying still wrong. JJ won in Columbus, so that would put him over Cade. Okay, I can agree with that.
Okay. All right. If you want, semantics, but so what about the fumble though? Does that no. Does that take away from that? Because if you don't, you win that game.
No, you're right about that.
And I'm not trying to be
he more
funny.
than made up for it by going undefeated and leading them the very next season.
I'm saying, does that balance it out at winning at Ohio State? Because both beat Ohio State. And to me, I would say for Cade, it was more difficult because no one had beat Ohio State at home or on the road.
Any other quarterbacks people want to nominate in the last 25 years? Because I thought about it. I don't think it's that crazy.
In the last 25 years, yeah, someone's mentioning Denard Robinson.
He had more sizzle.
Not a lot of steak.
He had a lot of impact when he was here.
Shoelace, he was fun to watch. He was like appointment TV because you didn't know. He was one of those players like a Barry Sanders, like a Michael Vick. You don't know Patrick Mahomes, what that play is going to be like next. Like, are you about to see something you've never seen before?
Yeah, but he threw a ton of arm punts. I mean, he just wasn't a very good downfield passer.
His was more so about the runs.
Oh, I know. He was an electric football player. Yeah.
Like the Notre Dame run?
Oh, that game itself. Yes.
Yeah. Very early in his career, it was obvious what he could do. Anybody else?
Yeah, well, not anybody else, but someone's saying right now, still, Chad Henne by far is the best quarterback in the past 25 years.
I'm going to leave that this is This is for you
He's
two.
really good. I love Chad Henne.
David, you and Cookies, y'all argue this out. You're the Michigan people.
Right now, like I
don't
say,
know.
I think because of one each, I'm still putting them neck and neck right now. The impact Chad Henne had, the play he had was great. But he
Chad
can
Henne may be
surpass him.
Yeah, he may be the best 4-year
Yes.
QB.
Agreed.
But you got to look at the achievements that the other two have. Yeah.
When you're beating Ohio State, I mean, that alone.
JJ goes out there, and because I would say the floor is you make it to a New Year's Six game. You don't win the Big Ten, but if you can at least make it that far, then yes, you are the best Michigan quarterback in the last whatever. Now, I guess in a perfect world, how happy would you be to see an Iowa-Michigan Big Ten championship game?
The spite would be great. The West, again, stop me if you've heard this before. The West is wide open. They're going to play defense at Iowa. If they can score two touchdowns a game, I know that's asking a lot, but 2 touchdowns a game, could they win 8 or 9? And
Joel Klatt and Gus Johnson may do the game naked. If that they would. I was like, oh, my God, really? Oh, yes, JJ, and we got stories for – yeah, okay.
The live look inside the broadcast booth. Okay. Come on. All right, I'm not even going to attempt to set this Tiger thing up. We'll do it coming up next. How do you win the deadline? I know David's maybe shifting gears. I'm feeling a little nervous. We'll do it coming up next. It's 97.1.
Guys, fall is coming up. If you have not registered for Specs at LTU, what are you waiting for? You're going to be learning from actual people who work in the business as your instructors and professors like yours truly. If you want a career in radio, TV, graphics design, Specs at LTU is the place for you. So what are you waiting for? You need to be curious. You need to visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the different programs, the Broadcast Media Arts program, Digital Media Arts program, and Graphics Communications program right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. Then after you go to the website, you need to make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate programs today. You only got a few weeks before the fall semester starts, so don't wait till the winter. Get started on your new career right now. Visit ltu.edu/specs and do it today.
All right, it all leads up to this trade deadline Monday, right? August 1st. Scott Harris. Time to show you're different. Because the last guy butchered just about every trade deadline. He was here. I'm watching the White Sox wheel and deal, and I like what they did, Rico. That's a team in a similar spot. Bottom of the AL Central. They package a starter, Giolito, a reliever, Lopez, and what do they get back? 2 top 5 prospects from the Angels. They traded another reliever, Graveman, and got Corey Lee, decent hitting catcher from the Astros. They're out making some moves. My question to Tiger fans, going into this weekend where Scott Harris is going to be working the phones, what defines a winning trade deadline to you? 248-539-9797. Because to me, I think the blueprint is out there. Contenders need pitching. You can do the you pick 2 soup and sandwich. You want a starter and a reliever. We'll make it happen. To me, success is ideally top 100 hitting prospects. You got a logjam of pitchers. Young bats. Yeah. Ideally top 100 prospects. Willing to bundle if necessary. Willing to part with Eduardo Rodriguez if necessary. And then I draw the ire of David because I didn't know this was a thing, but apparently you're doing like a course correction internally. You're like, you're finding God, so to speak. Like, what do you want them to do?
Yeah, I guess I fell for it, okay? When John Morosi tweeted out on the 21st of July, the trade interest in Kerry Carpenter is robust, but then he says the Tigers view Carpenter as part of their future and believe they can contend sooner rather than later. Hearing that end part right there, contend sooner rather than later, is starting to change me on who they should trade. I initially wanted Erod and Lorenzen gone. Mm-hmm. Trade, get pieces. But if we can contend sooner rather than later, then I want to keep Erod. I get it, he has an opt-out. But if the discussion within the front office and with his agent is he's going to opt in, if they know this, then yes, keep him. Because we can contend with him as a starting pitcher next year.
Rico, you want to tell him or should I tell him?
You tell him.
David. He's not opting in. He should be opting out.
I hate you guys.
His agent should get fired if they don't opt out because he's pitching like a top 10 guy in all of baseball. If he doesn't opt out at 30 years old and reset his market, he's a fool.
Unless they come with a ridiculous deal.
Like within the next 72 hours.
And that's all I'm saying. I'm looking at it differently now. Get a deal done.
Yeah, you make fun of me for what I said about Ohtani.
Because he's never coming here. At least Erod's already here.
Nope. Opt in.
At least Erod's here, and you can have that discussion with his agent right now.
David, has anybody checked his apartment?
You can't talk with Ohtani's agent right now.
Is there still furniture in there, or is there a bunch of boxes?
He's all ready to go for the end of the season. David, but
kitchen, living room, bathroom.
Some boxes that are unnamed. You don't know what's in there. That's a find out special. Right. David, but you would concede if they don't get a deal done in the next 72 hours, and I'm skeptical that would happen. I don't think he should give up his leverage right now. His only concern would be if he gets injured, and I think he's pitched well enough to ride it out. David, if a deal's not done, he has to be traded or at least aggressively shopped and given the market.
Right.
That means he'll be traded.
And even if you come back, you still have to see what else is out there with the market. And that means you got to sweat this out with every other team bidding to get his services. I don't think he's coming back. I think he's going to opt out. If you're the Tigers, David, if you're the Tigers and you feel that way, then go ahead, make the trade, and then do whatever you can in the offseason to get him to return back to Detroit.
I completely understand what you all are saying, and I believe you're right. I do believe you all are right. It's just when I see on the other side what that said on the tweet, and then when you see Chicago just trading away everyone, and it's like, where's the talent in this division? We can contend. Keep some here now.
No. You're treading water. You're not contending.
For next year?
You'll still be treading water.
Oh.
David, they're not going to be a 95-win baseball team next year.
David, you need
have to
bats.
be 82 then. Give me 82, 83.
You need bats. And honestly, I would like to see some guys who can play right now.
Ideally, yes. Guys that are on the cusp of being in the bigs.
If there's a premium on pitching, then you got to go ahead and you have 3 pitchers right now that you could probably deal away and go right ahead, because I'm looking at, I told you, so long as they stay within 5 games, okay, I'm good. Harris told you, like me, I'm watching what this team does, and it's going to dictate whether I'm a buyer or a seller. You're 7.5. I think we're starting to see they did their job. They stayed interesting until football camp started. And football camp is now here.
Pads are on today, baby.
And they're this weekend, if we come back on Monday and they're sitting there at 8.5, 9.5, at this point, it would be irresponsible if you do not go out there and get as many players here because if you could bring in for those 3 guys, let's say you could somehow do a kind of a 2-for-1, 3-for-1 type of thing.
Yeah.
Of the 8 players you bring in, if 3 or 4 can be a part of your everyday lineup, you win.
That's the thing. It's the lineup. We need batters. I
Period.
get, and that's the part of me where I'm like, I get it, and I understand what you all are saying. But if you're going to just trade them for pitchers, then no thank you.
Well, no. And I think
do not trade pitcher for pitcher, because then, that's ridiculous. No, bats. Bats and more bats.
I think we're on the same page. You guys can define it how you want. What is a win for Scott Harris? When Monday rolls around, the deadline passes, assume you and Mike are both in Monday. I haven't looked at the schedule. What will you guys discuss as a win?
You can be here.
I'm in. Okay, what am I going to call a win? What do you guys want? 2,
You
4,
just
8.
really hate working with me, huh?
Are we together on Monday?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Mike's not just going to take one Friday off. He'll take some time off next week, too. Okay, what are you and I going to be talking about as a win? How are you guys going to want to judge the haul? Let's go to Nick. Nick, you're on 97.1. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Jim. Thanks for taking my call.
What's up?
Well, we have arrived. We have arrived at that point where we're basically like we have to decide. And I think that if Scott, he has to get on it because my guy out in Los Angeles, Carrero, the catcher, because they have no catcher in the farm system is ready. Dingler's nothing special, and he's still so far away. And I'm not trying to build this thing to win the division. I want to win a World Series. So that was the move. Trade Erod to get Carrero and that other guy they got, but he waited, and now that feels off the table. So if he's got to make this move, he's got to do it now. And I agree that you got to get bats. You can't trade pitchers for pitchers because this offense, and I looked it up, their offense is like 3rd from the bottom in runs scored total. You have got to get this. It's on life support. You can't keep putting guys like Zach Short and Andy Ibanez and whole lot of other dead bodies out there and expect to get better. You just can't do it.
Nick, you got to stop.
Prospect situation. Who do we even have down there? Peyton Graham? Who the hell is that?
Yeah, that's why you got to stop treading water. You got to go out and if you got to overhaul this team, and you start right here. You got 3 guys that you can get rid of. Take advantage of this.
2 catchers have been dealt into the White Sox organization already in the last 72 hours.
You need one here?
Again, among other things, a shortstop, a catcher. We'll find a position for you if you can hit. They need bats.
Right.
Let's go to Cameron, get his thoughts. Cameron, what's a win to you? It's 97.1.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hold on.
Exactly. That's what I've been waiting to hear. So I cannot call it a deadline win unless, let me put it to you this way. I'm heading up north to Marquette on Monday. By the time I reach the Mighty Mac on Monday, Erod and at least one of Lane or Foley needs to be gone. Now, what I would love to see, Lane and Foley, goodbye. Erod and Lorenzen, goodbye. The one thing I would really like to see, though, along the lines of that Giolito Lopez package, I think we could beat out that package. Send Erod and Foley. What about sending them to the Diamondbacks for that shortstop prospect they got, that Jordan Lawler?
Yeah.
Yep. He's blocked at second by Ketel Marte. He's blocked at short by Gerardo Perdomo or whatever his name is.
Yep.
And, yep, you could go for him. And in a perfect world, I'd love to see Javier Baez shipped out with the black opal from Uncut Gems, and maybe that would get us something, but who knows?
Cameron, now you're talking. Now that's the way you win the deadline. Javi Baez is no longer a Detroit Tiger. I mean, Rico, it almost wouldn't matter what else they do.
No, yeah, that would be like when they got rid of Prince Fielder. And it was like, I didn't see that coming. You know what? You win. Way to go.
That felt like a deal you were stuck with.
It did.
An albatross who's going to hang around your neck. And it to Dombrowski's credit, took some creativity. You took back Ian Kinsler. Every day, Ian, and it was all good. Can you find somebody else's trash and swap them out and go, at least that guy will draw walks. Yeah. At least that guy won't swing at pitches in the other batter's box. Yeah, I think we didn't mention it yet, but that's another way to win the deadline is remove Javi Baez.
Don't do this to people. Don't.
What?
Don't do that.
I'm not saying it's likely.
That's worse than me, isn't it? It's not happening.
That is worse.
What if we give you Erod, Foley, Lang? I might even throw Kerry Carpenter in them desperate guys,
Max
please.
Clark, we just drafted. I mean, you're going to have to give away your whole farm system.
No, here's the thing. I've said it before.
Crazy Brad. Like, what do we got to do?
You could afford him. Go find his replacement.
Yeah.
You don't play him. He gets disgruntled, and he walks in there and says, guys, I don't want to be here anymore. Let's work out a deal for me to get out. That's your only way to get from underneath this contract is just you'll get your check, son, but you're not in the everyday lineup anymore. He's a major league player with an ego. He's going to want out. He's going to tell his agent, buy me out of this deal. Find that cutoff point.
But that's when his agent has to turn to him and go, Javi, you're guaranteed $98 million over the next 4 years. If you opt out, we don't have a chance of getting you 10% of that, given the way you're playing.
Right. And if you can get half the money, because if I'm the Tigers,
Right.
I'd cut check for half of it.
Let's make a
You
deal.
walk out the door. I know ball players, athletes, they have egos. You take away their playing time, they're not happy. They don't want to be there. And it doesn't matter that you've got $90 million left on the table. I can't spend it all anyway. So you give me $40 million and I'll just leave and I'll figure the rest out.
What defines success for Scott Harris? We watch the last guy butcher this every single summer. This is Scott Harris's first impression at a trade deadline. Everybody knows he has to sell. Can he get more than Al Avila? What is a win for you? Who has to be traded? What do you need to get back? It's 97-1. What defines a win for you? Scott Harris, first trade deadline. Everybody knows you're selling, but seems like you can get quite a bit. Pitching is in demand. And I've seen the White Sox do it, packaging up relievers with starters to try to get the best return possible. Bring some bats in. The deal they did with Giolito gave them 2 top 5 prospects from the Angels system. They're now 2 top 5 prospects in the White Sox system. It's right there for Scott Harris. Rico, if he doesn't do it, we're going to look back and go, a team in your division pulled off what we wanted you to do. Now, I'm not sounding the alarm on Friday when the deadline is several days away, but I've asked the question, what is a win for you as a Tiger fan? And I think some people are willing to part ways with Lorenzen and Erod. Those are pitchers who could walk. The relief pitchers people are a little less sure on. Rico, they traded away Soto and Jimenez last year, and just
if you could trade
replaced
Lang,
them.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you just replace them.
At this point, it really comes to the point where Harris realizes it's not going to happen this year. It's not.
No.
But I can start building towards next season. And if that's the case, you try to get in anywhere between 6 to 8 prospect players, bats, and then you can sift through there. And if you could get 2 to 3 in your everyday lineup next year, great. And one that I would say, if somebody has like this shortstop that's been sitting behind, go for it. Make Javi Baez's life uncomfortable. And if he wants out and he wants to negotiate something, go ahead. If not, pay him the money. And I know people are like, well, he's making all this money, you have to play him. No, you don't. I've seen teams do it where, yeah, you'll get the check. We'll Allen Iverson you. Just stay home.
The Tigers preseason, their farm system ranked 25th in all of baseball. This is a chance to bump up a couple slots, and this is before Colt Keith took a step forward, but give yourself a legitimate farm system for Scott Harris. He's going to have to sell, get some bats, get it done. Let's go to Matt and get his thoughts. Matt, what defines a win for you?
Well, Rico just said it, man. He took the words right out of my mouth, right? You have to find a replacement for Javi Baez. Clearly, he's not the future here. So what I would do is I'd hold on to those controllable relievers, and I'd package Erod and Lorenzen. That way you can get a top-tier, prospect that's a shortstop or middle infielder that you can build around for the future.
Yeah, that would be great to me. Because, unless something crazy happens and David gets his wish and Eduardo Rodriguez is willing to throw away free agency, sign a long-term deal,
which I
don't see it, then you're going to have to trade him. You're going to have to. He pitches on Monday, right? Or Monday or Tuesday. He pitches the day of the deadline. I think
Yeah, the deadline is Tuesday at
the
6
1st.
p.m.
Yeah, so
if there's a last-second scratch,
You know.
It always amazes me when you see the player coming out of the game. Like, okay, and come on in, you're done.
Do you remember, this was when the Tigers were buyers at the deadline, so more than a few years ago, when they traded away Austin Jackson and he had to leave the game from center field? I was at that game. It's the day they traded for David Price.
Yes, I remember. All of a sudden, he just came in and it's like, okay, he's a part of the package deal. All right.
I think it was like the 7th or 8th inning. It was later in the game, and he just jogs in. Hey, I'm out.
It was wild listening to it. I was driving in, and my phone's going off.
It was a day game. You're right.
Yeah, I'm like, David Price, okay, cool. And then I'm like, why is everything seem to be silent right now in the booth? And Dan's like, they're taking Austin Jackson out. I'm like, oh, it's great. It's wonderful. I loved Austin Jackson.
I was just going to say that. I feel like there were so many role players that we liked on those Tigers teams. Like you're winning, and Jackson, unlike, Jackson would make some great plays in center field. They did not have many great center fielders. It's him and Granderson in that era.
And now you're hoping to get that Austin Jackson type person to come here. That's what I say. You got to get bats. You can't do pitchers. And you just have to realize, and maybe this is the weekend where Scott has to have that serious meeting. Guy, are we really going to contend? Are we treading water? What are we doing? We're 7.5 out. In a perfect world, they just lose a couple, and it makes his decision easy.
David, ticket texters, we'll get to the phones on this too, but where are people at with the deadline fast approaching?
Rentals aren't getting you 6 bats. Okay, so we're not getting 6 bats from the rental.
Well, that's why you package in the relievers who have several years of team control. The team gets help at the front end of the rotation and the back end of the rotation. That's how you grease the skids and try to get something extra.
From Chris, 2 trades involving Erod, Lorenzen, Lang, and either Carpenter or Foley get at least one MLB-ready bat and a couple younger bats.
Yeah, I think you got to do something with Erod. If he's still here after the trade deadline, you know something that we don't know, Scott. That maybe the agent and they have a deal, a handshake deal in place.
Let's get Chris's thoughts. Chris, you're next up. What's up, buddy?
For a win at the deadline, 3 players guaranteed must be traded. One of them is Eduardo Rodriguez, Michael Lorenzen, and Jose Cisnero. As far as returns coming back, to actually calculate what would be a win, I think we need to get 4 new prospects into our top 10. I'm not going to get into names of prospects.
Sure.
Nobody knows who those are.
Right, exactly.
But you guys got to get off the wagon of trading Javi Baez. It's not going to happen. And packaging Baez with a quality asset that we have just to move his contract doesn't help this team. We got $60 million coming off the books next year. Javi's 20-whatever million is not really going to hurt us. Plus, he has been a good player in the past. He has shown flashes of being a good player still, but he's having a bad year and a half. I mean, we just got to stick with it.
Well, Chris, I don't think you're going to trade him either, but my thing is maybe you want to start looking. If you could find a player that can go out there and take his time away. If you make him uncomfortable, either he gets better or maybe you could force him to ask to get out of this deal. That's the best that you could hope for as a Tigers fan.
I mean, if you can do that, if you can make the money work and get somebody else's problem when it comes to the money and just swap them out.
No.
Maybe.
Chris, no. I'm saying find a young player that you're paying little to nothing for that you could maybe bring up from the farm. Just somebody who's actually doing better than what Javi is doing. You're going to pay Javi his money. But if you sit him and he's not playing, he's not going to be happy. He doesn't want to be here anymore. And maybe he'll cut you a deal to get out of that bad contract.
He's definitely one of those guys that if you light a fire under him, you might get a different result. He is one of those emotional players. So that definitely is something that could and would work, I think. So you're on the right track with that. So maybe we trade for somebody's shortstop. I think what's going to happen is, you look at a team like the Texas Rangers, for example, they have a crowded infield. If you can get a player like Ezekiel Duran and maybe one of the younger prospects back for Eduardo and maybe a reliever, Ezekiel Duran is an everyday player.
Mm-hmm.
He can come in and play anywhere in the infield. So, I mean, if you could do a trade like that, I think that's fantastic because we do have needs on third base and second base right now, in addition to obviously pushing the envelope with Javi at shortstop. So he could play all 3.
I think there's something there. I mean, I think the ideal situation would have been Javi played so well in the first half of the season that you could trade him. He didn't. He's been one of the worst players in baseball. So now you could do it the other way, where you try to make him feel as uncomfortable as he's made us feel as fans.
Right.
Hey, bud.
No, even hey, bud. You're not in the lineup. What about tomorrow? Nope. Next week? Nope.
And
we're going to go with this guy. We're going with the rookie.
Really small sample. 3-2 in games where he doesn't play, and I think it's 4-2. He came in the other day when they were already winning. Is there a chance they're just a better team without him, and he's got to face that reality?
You could afford to pay him because your payroll is nothing. So even if he sits for the next 4 years, which he will not do,
right?
I can promise you that. Athletes, they don't like sitting. They don't like being on the bench. You want to see the worst of somebody. You want to see them get out of town as quickly as possible. Tell your agent, hey, buy us out of this deal. See what the compromise is. Yes, David, I see you.
What is a win for Scott Harris? Coming up next, football today. We are so close. Pads on for the Lions, some of the big storylines, and how about some dark horse MVP candidates? It's coming up next, 97.1.